It's going to be rigid.
I'll just hold on to that, I guess.
And we're going.
Alrighty, you have everybody's attention? Hello, my name is Pete Gay. I'm president of the ISSA Kentuckiana chapter, and welcome on behalf of the chapter and the speakers to our password cracking workshop. Alright, cover some routine notes. I went over this already, but as far as where the bathroom's at, out the door, down the hall halfway, on the left are the bathrooms. To the right is also a little dining area, and that's where there's coffee down there now, water. There's water in an orange cooler right outside this door on ice if you want cold water. There's warm water down the hallway if you prefer room temperature. Also, that's where the pizzas will be and such. If you're here and you have some certification that needs CPE so you can keep your certification, make sure Barbie has your email address if she doesn't have it. That way we'll email the CPEs. It's going to end up being about 6 CPEs. I don't know about all the organizations. ISE2 is getting grouchy about CPEs lately. So just be on the lookout for that stuff. Food that also in the eatery area down there on the right, our sponsor, Core Security. And thank you, sponsor, everybody. Yay. Without sponsors, these things don't usually tend to happen, okay? Also, I would like to thank the leadership here that put this together, mainly being Jeremy Druin, Darren Zalman, Tom Locker, Adrian, Barbie, just all the staff. They all give up their personal time just to do the chapter meetings every month. To do this is an extra step to take. It's just a lot of extra work out of your own life to help a bunch of other people do something they want to do. So if you see them, say hi, say thanks, appreciate the help, and that way they'll keep doing it. So anyways, okay. Moving right along, and our sponsor is, hey Mike, is Core Security Man, where's he at? Is he here?
He's down by the display.
You want to get him real quick? Also in there, the sponsor is in the room. He's got a table set up. I just want to have him introduce himself now, and then after lunch, he's going to give like a 10-15 minute product demo or brief on their stuff. Fair enough. It is related to password cracking, recovery, security. So yeah, that'll be afterwards. But if you want to talk to him offline or something, feel free to go down there, hit him up, get some swag or info or email addresses. We're waiting. We're waiting. And while we wait, I'll just go over. So, like I said earlier, everybody thinks they're here for a password cracking workshop. And you are, sort of. Actually, this is all to raise money for Johnny Long and Hackers for Charity. All right. I've heard it called a few different things these days, it seems like. Johnny Long is a really good guy. Who in here knows who Johnny Long is? I mean, I'm suspecting more than half of you all do. Really? Okay. If you don't know who he is, all you need to do is go into Google or DuckDuckGo, my new favorite search engine. Put in Johnny Long or Hackers for Charity, and his page is going to pop up what he does. All right. Here's a guy who I'm just going to summarize from a brief I heard him give at one of our conferences. He was at the top of his food chain, all right, top of his mountain, writing books, giving speeches at DEF CON and all these other prestigious cons and such, pulling down cash, fame in the computer world, and said, you know what, I'm really not getting anything out of this from the inside, soul-wise. Now, those of you who know me, I'm not a real religious, spiritual kind of fella, but I respect this man a whole lot because he took everything, pushed it aside, packed up his family and his kids, and moved to Uganda, okay? Now, I don't know how many of y'all have been out of this country, let alone to a third world country. I've been to a few myself, and that's a huge thing. I would take that seriously just myself, taking a job and going to Uganda, let alone my family. But he's down there, and they're setting up workshops, they're setting up computer labs, they're teaching computing skills to these people who don't have a clue, and frankly, they don't have a lot of resources or opportunities. And he's bringing those kinds of things to that area. He's not the only one, but I will say he's probably one of the more known or renowned people in our little IT world that's doing this kind of thing. He is open to donations. I mean, they pretty much live off our donations from what I understand and what I see on the blogs and such. Hardware Hardware is always good. If you want to donate hardware, if you work in a large company, you go through a turnover of hardware and you've got some you want to give up, contact them first. I mean, don't just box up 3 pallets and send it down there because, no offense, if it's useless, it's going to be useless there too, believe it or not. So always contact Johnny first and say, hey, I've got a set of hardware. Here's the basic specs. If you want it, we'll ship it. The same goes for your body. You're going to take a week off and you're tired of going to the beach or the mountains, and you say, you know what? I've never been to a third world country like that guy was talking about. I want to go check it out. Contact Johnny Long, and he will put you up, and you go down there and work with him for a week. Could be a life-changing experience for you, all right? You might find out that the dollar really isn't what's most important, because it really is. If you're chasing dollar signs, I can almost bet you're unhappy, but that's another lecture. So, okay. So that's why we're here, and we've raised a boatload of money. I think we've got 46 people at $40 a head is roughly, come on, who's a mathematician, 1,800, somewhere in the 1,800 branch. Plus, core security, turn around and basically hit us and match us with that. So we've generated, I'm thinking it's about $2,600 today for them. $2,600 goes a pretty long way in Uganda. So thank you very, very, very much for helping out and doing a very good thing for the world. All right, because you live in a pretty big place, and that's about as emotional as I'm going to get. So, moving right along, our sponsor from Core Security, come on up, introduce yourself, say hi. I can't remember your name because I'm slow that way.
It's Tim Byrne. So I'm a product manager with Core Security. Our sales guy unfortunately had another commitment, so I was more than happy to come out here. Anybody familiar with Core Security, Core Impact? A lot of people know Core Impact. It's been around for about 15 years now. Automated pen testing solution. We just added last year. We added a password cracking in the cloud. It's called Cloud Cipher. So you want to do it the easy way or the lazy way. So in the cloud, let the cloud do it. The cloud does everything, right?
That's right. It does now.
And then it's sent back. But it is pretty secure when you set it up within Core Impact. I've been with Core for almost 8 years. I actually left for a year. I was with them for 7 years, did a little bit of everything, SE, sales, sales engineering, training, and went to do some consulting, and then they called me, wanted to know if I'd be interested in doing some product developments, and I said, I love the product,
cool.
Core Impact, and I was glad to come back. And glad to be here. I'll be here for almost all the day.
After lunch, he's going to come give a product demo or description or talk about, so you want to get into it. Like I said, or if you need to take a break from algorithms and serious trigonometry coming up at you, that's right. There's a lot of math coming. There's no password hacking. You can go down and see Tim here and talk about that. Get a drink or a piece of pie. Anyway, cool.
I do echo what he said about Johnny Long. He's doing some great things. It's unbelievable what he did moving down there, and we were very happy to make the donation.
Great.
So it's good.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Golf clap. Cool. All right, so moving right along. Let's get into this. 3 speakers today. We have Adrian Iron Geek Crenshaw to my left, you're right up front, running all this great video gear like he always does. And these videos will be probably available, I'm guessing, by tomorrow or Monday sometime. Tonight. Sweetness. On Iron Geek, on our ISSA Kentuckiana website. And who knows where else it'll end up. Share it, link it, tweet it, Facebook it, whatever you do with it, tumble it. We also have in front of me here Jeremy Druin, also a member of ISSA Kentuckiana. And we have Martin Bowes. I'm just going to give you a little background on each of these fellas. So Adrian worked in IT industry for the last 17 years. He runs the information security website, irongeek.com, which specializes in videos and articles that illustrate how to use various pen testing and security tools. He holds a Master of Science in Security Informatics and carries out penetration tests for Trusted Sec as a senior security consultant. Also, Adrian is a co-founder of DerbyCon. If you don't know about DerbyCon, go out to derbycon.com, and you might still be able to get a ticket if you haven't. Is it out now? You guys are done?
There'll probably be a few more. But
Hey, mate, you guys told me that last 2 years, and I forgot. I know. Yeah. Where's the love? So, DerbyCon. And even better yet, the Monday after DerbyCon is Louisville Metro InfoSec Con. And that's our chapter conference. It's going to be on Monday the 28th. So we're blending. We're melding. We're riding their coattail. No. So go check that out as well. We're going to start getting some info up on our website about that. We just got the date and location secured. Okay, so Jeremy Druin at Weaponized. If you don't know, and his videos are out there on the Weaponized Google or YouTube TV site there. He's got a boatload of great videos out there also, like Adrian does. Works as an application, web, mobile, network security pen tester for a multinational transportation logistics company and is the owner of Ellipsis Information Security. Additionally, Jeremy is the developer of the open source OWASP Utilidae 2 training system. That's a great system. And acts as the alternate director of education for the ISSA while authoring the Weaponized YouTube channel. Jeremy holds a Bachelor in Computer Science from Indiana University and is a GIAC certified advanced network web application and mobile pen tester. And let me tell you that Utilidae 2 is a great tool. If you're not stuffing that down your web developers' throats, you should be. Use this. It's good. Learn. Do. And last but most definitely not least, we have Martin Pure Hate. I don't ever know where that comes from. Pure Hate. This guy doesn't hate anybody. Maybe that's it. It's an oxymoron. Martin Pure Hate Bose works as a penetration tester for Trusted Sec Incorporated, is globally recognized leader in password analysis, and is a core developer of Backtrack and Kali Linux. Additionally, he is a co-founder of QuestionDefense.com, a website dedicated to answering technical questions daily with the largest online WPA cracking service on the web, and one of the co-founders of DerbyCon, a HackerCon right here in Louisville, Kentucky. And at that, we'll go into our first section, which is going to be Adrian. He's going to come up and shotgun blast you with a lot of password information. Sir?
Gotta get myself all hooked up and plugged in. And
Zippity doo. You want your mic back?
yes, I do.
Outstanding.
And my presentation is sort of all over the place because I'm doing some history. I'm actually doing some research for a talk I'm going to be doing at ShowMeCon and maybe a few other places on password storage history. And so my notes are interspersed throughout this, along with actual practical, direct things we can do inside these VMs. Alright. Well, let me move a little closer. Alright. Since I'm also running as Video Dude, okay, that's going to be the title of an upcoming talk I'm doing. I'm just going to make sure I got everything in line. It's easier if I come around to this side. All right, Jordan, make sure I'm in frame when I step up there, would you? And we'll just have Martin studiously following along in his notes as I do this. Oh, I want my tablet for a little bit later. Alright, so I'm supposed to cover the basic intro to passwords, password storage, a couple of things we're going to be doing later on in the class, just to lay the groundwork. And then both Martin and Jeremy are going to cover some more advanced topics. Now, you've pretty much already got an introduction to me, but I'm on IronGeek.com. Mostly more InfoSec videos from different conferences, but I do a little of my own research and put it out there. IronGeek_ADC on Twitter. I don't know anything, just geek with time on my hands. I may get some things wrong. One of the things I want to get out of this particular talk for myself is if you have any interesting anecdotes from password history, give me a yell. Anything like, well, they used to store them like this way on this particular system, and this led to this sort of problem. Or if you know of like old research that was ignored and then people screwed up in implementations of storage of passwords later on, I want to hear about that too. I'm also a co-founder of DerbyCon, and I work for Trusted Sec. Okay, First of all, the main thing this class is about is going to be exploiting, well, not necessarily just local passwords, but password cracking in general. But one of the main ways a lot of pen testers end up using this kind of knowledge is local passwords. Because generally, if you can get physical access to the box, you own the box. There's an old axiom that says, essentially, if the box is not in your physical control, it's not your box. So, several reasons why an attacker might want to attack local passwords. Let's just say on a Windows workstation. To escalate privileges on the local host, once you become local admin on it, there's various things you can run that you couldn't run otherwise, depending on OS and so forth, like being able to put the device in promiscuous mode, monitor mode, so forth. You can also do things like install keystroke catchers and other software to bypass restrictions. Also, local passwords can be used to gain access to other systems on the network. For instance, and I don't think anybody's on camera but me, how many of you all have separate passwords on every single local machine's admin account? Very few of you. I'll tell you one of the main ways we escalate privileges anymore. You find one box that's not patched. It happens to be using the same local password. If one box is not patched, you get system level privileges on it, assuming it's a Windows box. You dump the local password hashes. I'll explain a little bit more about pass the hash later on. Use that to attach to other machines that are all patched but happen to be using the same password. Then you start dumping other passwords off those systems, including passwords in memory using Mimikatz. And eventually, you get domain admin. Truthfully, probably most of the companies I've ever completely compromised and got domain admin on, that was generally the scenario. Somehow got a local password, looked around for other machines using that same local password, find an admin, steal their credentials. And most people do it this way because it's simple to like image them all out with the same password or set it all via group policy. There are a couple good countermeasures for this. I'll go ahead and tell you right ahead. Microsoft has put out something recently. I don't remember what it's called. Do you remember Microsoft's package for resetting passwords and keeping them unique?
But it is free.
It is free. TrustedSec has something called ships that our buddy Jeffrey developed. And my personal recommendation, and I wish I'd put this in the slides, there's actually a registry setting and a GPO setting you could make to say anybody, these particular usernames or these particular groups cannot log into the network remotely. Because generally, if you're going to be attaching across the network to admin this machine, you're probably going to be using your domain credentials, not the local accounts credentials. The time you want to use the local accounts credentials is usually when that machine's not on the network and you have to physically go to it and log into it. So, by using this particular setting, you can still have that same local administrator password throughout the enterprise, though it's still not recommended, but people can't use it from across the network. So if they compromise one machine, even though that same password is shared on a ton of other machines, because it's only allowed local access as an admin, it can't be used necessarily to spread across the network without some other things coming into play. Also, just for the fun of doing it, password cracking is kind of fun. Okay, so here's the basic scenario I tried to describe before, illustrated. Let's say, let's say it's a university. Since we're at a university right now, you grab the local admin password off of one machine, then you use it, either you crack the password or you just use the hash and try to attach all the other ones on machines on the network. From there, you try to escalate privileges by installing keyloggers, sniffers, or depending on the OS, just dumping passwords out of memory. Repeat ad nauseum. What people would call privilege escalation, or in this case, I suppose you could also call it leapfrogging across the network. This is a quick glossary I'm going to put in here to explain some of the things I'm going to say later. Probably want to do a history of hashes. I'm going to take some of this out because it kind of is a spoiler, but cracking a password is deobfuscating a password's representation. So if you, let's say you get a password hash that you don't understand, you find an encrypted password, technically, sometimes a password hash isn't technically a hash. Deobfuscating is essentially reversing it and finding out what the actual password is. Brute force attack is when you try a whole bunch of different possible character combinations. John the Ripper, OCL Hashcat, all these different tools can do this. Basically, it's like saying all alphanumerics plus special characters, or all alphanumerics. And of course, the more characters you add, the longer it's going to take to go through all of them. For instance, if you're just doing alphanumerics lowercase, 26 to the power of however long the password is. And that can get pretty long pretty fast. Personally, I'm a big proponent of passphrase over complex passwords because it's easier to remember something like to be or not to be 1947 than it is, KX $@ left parentheses. And it's actually hard to crack because length can make up for complexity in this case. A dictionary attack, a bit different. Instead of using a series of all alphanumerics or whatever character set, you're actually using a dictionary to attack. So it might be an actual literal dictionary, or a lot of people end up using the RockU database of passwords, because that compromise really was useful from a standpoint of understanding how people think when they create passwords. But another thing I might try is a normal dictionary attack with something common, like right now I'd probably be using Spring 2015. Because people do this. Password reset policies, there's some debatable merit to how you do password reset policies. The whole thing about doing it, let's say, every 3 months, yeah, the password changes, so if it got compromised once, and it takes time, that person's password no longer works, the person who got the password from someone else. And so it, grandfathers out people who happen to have the password and shouldn't. On the other side, it also encourages people to do things like, one, write it down, which I really don't think is as bad a thing as some people make out to be, depending on where you store it. Password vaults, definitely, or even your wallet is probably better than, writing it down on your desk, definitely. And it's probably better to have a complex password there in your wallet than it is a very simple one someone can attack from across the network. But yeah, RockU is great for that. There's also hashing. It's applying a mathematical formula to a piece of text to get a shorter number or string. Is there any way we can turn down the lights in the front so that's easier to read?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay for everybody? Awesome. One-way hash is a hash where the original string of the hash was derived from cannot easily be found by a simple method. In theory, all cryptographic hashes should have that property. Plain text, unobfuscated or unencrypted form of string, opposite of a ciphertext. Ciphertext would be once it's actually encrypted. Password hash is the hash version of a password that is stored for later authentication. Reversible encryption or obfuscation. Some passwords are stored in such a way that they're easily reversible. They're almost not call them encrypted. Like ROT13. ROT13, where basically it's a Caesar cipher, where you just increment the alphabetic letter by 13 places, and then you do it again, you get back the original, in the case of just alphabetic characters. And unfortunately, some passwords do use just obfuscation. For instance, I'm thinking about showing a demo later on about HTTP basic authentication, where they do obfuscate it. It's technically not sort of plain text, but it's base 64 encoded, which is easily reversible. Other ones are easily reversible because the encryption key is public and people know about it, which would be a GPP password, which I'll talk a little bit about later. Then the salts. Salt is a number used to seed a hashing or encryption algorithm to add to the possible number of outcomes in ciphertexts. That's going to come up a little bit later when we talk about pre-computation attacks. Or if you have any questions along the way, just go ahead and ask. I think I have about an hour for my section. Is that right, Jeremy? Or is it a little under? I'll cook through it. Right. All right. First of all, a few thank yous for a lot of this research. Two major sources of work I got a lot of this information from. Password Security, a case history by Robert Morris and Ken Thompson. This one you all really should check out. Pretty much all the screw-ups people have done as far as password storage over the last 40 years, if they had followed the stuff in this, it wouldn't have been nearly as big a problem. Things like the way LM Manager is set up, the problems of WPS on wireless, that would have been taken care of to a degree. There's just a lot of things that weren't thought through, but if they'd read this paper back in '78, we wouldn't have had some of the problems we do now. Also, password security, past, present, and future. I believe Solar Designer from OpenWall, he's the guy who actually was the main developer of John, and a few other people developed this presentation. They did it for password. Oh, actually, this is for PH days. There's also a password con, I think, that they performed it at, but it was never recorded. But I've been going through their notes and asking them questions on Twitter to find exact dates for things. So I am admittedly pulling a lot of information from them, and the talk I'm doing at ShowMeCon, if they had actually got that talk recorded, my talk may not have been worth even doing. But I'm going to be focusing more on Windows side of things. They were focused, it seemed more on Unix, at least for what I read in the notes. Okay, let's do a little bit of history. passwords go back a long, long way, way, way before computers. Centuries used to use these things called watchwords. So people would be coming back from enemy lines, or people would be coming up to the gate. You had to have a watchword to get in, so you know this person is friend or foe. That's like the earliest form of, I guess, of challenge response, to see whether or not that person is acceptable to you. Actually, I can probably think of some earlier possible ones of cavemen. Bit of personal family history. I don't have anybody famous in my family except for one person who, Stonewall Jackson, apparently, one of my ancestors pulled him off the battlefield after he got shot. And I'm assuming even in the Civil War they used watchwords to say when you're coming back from enemy lines so you know who's who. And here's one of the things about that bit of history, because if my family member was there to pull him off the battlefield, well, he was shot by his own men. So if he was there to pull him off the battlefield, my ancestor was probably one of the people that shot Stonewall. So, Southerners, please don't get too pissed off at me. But he should have yelled his watchword louder, I suppose. If anybody has some really good instances, by the way, of Civil War use of passwords, let me know. I'd like to add some more stuff from Civil War and Revolutionary War. But another example of a password would be, if for those people who read the Bible, Judges 12, 5-6. I don't know how to pronounce all these, because I'm not exactly a biblical scholar, but the Gileadites, they were trying to tell what people coming back were of the people they wanted through there, and depending on how they pronounced the word, well, let me actually just read the passage, it'd be easier. The Gileadites captured the fords of the Jordan leading to Ephraim, and whatever survivor of Ephraim said, "Let me cross over," the men of Gilead asked him, "Are you an Ephraimite?" If he replied no, they said, "All right, say Shibboleth." If he said Shibboleth, I don't even know the difference in these pronunciations, because he could not pronounce the word correctly, they seized him and killed him at the fords of Jordan. 42,000 Ephraimites were killed at that time. So basically because of how they said the word, they got through or didn't. Polybius, and by the way, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing all these names wrong, because I have no idea, mentioned the use of watchwords in his histories, book 6, Daily Orders and Watchwords. So you want to go back to Greek history, circa, let's say, 118 BC, long time use. Who else seen the movie Swordfish?
It's so real.
Do you know why the movie Swordfish is called Swordfish? It goes back to an old Marx film. Apparently during the Prohibition eras, you used to use watchwords to be able to get in to the place, because you want to know this person's kosher, you want to make sure he's not a cop. So if they know the word, it means they're friends of someone who's been there before, and you try to keep that secret to get in. And in the 1932 Marx movie Horse Feathers, they used the word swordfish as the password. That's the reason the movie Swordfish is called Swordfish. You can actually see the scene online, and I put these slides up later on. Civil War usage, and I guess I am doing this a little bit out of order by a large shot. Veneer cipher, basically it's a Caesar cipher, but it's variable. Variable Caesar ciphers are using a key word. So essentially, you might have like Adrian as the password. So for the first character, whatever the encrypted form is, or you would want to encrypt it, you increase by 1 or decrement by 1, because A is the first letter of the alphabet. So the next one, you'd increment or decrement by 4, because Adrian, A-D, the next letter of the alphabet. And at one time, this was thought very secure, but you could actually use a password then to encrypt something, and it's a lot harder to crack it than just Caesar cipher. The Confederate States of America actually had these little disks they would use to speed up the process. There's also people who use tables to say, okay, if this is the password and this is the letter, here's the corresponding ciphertext or plain text. So that's another ancient use of passwords. More on challenge response. Back during World War II, the U.S. 101st Airborne Division during the Battle of Normandy, used the password flash to wish the challenged would respond with the counter password thunder. I need to correct my spelling in there. To which they would respond thunder. So basically, friend or foe based on what words they know and what counter challenge they have. Also, U.S. paratroopers during D-Day use this little device called the cricket, and depending on the number of clicks you used on it, you use that to communicate friend or foe. And there's actually people who make replica of these little crickets. Well, that brings me up to more modern systems, actual computers. Now, some of the earliest time-sharing systems, like MIT's compatible time-sharing system from 1961, all the passwords are stored in plain text. You all see a problem with this right now, right? So if you can get access to that, well, you already know everybody's password. Although, even if it was on tape, having the equipment to pull that off would probably be difficult. I'm trying to think of, there's a phrase I really like, I heard at a conference once called Wright's Law, which basically is something, if I understand it, something stays insecure and is not researched until the equipment is cheap enough for people to be able to do it. For instance, at one time, a lot of stuff in Wi-Fi was secure because no one was actually poking at it. Not the same, I'm saying, yeah, you should poke at it. What I'm saying is a lot of insecure things got in there because no one could poke at it because it was too expensive. But costs come down over time. When it comes to computers, same thing. You don't see a lot of the password cracking stuff really start taking off until the 90s when personal PCs become super cheap. Or some of the research that's going on in Bluetooth now, or RFID, it's coming about because things have gotten cheaper. But that's kind of a sideline. So obviously having these passwords in plain text is a disclosure and accountability problem. So, and there was also a problem in the early 60s with someone was editing the quote of the day file, and something got screwed up in how the operating system handled files, and instead the quote of the day file got turned into the password file, and everybody who was trying to log into the system got everybody's password on the system, scrolled to the machine. I thought that was an interesting little incident from history. If anybody knows more incidents like that, I'd like to add them, so give me a yell. But over time, people realized, yeah, you know what, this whole plain text thing, that's not a good idea. So while early systems in Unix kept things in plain text, Robert Morris, same guy who wrote, well, half that paper I mentioned earlier, he develops a crypt system based on the Enigma machine or the M209 machine. I've seen it written both ways in various historical sources. If anybody knows the actual answer, let me know. My understanding of the design of both systems is similar, but it's not the same. So if you can give me more details on which is true, let me know. Crypt was later used to store passwords in the 6th edition of Unix. So there was a large period of time where the passwords were just plain text. Password files and hashes grew by all until shadow files became common. Even though they were in theory encrypted, you could still access the password file underneath Etsy and get at least the usernames and which you can still do, and get the password hash, which you could then attempt to try to crack if you wanted to, though a lot of research in cracking didn't come till later. By the way, the utility is referred to as crypt1 for encryption. Usually the function call for encryption and creating that password hash is called crypt3, and that's changed a lot over time. Early crypt3 used 56-bit DES, because DES was hard to reverse, and it was awfully slow in software at the time. As time went by, though, it was implemented in hardware, and that slowly went away. But I mean, the classic crypt3 Unix password back in the day was 56-bit DES. And it was also somewhat simplified. And I think this might have led to the thinking of creating LM hashes, which I'll explain a little bit more about LM hashes later. But it took the first 7 characters, 7 bits of each, and used that as a DES key to encrypt all bits 0 block of 25 times. The reason it was iterated multiple times was to slow down password cracking, because doing it just once would be faster. Also, they started putting on 12-bit salts. The idea of the salt, and I'm pretty sure base 46 encoded is not what I meant to write there. The reason for the salt is you don't want the same password to hash out to the same thing every time. Otherwise, you take a whole dictionary, you'd pre-compute all of these password hashes, and then you just look up the hash and do a corresponding lookup in a table and say, oh, that must be the password. By putting the salt in of 12 bits, it greatly increases the size that possible database would have to be, because the salt has to be figured into it. Crypt3 now supports a lot more algorithms, but that was how early Unix passwords were stored. Now, there was a couple of solutions that were originally proposed. One of them was, well, Crypt3 didn't use this. Notice how it's using your password as the key. It's not using a key to encrypt your password. This has come back to bite people a few times. You don't want to use the key to encrypt the password because that key would still have to be on the system someplace. And to give you examples where this got kind of screwed up, since the key has to be stored someplace, well, GPP password. There was an official way, still is, of resetting passwords in using GPOs in Windows, and they released the key in, I believe, a TechNet article for how they encrypt that password. Well, now everybody who uses that particular system can connect to the domain controller, anybody with a domain account, pull down that GPO, find that string, and then reverse it because the key's already been published. Is there a better way of explaining that?
Well, are you talking about GPP?
Yes.
I didn't hear your explanation.
My explanation is basically this.
To be totally honest with you.
Microsoft in some TechNet article or something published what the key was they were using for storing it.
So basically what happens is if you administer your Windows computer as local administrator password via GPO policy, it's actually stored in an encrypted format in the sysvol share of your domain controller. And as anybody knows, any user whatsoever, domain user on the network, can access the sysvol share. So it's in an XML file and it's AES 256-bit encrypted. The problem is that Microsoft actually published the key to decrypt it for whatever reason online, and so it's just a static key. So it's possible, and now it's in 1,000 tools. So,
Yeah.
it's possible as any domain user to jump over to the sysvol share, pull that hash out, and reverse it really easily. And even if you don't administer your Windows desktops via that method, a lot of people administer their printers via that method. A lot of time printers have like exceptions in NAC solutions because they can't do 8021X or something like that. So there's like a separate policy for printers, but even letting somebody get that password can be detrimental because it's going to be used somewhere.
Yeah. Because if nothing else, if say no such isn't there already, you can use that printer's password to connect to the main controllers, dump all the other usernames, then start looking for people that have really simple passwords. I didn't really exactly, I'm not sure this is the proper terminology for it, but kind of a reverse brute force password cracking in a way. Instead of taking one user and trying 1,000 different passwords, that's likely to cause account lockouts. Instead, you try 1 or 2 passwords, and you do it across all the users in the company. So you use null sessions or a password, using a password you found off a printer, attach to the domain, get all the usernames, then try, spring 2015, something that has to do with what the company makes, school's mascot, various cuss words. You're probably going to find somebody. And also with any kind of account like that, a null session or with just a basic user account, you can find out what the account lockout policy is so you keep from tripping it. And that's a lot safer than trying to brute force one particular person. So there's a solution to the whole encrypting it, and that's to hash it. Technically, that early DES form of encryption, it's not technically, I suppose, a hash. But hashing was a different solution. Oh, by the way, VNC also had the problem of having basically just the password obfuscated in a file in the registry because it had a known key that it used for encrypting. Back in the day, and then maybe newer versions of VNC have changed how they did this, but it was stored in the registry at one of these locations or in a file, and you could use a fixed key to decrypt it. So very much like a GPP in that regard. Oh, as far as people wanting to actually try to get gather group policy preferences, if you want to try this at home, there's 7 ways you can do it if you have your own domain controller at home, and some of us have home labs to do this in, or if you want to try it work with permission. Microsoft published the key. You can use the Metasploit module post Windows gather credentials. So let's say you pop a box on a network that's part of the domain. You can use this particular post module to try to see if there's any GPP stored credentials on the domain. You can use PowerShell and the PowerSploit module get GPP password to try to do it. And I have one too many P. Yeah, I'm good. And next slide is for more manual. Sometimes I can't get a Metasploit module to actually function properly. Something errors out. Someone changed some code someplace that's incompatible somewhere else. You want to do it more manually. From Kali, you can use SMB client, connect to the box using some username and some password, attached to its sys volume, CD into whatever the domain is, set recurse on, because you're in an SMB client at this point, prompt off so you don't keep getting messages, do you want to do this, do you want to do this, mget all the policies and exit. Then you can grep the file for C password, and once you do that, you can use GPP decrypt to try to decrypt it. That's the manual way. all those commands should work in Kali. And look on Twitter a little bit later, and I'm going to link to this presentation as it stands right now, and just grab it within the next couple of days, and you'll have all these commands. Or ask me later on, I'll email them to you. Okay, so what is a hash? Already did a little bit of definition of this earlier, but let's go into a little bit more. It's applying a mathematical formula to a piece of text to get a shorter number or string. It has three desired cryptographic properties. It's going to be a good cryptographic hash. One, it has to have pre-image resistance, aka one-way function. So given a certain hash, it should be hard to find another hash of it. For instance, a hash function that works by, let's say the words Martin and the words Adrian both hash the same thing. That would be probably something pretty easy to find. That wouldn't have pre-image resistance. To give you an example where people have screwed this up in the past, it used to be, and I hope they fixed it, but I'm not sure they have, old PST files for Outlook. You wouldn't necessarily be able to crack the password someone used on them, but there was tools out there, I believe Nearsoft produced one, where you could make something that hashed out to the same value. And you wouldn't be using the actual password for the PST file, but you'd be using something that worked. It was close enough. It did the job. Second pre-image resistance, with any given input, it should be hard to find a different input that hashes to the same value. Technically, my description earlier was closer to second pre-image. Given a hash, it should be hard to find the reverse of the hash. So given some hash, well, for instance, I guess you could even consider base 64 a hash by just talking about mathematical formulas applied to a string of text, but it'd be a very, really bad hash because it's easy to reverse. That'd be the pre-image resistance. Second pre-image resistance would be closer to what I was trying to describe with two different words to hash out to the same thing. Kind of like the way PST files used to, or maybe still do, passwords. And collision resistance is it should be hard to find two different strings that hash to the same thing, which sounds a whole lot like second pre-image as well. I'm trying to think of a good example to define how they're different. I think this one is sometimes referred to as strong pre-image resistance. But regardless, you don't want something that's going to hash out to the same value. One of the reasons MD5 is no longer considered particularly secure is because people have found ways to generate collisions with it. So to give you an example of some hashes, I believe I generated this with Kane. So here we have the plain text, bad pass. These are the different hashes you would get depending on the algorithm. So MD2, MD4, MD5, so on and so forth. To give you an idea what a hash looks like. If you want to figure out what a hash is, a couple ways you can go about doing it. Depending on who you're doing it for, you can't take a hash and search for it in Google and see if it's something silly like password, and that'd probably quickly tell you what it is. You can kind of tell by length and possibly what characters are in it. But here's some examples of some password hashes. Okay, improvements that came over time as far as password hashing and password storage. You get slower and slower algorithms. Sometimes this means adding iterations. For instance, when passwords used to be using that DES algorithm I mentioned earlier, DES was slow at the time, but wasn't necessarily slow enough as hardware began to support DES directly on the chip. You could always add more iterations to it. You could also salt it, which has been recommended since, well, at least that 78 paper, probably some stuff before then. By the way, salt back in the day used to be a 12-bit random number tacked on to increase the search space. So essentially, by having that 12-bit salt, if someone was to do a pre-computation attack where they pre-generate all possible hashes, it would now have to be 4,096 times bigger. Well, they've since increased it to 128 bits. So you go and do the mathematics on that if you really want to, but makes having something with all possible salted hashes, having a file of all of them, not very bloody likely. It's going to be kind of huge. And again, this was talked about back in that paper in 78. And I was talking. Why does this have sound in it? I'll have to fix that later on. A few counters of these as account lockout. Physical software. Unsuccessfully logged into so many times before you log the account. All right, I need. Let me escape from that. We'll edit the slides live. Cool. Well, these things are still a work in progress. Okay. But a few ways to counter password attacks. If it's online attack, there's account lockout. But as already mentioned, doing that kind of reverse brute force where you just try a whole bunch of different usernames with the same password can counter that, because most people don't seem to be really looking for that. But that only helps with like online attacks. That doesn't help if someone actually got the password hashes to try to crack it. Salts, like I said, increases the complexity and makes it a little bit harder to calculate. It kind of eliminates pre-calculated attacks like rainbow tables. As far as what passwords look like as stored on Linux systems, looks something like this string as stored in the shadow file. And we'll show you what that string actually means here in a bit. So this one was pulled from Backtrack 4 R1 a while back when I did an earlier version of a similar talk. And technically, I don't believe it was actually pulled from password. I think it was pulled from shadow. But anyway, the parts of the hash from earlier, you saw right here, you have right here what type of hash it is, because you want some backwards compatibility. Then you have the salt for it, then the actual hash itself. So those different ways of actually encrypting the password, most are going to be using SHA-512 probably right now, but there's several different other formats, and depending on what this first value is, it's either MD5, strangely enough, NTLM is also a possibility, Blowfish, or SHA-256. So by looking at the password or shadow file, you can actually figure out how it's stored on that Linux system. And let's see. So Unix has had stored passwords for quite a while. And that paper I said came out in '78. However, a lot of people didn't pay attention. For instance, Microsoft LAN Manager. I'm going to talk a little bit about how LAN Manager worked. They didn't follow along with this. There's also NTLM, which came along later on. I'm trying to find, by the way, the first date of the use of LAN Manager. I think maybe it existed in OS2 at some point in time. Yes, because early versions of LAN Manager NOS, Network Operating System, were based around OS2. So I'm trying to find the earliest use of LAN Manager and who thought it was a good idea. I'll describe the algorithm in just a second. Net Chameleon?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I honestly, yeah, but I'm saying the LAN Manager as in the Network Operating System. That was kind of their solution, kind of Microsoft's, IBM's, and Freecom's solution to Novell NetWare. It was based around OS2. So I'm assuming LAN Manager existed in OS2 at some point in time before that. But I'm still trying to find the exact date that began. But considering copyright numbers and so forth, I'm assuming that 1985 or later they came up with the idea. But back in '78, they should have already known it was a bad idea, and I'll explain why. First of all, Windows uses two types of passwords for storing, two types of hashes for storing passwords, at least in SAM files on local machines. There's the LAN Manager hash for older Windows operating systems. So the way this algorithm works is first it converts the password to all uppercase. That's already lowering your key space right there. Then they pad the plain text of null characters to make sure it's 14 bytes if it isn't already 14 bytes. Then they split it into two 7-byte chunks. I'm assuming this is a throwback to the old DES algorithm where they did a truncation of 7. Maybe someone copy-pasted some code, but they said, well, we want to make it longer, but we'll still keep most of the code the same. I have no idea why they did this, but the mathematics of it come down to this. It's easier to crack two 7-character passwords than one 14-character password, because you can get half of it. And by the way, this isn't the only time people screwed this up. They screwed it up even more recently than LAN Manager, like when they were implementing the WPS protocol for making it easier to secure wireless. There's a way in which you can keep challenging, keep trying different keys or different WPS numbers and go, oh, well, you got the first half right. So they've screwed that up more than just in LAN Manager. Then each one of those 7-byte chunks is separately used as keys to desencrypt this particular magic value. And they concatenate the two ciphertexts from step 4 to produce the hash. And they store the hash in the SAM file. Now, NT hashes are at least a little better. Notice that LM hash, not salted. So you can easily do a pre-computation attack. And at only, let's say, 14 characters, it's not too hard to actually have all possible passwords. So NT Manager, you take the Unicode mixed case password and use message digest 4. NED4 is not considered a super strong algorithm by any means now, but it's still better than LAN manager, and you're also using Unicode mixed case, so you have a lot bigger key space. By the way, you want to screw with a pen tester? It took us a while to figure this one out. Someone put a yen character in a password once. That was a pain in our butts to be able to figure out and then get the inputs to work correctly. Actually, I believe they were. Actually, in this case, I believe they actually were. Because the yen ASCII, well, there's different code pages. That goes into an entirely different issue. I have a talk on Unicode also. But yeah, regardless, it messed with us. But we got around it. Basically, so you get the MD4 of it, store the hash in the SAM file. At least it's easier, at least it's a little bit harder to crack. But that's the two ways Windows passwords are stored. By the way, I know this jumps all over the place because I wasn't sure in what order to cover things. A lot of stuff as far as bad passwords, though, and bad password storage probably happened because people weren't even thinking about people deliberately cracking these. A lot of people maybe didn't have the equipment. People weren't really trying. But password cracking competitions at least go back to the 80s. I found this from that open wall presentation I mentioned earlier. And this is like the second one that happened. And it's dated in 1983, where people were having a contest to crack Unix passwords. And people have been working on cracking software for quite a while before the 90s. For instance, the previously mentioned Robert Morris, he has a son named Robert Tappan Morris. So the guy who wrote the paper I keep alluding back to, his son developed something called the Morris worm. And one of the ways it would spread is once it got on a box, it would attempt to crack the local passwords and spread itself more. It also used a SendMail bug and a few other different bugs to be able to get around. So people have been working at using password cracking for a while. But I mean, it really took off very late 80s, mostly early 90s. So one of the earlier ones was a tool that was built into Computer, Oracle, and Password System by Dan Farmer. I think Eugene Spafford had a little bit to do with this as well. I think he was like the advisor to Dan. If someone watches this video and I get that wrong, let me know. They had a tool called PWC for password crack, and that came out in '89. So that was publicly available. Then Crack 2.7a, and even though it's labeled 2.7a, my understanding this is the first actual public release. A guy named Alex Moffat based the idea around PWC, and he did a complete rewrite as of 2.0, and that was released in '91. Both of these, I believe, were only on Unix systems, though. It had a few extra features, though. Programmable dictionary generator. So some of the features we're going to talk later on about John of rules and the different rules you can use with Hashcat. Some of these ideas go way back, but this is one of the first ones with a programmable dictionary generator. And also you could do network distributed password cracking, so you could have multiple machines all doing it for you. One of the earliest DOS/OS2 crackers for Unix was Crackerjack. This came out in '93. Before that, you'd probably have to have Unix hardware to be able to do this. Like I said, if you know of a different example that says that's wrong, let me know. And John the Ripper, which is still used a lot today, it does way more than just Unix, but originally it was just for Unix passwords. And first there was a DOS version, but it was part of many platforms later on, and it first came out in '96. So it wasn't until the '90s people really started pounding on this stuff hard. Other than in some academic research, I mean, that 78 paper I keep mentioning back, there was some research in there on how fast they could crack different passwords. But once, you know, a home PC became super common, everybody could play. As far as Windows cracking, one of the most popular and what keeps getting mentioned in books, even way after it was outdated and there were better ways of doing it, is Loft Crack. And it's for LM and NTLM password hashes. I believe it first came out in 1997 or 96. I'm really not sure on the exact date, so if anybody has it, let me know. But its problem was, in the SAM file, those hashes were stored unencrypted. So you can just grab the SAM file and dump the hashes and then try to crack them. With Windows NT 4 Service Pack 3, they introduced something called syskey. And this came out in May 15, 1997. Now, with syskey, they added an extra level of encryption, and it would encrypt those hashes. So you couldn't just dump the hashes directly after SAM. The problem with syskey is, where do you store the key? Remember how I was mentioning before the problem of just encrypting the passwords with a known key? that known key has to be stored someplace. Well, unless you decide to store it on an external disk, which is an option if you run syskey, you can choose to store it on an external disk. So you have to have that disk to boot. It has to be stored someplace. So the default in Windows is to put it in the system hive registry hive. So you just have to grab now the system hive and the SAM file, and you can crack the password. So it doesn't add a whole lot to it. For the longest time, Unix, I mentioned that they have been encrypting and salting passwords for a long time, but the place where they actually store the hashes would be publicly accessible. So, not publicly, but to anybody who had access to the system. You could go into the password file and get the hashes, then try to crack it. So, in '88 or so, they started using something called the shadow password system. So instead, it'd be like ISSA shadow would actually store the password, and the password file wouldn't have the password directly, but only like root level privileges would get you to the shadow file. But this, while it came about in like 1988, really wasn't widely implemented. I know in the late 90s, I was running into Unix systems that still weren't using shadowed passwords. So let's say you're at a university and you're on a shared system, you could still dump everybody's password hashes. All right, late 90s to mid 2000s, MD5 became really popular for web applications, and the reason for this is like, well, PHP. PHP makes things really simple, and there's probably some other programming languages to blame as well. But its crypt function was not platform portable. So basically, if you wrote the code for Windows or Linux, you may not necessarily have the same hash for the exact same password. But the MD5 function was cross-platform, so that was used a whole lot. Also, because of how the crypt worked and US export restrictions at the time, the DES-based algorithm, you may not be able to export. So that's another reason for bad crypto coming from the late 90s. Many used no salt when they were storing the things for web applications, storing the passwords for web applications, and there's been all sorts of ways to make collisions in MD5. All sorts of ways to make collisions in MD5 have been found since. Okay, let's talk a little bit about actually cracking the passwords. I've talked some of the theoretical of cracking Windows passwords. These are the files you would want to grab, and this is assuming that your system volume is C drive. Underneath Windows System32 config, there's the SAM, system, and security hive. Now, if you just want to crack SAM files, if you just want to crack stored local passwords, you can forget the security file. You might want to get that, though, for other things it stores. There's several different ways to go ahead and get these files. You can pull the drive out and take it to another system, just copy them off. You can use a boot USB or CD, or you can rely on weak permissions. Sometimes you used to be able to get them out of the repair directory. You can also, in some cases, use volume shadow copy and get them that way, though that doesn't always work the same way on every single platform. So I'm just going to say, look into volume shadow copy to be able to copy off NTDS-DITs, that's right, I think, and NTDS-DIT, .dit. So we copy off those files and SAM and system files, because you can actually do it off a live system in some cases. But we'll actually go through doing this on Kali Linux. I have a VM booted up, and so I actually have all of my commands in front of me. Let's say you've booted up Kali Linux, and I want to make sure I get all my paths correct. This has been booted in a VM, but the VM's hard drive is a Windows 8.1 system. So let's say we want to get the passwords off of this system. We could copy them off also if we use like a Windows PE, boot CD, or USB, but let's do it all in Kali. So I'm going to change directory into where the Windows drive is actually mounted. That's going to vary depending on system. That's not good. Huh. Last time it mounted, I think I have Well, I wouldn't think I'd have to. Before I didn't have to. No, it did not end up there.
The demonstration gods.
Yeah.
Didn't bring enough coffee.
We need some coffee, man.
fdisk-l.
Okay. Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break real quick just to make sure I have everything going.
There's coffee. There's still coffee. I haven't drinking all yet. Hey, just a real quick note. I don't know if I mentioned it. There's some files to download at the ISSA website, our website. So go to workshop.
Okay, I realized where my notes went astray, so I'm going to go ahead and continue on. If you want to find out what volumes are there, fdisk space -L, and we could manually mount this. It would be a command along the lines of mount, tell it the type, NTFS. We want to tell it to that particular device, so SDA1, and we want to tell it where to mount it. We can make a directory or put it in mount, and that should mount it right there. Change the directory into mount. Do it ls. You see what all's there. There's also an easier way. The reason my notes went astray is previously I'd connected it by just finding it in the drop down, and it was already here. And then that automatically mounted it for me. But I didn't do that this time around. So let's actually go into getting some hashes out of the SAM file. And since this is a Windows 8 system, it's definitely using syskey. Everything since NT4 Service Pack 3 does. So we've already changed directory into mount, where I've mounted it. Let's go ahead and change directory into Windows. I have something wrong in my notes. System 32. By the way, depending on your system, the capitalization may be different. So, Windows System 32, config. And you see we have the SAM file here, the system file, and so forth. What we want to do is we want to dump out, first of all, the sys key. So, there's a tool built in the Kali you can use for that, bk hive, and point it at the system. And again, your capitalization may vary depending on what boot CD you're doing this from. And I want to dump out that to root, and I'll just call it hive.txt. So now I have the sys key. What I can do at this point is actually extract the hashes. To do that, I use samdump2, and I point it towards the SAM file, and I have to give it the hive so that it can actually decrypt those, because the hive is where I actually have syskey. So get that, and now we're going to output that into root, and we can name it a couple different things, but I'm going to call it hashes. And this thing is, yeah. So now if I change directory back into root, actually, hives and hashes, for cat out hashes, you see we have a couple different counts on there. We have administrator, guest, Adrian, test1, and test2. Notice the string here. I'm highlighting too much. This one right here, how it's the same on all of them, that's because there's no LM hash stored. That's because everything Vista Forward by default does not store an LM hash. Older systems do, unless you make a certain registry setting to say don't store it anymore. Also, if they don't store it if it's over 14 characters. But since this is a system that's Vista or newer, specifically 8.1, it doesn't store an LM hash. So we're going to be trying to crack these hashes. There's a couple different ways we can go about doing that. We could just use the default John and crack hashes.txt. But it didn't actually get me anything because it auto-detected the file as being an LM hash storage file, even though it had NTLM also. And it warns me about that right here. And since it detected LM hashes, but all of them were blank, it didn't actually bother to really crack anything, because it's not actually using them because it's blank. So we actually have to specify what kind of hashes we want to crack. But we'll do that in a second. Instead, I'm going to point this thing, just for fun, at the Unix password file. Actually, let's cat some out first. Cat out etc password. Notice how the password is not actually stored in it, but we can find out information about users and such. Let's cat out shadow. And there's root. Let's do a John on shadow. And you see it found the password Tor, because I just have this as the default boot CD. But I mean, it's multi-platform, but sometimes you have to specify what exactly it is that you want to crack. So that's what I'm going to do next, and I want to make sure I get all my paths right, so I have my notes up. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to CD into users, share, and word lists. Let me direct it right there. And we have a couple of word lists already pre-generated here. The RockU database, though, the RockU list is currently zipped up. So we're going to unzip it with gunzip. And now you see we have the RockU.txt file. Now RockU was I'm not even sure what all the service was for. I believe it was some kind of music service, but its passwords got leaked. And it's just a huge, huge database of passwords, and represents how people think when they set up passwords that they think are going to be secure. So it's usually a very good one to go with. And if you apply rules, which does various manglings to the passwords that are already in the text file, I didn't have it in my glossary list, but there's something called a hybrid attack. It's part dictionary, part brute force. It changes things as you go through the password. So for instance, if your dictionary has the word password in it, with hybrid attack, it'll try password. Might try password 01, password 02, password 2015, and so forth. That'd be like a hybrid attack, where it applies rules to it. But I got RockU out there, so let me do John now. And I keep hitting the wrong thing on my notes. John, and we're going to point it at the hash file again. And we're going to point it at our word list. We do that with -- word list equals user share word lists RockU.txt. And remember before it detected LM hashes and it went straight to using LM hashes? Well, we can't do that since LM hashes aren't technically stored there. That hex string you saw before is essentially just a blank password. So it's not going to use it. So we got to specify a few extra things. We're going to throw in rules. This is so it does various manglings to the passwords. And we're going to do -- format equals int. So do that, and you see it cracks a few of the passwords almost instantaneously. Password 01. I never actually formally set an administrator one for this, so it's probably never going to find that. And my one for test 2, it may eventually find. But it'll sit there and crank on them. But that's a real simple demonstration of using John to crack passwords with a word list that you already have. Also, if you started cracking and you came back later on and your output's not there, you can show what you currently have cracked so far, because it keeps records in some saved files. So let's do John -- show, and we'll leave format int on there, and it shows me the passwords it cracked. If I hadn't put the NT on there, it probably would have showed me for LM. And you notice it doesn't show me the data I actually want, because all of those are blank. Technically, I suppose it did crack. It says 5 passwords hashed, but since that hash is for a blank password, it doesn't do me any good. So make sure you specify format NT. And then you actually see the passwords it's cracked so far. And there's ways of resuming and so forth, and I'll let Jeremy cover that. And I think Martin's mostly going to be covering Hashcat. I want to see if there's anything else I want to show in this section. Nah. Let me go back to my presentation then. But that's a simple way of getting password hashes and cracking them just using a boot CD. You can also copy off the SAM system file and use a tool like Kane. And Kane will let you dump things directly out of the SAM and system files. Now, if it's on domain, you can still do it. This takes a few extra steps. If there's a file called ntds.dit that you'd want to get. If you have an interpreter, you might be able to use smart hash dump and get all these hashes. Or you can get a volume shadow copy. Depending on what particular version of the OS and what's running, the commands for this differ. But there's tools for doing that, and then you can extract it using ntds extract. Dump all these hashes out. If you're doing it for like a really big network, though, it can take some time, and you essentially crack it the same way. This brings me back a little bit to history. Time memory trade-offs. Even back in that 78 paper, they knew about the idea of encrypting an entire dictionary of passwords and then using that to compare. That's why they did salts. But you really didn't see this take off big time until, I want to say it was the early 2000s with Rainbow Crack, where people started doing it for LM hashes because LM hashes were so simplistic and it was realistic to store a huge pre-calculated table of them. And you could do it for NT hashes as well since they contain no salts. You can create your own rainbow tables you want, and you used to be able to buy them from an organization as well. Now, those other types of passwords stored all over Windows, possible to cover them all. For different utilities, if you ever want to play around with how your app might store passwords, look up Nearsoft. Nearsoft has a ton of different utilities for recovering passwords off a system. But another type of password that most systems are going to have on it are DCC. These are cache domain credentials. And they're stored a little bit more securely. They're stored in this particular part of the registry. And the original algorithm, I think this was pre-Vista. DCC1, basically they took an MD4, well actually the first thing they did was lowercase username, and they appended that to Unicode of the password, MD4, all of that. So technically this is salted. It's salted with the person's username, which is better than nothing, but it's still not a particularly random salt. And then they MD4 all of that again. So actually it's MD4 of the password, then append that with the lowercase version of the username in Unicode, then MD4 all of that. Now, MS Cache 2 made it even more complex because, well, they used the initial function. They created DCC1, the username, again, as a salt, HMAC SHA-1, PBKDF2, and they do this for like, they truncate it out to 128 bits, but they also do this for a certain number of iterations. I believe, if I wrote this down right, 10,240. I'm not sure I have that written down right, but I have to double check. OpenWorld actually describes the algorithm, so they made it even tougher. But these cache credentials are on a system so that, let's say it's not on the network, you can log into it still, even though it can't connect to the domain controllers. But the problem is you find a system that has a domain admin who's recently logged into it, his credentials are cached on the machine, and you can get them back out. So they decided to increase the complexity of a cache, cracking those cache credentials with MS Cache 2. But even the first version was not always easy to crack. But it was possible. I know Kane had DCC1 implemented. I believe it has DCC2 implemented at this point. There should also be some ways to do this in Hashcat. There's several ways to prevent SAM cracking. There's a few practical methods and a few impractical methods. One, choose stronger local passwords. So if you have more than just alphanumeric characters, it's going to be a lot harder to crack. I'm kind of a proponent of, or at least it's fun to play around with, alt numpad characters where you type things like omega. Though that may not be practical depending on where you're typing it. Turn off LM hash storage, though that should already be done for you in most places. In Vista and newer, it's off by default. And really, even if you have to use XP clients still, unless you're attaching to old DOS boxes or have old DOS boxes that have to attach them, and by DOS box I mean like Windows 98, Millennium Edition, 95, which is unlikely you still have any of those out there. Unless those kind of boxes have to attach, you really don't need LM hashes stored anyway. And it's off by default in Vista newer. If the password is 14 characters or longer, there should be no LM hash stored for it. And change local passwords frequently, and then rely on domain passwords if possible. Personally, I would change this particular bullet point now to be vary your local admin passwords. Like use a tool like Ships from TrustedSec, or that particular GPO setting I mentioned before. If you want the name for it, email me and I'll find it for you. But basically, it makes it to where that local admin account can only be logged into locally. It can't be used across the network. So don't use the same local admin password on public and staff boxes. Like, for instance, I used to work at a university. If you have the same local admin password on the student workstations, which students can easily get to, as the local admin password on the desktops of all the faculty, some fun's going to happen there. And those fascist methods that aren't always practical, use a BIOS password to say booting from anything but the hard drive. For instance, I couldn't do what I did with Kali a bit ago if I couldn't choose what to boot from. But ultimately, if someone has physical access and a little time, they'll be able to reset that BIOS password and get it anyway. Or pull the drive and take it someplace else. Configure syskey to require a password or a disk to boot at boot time. Probably not real practical. You can also try full hard drive encryption, which would greatly increase the complexity of pulling off the attack. Oh, if you ever don't know how something is hashed, my recommendation is get the source code for it if you can, or hash the word password and then Google search for it, because someone surely has a demonstration of that particular hash on Google someplace, storing the word password. And how good are you at reverse engineering and debugger? If you really are good at that, maybe you can go in IDA Pro and sit down and actually figure it out yourself. One of the things that Jeremy wanted to cover was pass the hash. We talked a little about challenge response systems before with the Cricket from World War II. One of the things you don't want to do is have a password crossed across the network in plain text. You want there to be, well, you want the people to exchange information, agree that they have a certain shared piece of knowledge, but not necessarily throw that piece of knowledge across the network. To give you an example of it would be like a Diffie-Hellman key exchange. So the way a challenge response works on Windows systems, assuming it's not using Kerberos, let's say you're using the IP address or they're not part of the domain, the first thing that's going to happen is the client is going to negotiate what protocols can be used, like LM, NTLM version 2, and NTLM version 1. Hopefully 1 is not in use, and hopefully neither is LM. Afterwards, the server should send back what would be an acceptable authentication type. And then, once you have the challenge, use the non-SYNAT, and you do some operations on it using your secret. Now, in the case of Windows, that secret is your password hash. In the case of a local administrator, a password hash you can easily get if you have physical access to the box. Or if you happen to have had a interpreter shell on it, you can dump it out that way. You don't even know the password, because it's the password hash that's important. So you don't know the password, but you can still create the response. Since you created the appropriate response for the nonce that was sent, it thinks, oh, this person must know the password, I'll let them in. And that's what pass the hash is all about. Essentially, you just dump the password out of the SAM file, get it, then start using it to authenticate other machines locally. And there's also tools for doing this. A lot of Metasploit modules will let you, instead of putting in the actual password, just put in a hash string. So you just put that in instead, and it's as good as having the password. Set tool, you can actually put in the password hash instead of the password and say, all right, here's the whole IP series to go through. Try this using the password on every single one of them and try to return me a shell using Interpreter. And that's a quick way to get a ton of shells on a network if you found one local admin password hash. If you want to use Windows tools for this, you could join Windows box to domain and so forth. But if you just want to use these credentials, like say you found a domain user password hash, or even a local one for that matter, you can use Windows Credential Editor. If you know the password, you can generate it. If you captured, if you just got the hash, you would skip this step. but you can use WinCE-G to take a password, like the word password, and find its hash. Then you can use WCE.exe-s username, domain. This would be the local machine in the case of if you're using a local account, and the entire password hash. And that would allow you to make your Windows box now use that hash whenever it's trying to authenticate out. Yes?
We were just using WCE last quarter, and it doesn't work on Windows 8.
It doesn't work at all on Windows 8?
Yes, so it does.
Really?
If you have that,
You could do it.
it does. So it works. Like if you have the newest version, there's a new version that's got the 32 and 64-bit binaries wrapped into one.
Okay.
And so it does work. The only thing it doesn't work on is Server 2012.
Okay. Well, we tried it with Windows 8. But
If it was 8.1, they do have a new registry setting.
it was 8.1.
If it was 8.1, there is a new registry setting that you have to reverse first before it'll work.
I would like to talk to you about that after this.
No problem.
Okay. In case I didn't get picked up on the mic, apparently it doesn't always work in 8.1, but it's a registry setting you make that will make it work. Also, apparently, Windows Server 2012, it's problematic on.
Yeah, 64-bit.
64-bit. But that's pretty much everybody's going to be running.
I mean, if you're running
Yeah.
2012 and it's not 64-bit, that's kind of a problem. To begin with.
Oh, I mentioned before obfuscated passwords. I was going to give a quick demo of that as well. Let me first of all make sure I can connect to the server I want to connect to. I mentioned sometimes people store passwords in a reversible format. In this case, I'm showing that, but I'm not showing it stored. I'm showing it in action because Jeremy mentioned something about doing it online. And egads, this VM's taking a long time to load up Iceweasel. I would have thought I gave it enough memory. Was that?
We do a lot of scanning in our network. He was picking on me about, am I scanning it because the computer's running slow because it's getting scanned?
It's not the scanner. It's never the scanner.
That's right. It's never the scanner.
No, it's the network.
It's the crappy agent on the
No,
box.
it's the network you're throttling.
The network. It's the scanner. It's the network.
It's the network.
Come on, do your thing.
It is HPSS.
Scan.
Sorry, it's all coming out now. And ACAT's my new favorite thing in the world.
Yeah.
All right, VMware seems to have lost it.
Sort of. A little bit of
Okay, same deal we got with DHA.
If you want to talk, I'm Greg. I can give you some tips and tricks and stuff that you want to
Maybe
figure
I'll call
out.
it. You don't have as many vulnerabilities as everybody else.
Well, I was going to get this to work, but let me do something slightly different. Let me see if I have.
That's a pretty
Let me try a few things real quick.
Oh my God, you're not smiling.
Yeah.
That's good. I need you to get all the bad karma for the demo. So.
Yeah, I'm going to restart this box to see if I can get my karma back in line. If you can't duck it, all right, I'm going to go check my feed to make sure I didn't totally screw that up. Having some demo hell. That's a nice feature. So, is it going to load up? Awesome. Loads up a browser. I'm going to start up a few things. Let's start up Wireshark. I'm going to show you to do this manually instead of using a different tool. I suppose I could throw up dsniff in the background also. I don't even want to tell you how long my password is. Is it coming back? You coming back? Come on, do your thing. Don't lose it. And I wanted to give you an example of a obfuscated password and sniffing it in as it crosses the line. And this is going. I'm guessing this VM did not have enough memory. Though I configured it whatever the default for VMware Fusion was when you're loading Windows 8.1, which has to be a decent amount of memory. Actually, no, I didn't. Actually, technically, I loaded it with enough for Kali.
Yeah, it is.
Fusion is,
Yeah, it's not much.
Fusion is 50. Yeah.
So I always get mine like 2 gigs for a Linux distro. Unless it's like just something to run.
Would have been a good idea.
Apple's expensive and
Hey.
I love it.
They had a bunch of network guys show up.
No, you gotta walk along.
That's a lovely. All right. Give me a second, guys. Power off.
Oh boy, you're embarrassing. That's stop.
Yep, only 512. Let's go yeah.
Oh, that's memory. Yeah. Huh? Well, it is in the retina because it's all soldered in now.
All right, let's try this one more time after that reboot, because apparently 512 is not happy with Firefox. All right, I'm gonna start dsniff. Actually, I should have ran it with an and sign.
If you can, I don't know. They'll do sessions till 10 o'clock at night.
Actually, hold on. We'll run Wireshark. Then dsniff. And I'm going to bring up a browser. All right, hopefully now I can actually show you a case of an obfuscated password. Once Wireshark actually comes up. Okay. Choose ETH1, start this up. Start capturing. And I'm going to try to authenticate to a page I have out there on irongeek.com. Stop typing.
I don't pay. I know English. That's June. There's Shark Fest. Somebody told me about it. It's really a good conference. Yeah. I think it's.
Okay, my VM should be working. Is my website down? Okay. Notice I have a little password prompt up here. So I'm going to put in test pass, test user. Try to authenticate. May not have been the correct ones. But here we were capturing everything. So hopefully I can look for any kind of HTTP traffic and find the session I was having with IronGeek. I'm thinking it was probably this one. Two above. Oh, right here. Got one?
Is it 704?
Oh, so parking line.
Adrian, is it line 704? Or
We'll drive to either O'Hare.
I can close that
My friend
and
in Columbus when I went
Or hit clear. And I think it was 7. Oh, you might have to put your HTTP filter right here. I think it was 7, line 704.
Right here. All right, so I tried to authenticate to that one. It was using BASIC and
The next request, I think it's 7 on line 704.
I'm looking for it.
About 3 lines below that one or so. Was it?
That's 5 hours. I'm like 5 hours of driving to make it from 1200 to 300.
Oh, where'd it go?
Yeah, like they put it on
Oh, yeah. So if you hit HTTP filter again. Or,
Where you want me to go?
in the filters.
Mm-hmm.
Change that to back to HTTP. And then the first column, line 704, I think it's 1 line down from the highlighted. 2, up 2 from there. Yeah, I think it's in that one.
Okay, here we go. There is the base64 encoded version of the password I used. So let's go and find a base64 converter. No. Exactly, it's obfuscation. Oh, it didn't copy it. All right, let me copy this and use this browser in here because copy and paste is not working because I don't have VMware tools installed. So
Yeah.
demo problems. Okay. Put that in there, decode it, get it to scroll, not that much, test pass, test users. So when I'm using a password there, it's just base64 encoded. Because EtherCap and other tools like dsniff will automatically decode that for you. That's the case just using obfuscation. There's other form of authentication you can do. If I did that over HTTPS, well, it'd be encrypted, so you wouldn't necessarily be able to do this. If you also use the digest form of authentication, at least it'd be a challenge response. And the same thing goes with NTLM, though NTLM challenge response is also ways of cracking those challenge responses depending on how simple the password is, although it's usually much, much harder. Okay, events from the late later beginning of the 21st century. GPU cracking. Elcomsoft did a lot of the earlier work on that, and these are slides I really want to flesh out. I think you're going to be showing some stuff on GPU cracking, aren't you? Or going to be describing some stuff on GPU cracking? OCL Hashcat is a popular one that can use the GPU now to really speed up some forms of password cracking because of parallelism. John the Ripper also has versions that support GPU cracking. And some other events from the late 2000s, people discovered how to pull plaintext passwords out of Windows memory. So if someone's logged into the box as an admin, you don't even have to worry about just using the password hash. You can actually get the plaintext password out of memory if you can become system. Other future things to be looking forward. There's some research out there. Eugene Spafford up at Purdue and some of his students been working on something called Ezrat passwords. It's kind of based on the idea of old honeywords or honey tokens. Honeywords or honey tokens are basically things you leave on a system that if they get leaked out there and someone tries to use them, you know, oh, crud, we're compromised. In the case of Ezrat passwords, basically it makes everything look like a normal password system on that particular, let's say, Unix box. But if someone steals them and tries to crack them, they'll go crack to the wrong password. Then when they use that password, you have a flag to say, oh, someone must have a level of access that we don't want since they got that hash in the first place. Let's go figure out what happened. I will do some more research onto those for a future presentation. But that's pretty much all I have as far as history and really basic stuff on password hashes and cracking. Just an announcement about DerbyCon, that we always sold out tickets. I think that's about all I have. Any questions on the things I brought up?
Was the dsniff just looking for anything that had a credential in it?
Correct. dsniff was just looking for certain strings that were representing plain text authentication. So it would have done telnet, would have done FTP. In this case, I just used basic authentication because in the case of telnet and FTP, that's not even base64 encoded. It's just out there, yeah. It's just the plain text directly. Right. All right, I'm done. So, are you ready?
Take a little break. Hey, take about a 5-minute break, eh? Drinks, more caffeine. Pizza's probably going to be here. Probably breaks for lunch around 12-ish. Hopefully. If you want to go get yourself a snack or something or other, feel free while they change up. I'm not taking your person. I sound like a TV producer. Mic up.
Right there, good? Yeah. Sure.
Tim, right?
Tim Byrne, yep.
Look at you, all the fancy stuff.
It's great, huh?
All right, everybody. We got Tim here from Core Security, and Tim's going to go over a couple of products. He's got a product demo up here on the board for us. Core Security does pen testing, automated pen testing. I've haven't used the tool, but I understand it is quite the tool. And you write your own modules and such too, can't you? Yeah. So
yep.
It's pretty modular and capable, from what I understand. So anyway, Tim, Core Security.
Awesome, thank you. So I appreciate you allowing me to come in here. I know it's a Saturday. People have other things to do, but this is great. As I said earlier, we have a couple of different solutions. Core Impact Pro is our mainstay. It's been around for 15 years. We have another solution called Core Insight, which is a vulnerability validation solution. And then integrated into Core Impact is a piece of a solution called Cloud Cipher. So I'm going to kind of hit on a lot of that today. You're looking at the sort of the interface here, and this is Core Impact Pro. It runs on Windows, running a VM, but it essentially runs on Windows. It's a Windows-based solution. You're looking at the dashboard. Gentleman here was just noticing, some of the updates. So this is updated daily, and this Microsoft group policy code execution came out just recently. So this solution is updated daily, upwards of 30 times a month. All of our exploits that we release are commercial grade, so nothing open source. And the great thing is when you have Core Impact is that any additions to the exploits, any service packs added, operating systems, we do that all for you, and we thoroughly QA that and send it out to you through the product. So you get it on your dashboard here. You see what's available, and then you control when you want to update this. So I go ahead and click Get Updates, and it updates the product. Impact does a lot of different things. You can test out your network, so anything on your network with an IP address and operating system. Client-side tests, end users, social engineering, phishing, web applications, OWASP top 10, so testing out web applications, and even mobile devices and Wi-Fi as well. Wi-Fi and mobile, not so much a strong point, but point is you have all of this in one complete solution. And when you're ready to begin your test, you do it in a workspace, and I can do it right from this dashboard. I already have one set up, but it's just a matter of walking through creating my workspace. We have templates that you can jump into, or you can just customize and create a blank workspace and then start from scratch. And that's what I've done here. So jumping into my workspace. So this is a typical workspace. It's modularized. It's Windows friendly, so I can move around and resize these windows. So if I want to move these windows around, free up some space, I can drag and drop these onto another monitor, so I can free up some real estate here. It's a complete automated tool. So full of wizards, or what we call an RPT, which is a rapid penetration test. So what I always say, if you want to get into pen testing, if you can count to 6, you can conduct a pen test. So you can see an RPT, it has these 6 steps: gathering and reconnaissance, attacking and penetrating, gathering local information, escalating if you have to or need to, and then most importantly is cleaning up what you've done, cleaning up your traces and your tracks, and then the proof, the report generation. So you can follow along that, and it's very easy to do. But we also have it set up as a complete framework, and so you can go into the modules here, and let me just jump into some of the exploits. And if you want to go in and even write your own exploits, you can see here is exploits, and there's my remote. So if I wanted to go in and create my own, you can see where I go in and edit, and we give you complete access to the code. All of our exploits are written in Python. There's some sample Python code in here as well, so if you want to write your own, use the sample code and then import it in, you can do that. The other great thing about Impact is if you're looking at vulnerability scanners, or you're working with vulnerability scanners, whether web app scanners or network-based scanners, we pretty much integrate with any of the major ones that are out in the market. So if I go into my import-export here, and you can see all of the scanners here that we sort of play nice with, and all the major players from Nessus to Retina to Qualys, Tripwire. And the idea here is if you're running any of these scanners, you're getting a lot of noise on a regular basis. You want to do a couple different things. One, you want to just pull that data in, and you want to validate if those vulnerabilities are real with our exploits or our payloads. If we're able to get a payload in on that system based off that vulnerability, then you know it's real. And I'll show you what I mean by that. If you want to just match up what we have for exploits based off of the vulnerabilities, you want to just do exploit matching, and you want to see all the exploits that we have based off the vulnerabilities, you can do that. Or if you just want to, again, validate those vulnerabilities that are real and integrate them into some type of report and say, okay, well, Qualys found these 100 vulnerabilities, but Impact says that only 5 of them are what you have to really worry about, or you're going to lose sleep over, and that's what Impact does very, very well. When you're running your information gathering, you have options as far as doing your reconnaissance here. I've already just added a couple machines, but I'll just walk through real quick. So I choose the step in the wizard here. I walk through. I can use Impact to run the gathering. Impact will do very similar to what Mmap will do. So it'll do a discovery, OS detection, port scanning, looking at services. If I want to just use Nmap, which is a very efficient tool, as many of you may know, or I can even just import from any of those scanners. So you have options as far as how you do your gathering and your reconnaissance. Choose the IP version. We support both 4 and 6. Implement your range within your network. Your scan type, fast, detailed, or custom. And then we even just added doing some IP-based camera gathering. So the use case there was some banks and some casinos. They wanted to know which cameras were vulnerable. Many of these cameras, I don't know if you folks know, get shipped out with passwords, username and passwords that you can't really change, or they're just admin, or even blank. So we added that in there as well. Looking at network exposures, both on the internal and external side, and then I click Finish, and that'll run through and gather my targets. So onto CloudCipher. You have different ways of getting your hashes. We can do it through identities. So when I'm running my attack and penetration, I can just look at weak credentials, look at all the identities, and then even pull in those hashes. I can import hashes. I can sniff out passwords. So there's a whole different different ways and methods I can do that. We even have I know you're talking about Mimikatz as well. We have a Mimikatz module as well to make it real easy just to drop that Mimikatz module on there. So I have a couple systems here. I've got a Linux system and a Windows system. So first off, on the Linux system, once I validated a vulnerability, I found I was able to deploy an agent. So our agent that we're deploying is our payload. It's essentially just a small piece of code that we're deploying within memory of whatever service that it's going after. And that's how you're going to know what that system is vulnerable. Or if you import it from a scan and it found, in this case here, was an Apache OpenSSL, we're able to validate that with an agent. So if I right-click on this agent, you can see I have all these options here. So I can go in and open up a shell. So I'm running that communication from that agent back to my impact console. So I can go in here and just take a look at the network and see what's going on with this piece of with this code here. Oops. Oh, something's going on my keyboard here. Hold on. All right. Let me do this. Let's do browse files. So I'm in the files directory structure of this Linux box just because of that vulnerability that exists. On the Windows box, here I've got a system that's vulnerable because of a move this over here, move this down. This one here is a print spooler exploit that Scanner found and actually validated. These are very, very dangerous because any Windows system that's connected to us, any scanner, any printer could be vulnerable from this. And what I did was, once I validated this, I'm going to go back into my modules, and all I did was I ran my, there we go. I went into my, let's see, information gathering and local. Anything that's highlighted is basically because of the fact that that system is vulnerable. It's a Windows-based system, and you can see here that these modules have the ability to be run against this system. And all I did was, I'm going to take this password dump from Sam, and I'm just going to drop it right on top of this agent. And you'll notice that there's a note here, automatically submit credentials to Core Cloud Cipher. Well, I'm not going to do it at this point because I don't want to send those credentials out. A little bit about this this solution that we built in AWS. So we have a services team that essentially built this software way back in 1999. When they're on engagements, they're trying to decipher hashes and passwords and trying to figure a way to do that. And as you all know, it's a very expensive process to do that. So they actually built this out into the cloud through AWS. It consists of over 30 million different dictionary lists, rainbow tables, disclosed. The passwords that exist, the hashes that exist in there, and the passwords are publicly disclosed from the engagements that they've had. It essentially is set up so that only the hash is sent and not the username. And once the hash is retrieved from the workspace, when the workspace goes out and retrieves that hash, it's deleted from the cloud. If it's not retrieved within 4 days, it's also deleted as well. So I'm going to go out and get those hashes. And then what we do is we'll store the hashes in the identities directory here. So if I go into my Windows, so now I can see the identities that I've found, and we have our NTLM hashes that are contained within the identities. And you'll see that I can do this a couple different ways. I can right-click on this, and I can crack it using Cloud Cipher. Or if I wanted to do all of them instead of doing it individually, I'm going to submit these credentials right directly to Cloud Cipher. And you'll notice that the targets here are numbered, and that's based off of the identities here. Each identity is numbered from 0 to, in this case, 3. So I'm going to submit those credentials. You can see the polling interval and override existing identities with new data. So I'm going to go ahead and run that. Click OK. One thing you notice about Impact that everything is captured in our executed modules and module log. So you have a nice audit trail. So you know who's doing what and where. It's captured, dated, and time stamped. So you can see here. There's a note in here. If an email address was configured in the Cloud Cipher options, it actually will send you that email in clear text if you wanted to do that. So that would be within Tools and Options here. And there's my Cloud Cipher. I don't have that set up, but you can, as an option, set it up so once it's done, it could take some time depending on the hash to send back to you. So if you wanted to set it up that way, you have the option of doing that. And we could see this running here. So if I look in my my log, and then already right here, it's already cracked 1, 2. So there's my password from admin. Someone set up a password. That's pretty basic, and that's really with a commercial piece of software like this, using it in a business environment. That's the use case here is looking at passwords that should not be set up this way. And maybe you're as a IT administrator or whomever is administering this, you just don't have the time to spend on adminning passwords and setting them up the way that they should be set up. So it's kind of a great way to be able to go through and do this. And you can see this this didn't take very long to crack. This is being sent out to AWS and sent back to me. There's mutual authentication between this workspace and when I decide to send this to the cloud. This workspace is encrypted. So if someone were to get into my workspace, there's no way that they're going to be able to gain access to the information there. So it's important to note that only this workspace can communicate with the cloud once it's set up that way. The other thing I just wanted to touch on was again with the agent validating and some of the other options that I have. So you'll notice that all the different password dumps that are available. Depending on the system you're using. At the end of the day, you have the option of staying with the wizards, running through. Again, you can get to 6. You can run a pen test, and then you can jump into the individual modules themselves. Any questions?
Nobody has any questions.
Make sense?
Where do you get your coffee?
We do offer evaluation licenses, and they are full license. They're not restricted, so you do get a full evaluation that we offer. And then, of course, what we do find is that once someone gets it in their environment and they start using it, they realize how easy it is and how nice it is, how much time it's going to save, and they really try to save money, scrounge the money to buy it. Yeah.
This is really good.
It's a subscription model, so we have a renewal rate of about 83-84%. So what we find is once people have it, they tend to hold on to it and keep it.
Cool.
So thank you.
Hey, that's good. Thanks. We moved so well. A little bit. He's got a plan to catch it at 2:30, so that's why I kind of pumped him up. He ain't from around here.
Yeah. I don't know if you can tell.
No, I would plan on running until noon.
Okay. Yeah. I'll go ahead and cover the later.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
it's beyond. It's red, right?
Right. Yeah. So that's good.
This sounds a lot better than Andrew.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, yeah, I guess so.
Kentucky, 16 by 9, so the black one here, but instead of stretching it out, it's been 12 crack. Look too fat.
It's not familiar with that.
It's all their problem.
It's like, hey, Rich, take a look at this. You know, features and stats. My stock picker stuff. I bet we're watching it trend up now because it's found the market stuff. Because I asked Dave twice.
Oh, it's
Sounds like people have been doing the night at the conference.
It doesn't take long after you get that first one. I want to, take 5-10 minutes and do something, but then maybe 45 minutes on the scanner. So it just.
Is that what it is? So you update security stuff correctly. I have watched it. I just updated it.
Yeah. It's that's a good question. I think it like moved over to the let me check that. Yeah, okay, I see it moved over to the virtual machine.
So that kind of cycle is
Okay, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm going.
Cool.
Sometimes it pauses.
So once it basically be allowed to pause for whatever it takes to do it.
And that's okay. I wouldn't be surprised if it
Yeah. So should I do that like before I go
doesn't matter. Just self-healing anyway. So if it fails, it'll start at midnight and start at
Yeah, that's been working pretty good.
and that's the key is just keep it just fire. Fire.
I think I have a couple.
All right, cool. There we go. So appreciate the introduction from Pete earlier. So like he said, I work for a local company doing a lot of pen testing and some vulnerability assessment. I guess they are a global company, but they're local as well. And do some other stuff wrapped up around security. So I was going to talk about John the Ripper specifically. Adrian touched on this tool is already included in Kali Linux, which makes it very convenient. And we'll take a look at the enhanced version as well. And so, of course, it's from OpenWall, and you can get the information about the tool from their website. They have a ton of documentation scattered about the website and various articles. And then also they have the downloads there as well. So it was originally designed to detect weak passwords, but it's come quite a ways, and it has the ability to detect strong passwords as well, I'll just say. So it basically, the way it works is that it's not cracking a hash per se, because like Adrian was describing, a hash is not reversible. It's not encryption. So you're not reversing it, but it will generate guesses, and it'll compare the guess that it makes against the hash on file and see if there's a match. And then, of course, if there is a match, you can assume that the word you used to generate the guess must be the word used to generate the password as well. So to download it, you go out to the OpenWall website and to the downloads page, which is actually just the home page itself. There's a couple different versions. There's a free version, and that's the one that's already installed in Kali, so if you want that version, you don't need to do anything. The community enhanced version is a download that's right below the main, and it includes some contributions from other developers all around the world that have added extra hash types, generally speaking, or extra abilities in some cases to the tool. And the community enhancement won't come with Kali stock because Kali tries to use the pure versions of a lot of the tools, But the community enhanced version is nice to have running alongside the main version, and you can have them both running at the same time, as we'll see. So if you're on Linux, you can just wget the file and download it and unzip it using the tar command. Windows, look for the community enhanced Windows installer. But honestly, I think it'd be better off to install VMware or VirtualBox, spin up a Kali instance, and go ahead and use Kali as a virtual machine inside your Windows instead of trying to use the tool directly on Windows. There's nothing really wrong with trying to use it directly on Windows or Mac. It's just that a lot of the options and stuff are a bit easier to set up on Linux. So there are some dependencies. And while these are not mandatory, if you want to get the extra cracking modes, that is where John can work on more different kinds of hashes than the stock version, you would want to go ahead and install these dependencies first. And then when John is compiled, it will recognize that those dependencies are available, and it'll take advantage of that and add in the extra hash types. So to start with, you want to get OpenSSL and some other packages, libraries, and such that help with either the performance of the tool to run a little bit more efficiently or add in those extra hash formats. And you can also add in the OpenMPI support, the multiprocessor support as well, assuming that you have a processor with multiple cores or even multiple processors, which of course a lot of the newer computers have by default. Even the medium to low-end computers a lot of times have at least multiple cores. You can also add in graphic card support, and I believe Martin's going to cover this quite a bit more later. This is optional, but you would need real hardware, of course, to take advantage of the graphic card support. So when we're talking about virtualization and things like that, you may not necessarily be able to take advantage of this particular option since you'd be running on virtual hardware. But if you have a dedicated cracking rig, maybe an extra laptop that you use just to crack passwords, these are good options to add in, because some of the operations that graphics cards can do, like the math operations and stuff they can do natively, are much faster than trying to ask the CPU to run 2, 3, 4 operations to accomplish the same task. Some of the dependencies have dependencies themselves, which may end up having dependencies. So after you get done with that inception, then what you want to do is install the first dependency and work your way forward. So what I did is I installed CMake first because it was a dependency of RexGen that we'll look at in a second. And I noticed that when I did the apt-get install, which I've done for all the other dependencies up to this point, that it installed the version 2. whatever of CMake, but when you go to compile RexGen, it'll complain if you don't have version 3. So in this case, instead of doing the apt-get install like normal, I actually went out to cmake.org and grabbed the version 3 package, and I followed the instructions on, I think it was the Thyreus blog. I want to say Megatron had put out an article that explained very carefully how he had cracked a bunch of passwords, and he had talked about how he'd set things up. So following that, ended up installing CMake and then later RexGen. And RexGen actually was one of those dependencies that supported those extra cracking modes. It's like, I want to say regular expression support or something like that. And so these are the instructions, or steps I should say, on how to install RexGen. And someone was telling me earlier, I think it was Brandon, that with the 32-bit version of the Kali virtual machine, that there were some problems, and we weren't really sure if it was because it was 32-bit or not. But I can tell you on the 64-bit version of Kali virtual machine, haven't had any problems. So you may just want to make sure that you're getting the 64-bit virtual machine, especially if you have a 64-bit host. You want to use 64-bit virtual machines anyway. It's going to help you out with performance and resource management. So once you get all the dependencies installed, the installation is relatively straightforward. You download it. So again, with Linux, this is showing the wget command to download the gz file, the zip file, and you can extract it with tar command at the bottom. And then for Windows, You're a little bit on your own, but they do actually have an installer, so it's not really that difficult. You don't have to compile it or anything. So one of the things you want to make note of is some information you'll need in later steps, and in particular, how many cores are available. Now, if you have real hardware, then of course it's how many ever cores it came with. When you're talking about a virtual machine, you can go into, in this case, I have an example of VMware, and see how many cores you've dedicated to the machine. VirtualBox does it the same way. It's in the settings in either one of those two virtualization suites, and just write down the number of cores. You can, of course, change that as well. If the virtual machine is turned off, you can add more cores if you want. The latest version uses the configure and make, and it hasn't always been this way. And this configure script that they put together is a really nice feature. Basically what it does is it looks at your operating system and at the software installed on it, like those dependencies, for example, and it checks to see what you have available and what kind of hardware you have. And that will help the compiler to compile it specifically for your particular situation. And that will make that version of John as fast as it can be on your set of hardware. There is a slight difference in the configuration if you're configuring for the multiprocessor support. So I just put the difference at the bottom. You just pass in a flag, enable MPI here at the bottom to get that set up. And this is going to run for a pretty long time unless you have just a ridiculously fast machine. Even then, I think it runs for a while. But at the end, you should get a little report that tells you what features were found on your computer and what will be compiled into your version of John. And so in my report here, I basically got most everything except for the graphic card support, the GPU support. And in order to get that all that support, I had to install all of those dependencies that we talked about earlier. If I missed, I think, even one of them, I would be missing out on one of those options. So after you get the configuration done, it's a matter of running make-s, or if you want to do the number, add the number of cores in, it's make-sj, and then the number of cores that you recorded in the earlier step. And it's going to go through the compilation process, which even on a fast computer does still take a while. And at some points, it may not look like it's doing anything. So if that kind of bothers you and you're tempted to hit a key or something, you might want to just go take a break for a while and, grab a Diet Mountain Dew and try not to, hold down the power button or anything like that. So let it do its thing. And eventually what will happen is you're going to have a binary, John, that's going to be sitting in the run directory. So at that point, you might be saying, well, did it actually work? Well, the first thing you want to do is see if the binary is there. So if it's in the run directory, that's a good start. And then you can run this test command. And so let's see. Oops. Jump out of the Prezzo and we'll get into Kali here. Oh, iChart. Let's fix that.
May want to blow up your phone. For you.
Is that good? That's good. All right. So I'm already in the run directory. I chose to install mine in opt. Just I usually put programs I'd download and compile into that root directory for whatever reason. And then, of course, it's in the John folder that I unzipped from that earlier step, and now we're in the run directory. So if we do an ls John, you'll see that the binary has been installed. And I believe it's John and then -s test to have it go through and run a benchmark. So what it's doing is it's obviously installed and working, and it's going through and it's trying to figure out how fast it can do certain types of cracking activities, certain types of hashes with salts and things like that. And that'll go on for a while if you let it, if you've got good support built in. But it's just kind of a sanity check. And then also put a couple little commands here, and I'll give out the presentation later. But basically what these will do is just allow us to run some quick tests. So we can take, the word password and pick a hash, in this case SHA-1, and you notice that when you do SHA-1, SHA-1 sum of something or MD5 sum of something. So if I pass the word password into that command, the file name is going to be at the end. In this case, I passed it in on the command line, so the file name is the little standard in dash symbol thing. So you want to make sure you take that off because John's not going to appreciate that. So that's what the little print one thing here is at the end. All right, so let me copy that, paste. If it doesn't say that same hash, then your computer's demon possessed, and you can go get that fixed. So here's the hash. Now, what I did is because John has a preference, and we'll talk about single crack mode later, but it has a preference to have it in username : hash format at a minimum. I went ahead and just added a username there just for completeness. You don't necessarily have to have the usernames in there, but it will do better if you include the usernames. Actually, quite a bit better, assuming the user used their username as part of their password. And then now we can test and see if it'll crack this password. So we said the format was a raw SHA-1, and the file was temp and test. And it looks like it cracked it here. And then if you wanted to show those results in a little more friendly format, Adrian showed us the show command earlier, and it kind of reassembles the username and password for you. So it looks like everything's working pretty good. So compilation worked. So again, we put those files out on the ISSA website, and if you want to download the third one, it has a bunch of these words already hashed up in there that you can try to do the hashes on if you wanted to follow along. That way you don't have to use the echo command to generate the hash on the fly here. So post-installation, there's going to be a little bit of a difference between the version that comes with Kali and the local installation that we just created. So the Kali version I'm calling the system installation here. And it's going to have its configuration file in Etsy John, and actually it's going to have all of its files in the much more standard spot. Whereas the version that we compiled, pretty much everything is just going to be dumped into that run directory. And so the run directory is wherever you compiled it at /run, basically, when you followed the steps earlier. So we already talked about the binary being located in the run directory, and we took a look at that. And then you're also going to have the default word list, password.lst, in that same run directory. If you're using the pre-installed version, though, you want to be aware that the word list is in user share John, which is right next to Kali's word list of think user share word list. So all the supporting files, generally speaking, in Kali are going to be over there, and all the configuration files, generally speaking, in Kali are always going to be under Etsy, more or less. And so those files are in their proper places for the system installed version. We're just going to do everything from the run directory on our compiled version. So just a quick note about running John. Linux commands can be run from absolute paths. You can just say, root opt /John /A/B/C/run /John, and you can run a command by spelling out the exact path. Of course, that's very rare because the further along you get in pen testing, the lazier you get. So it's an occupational hazard. The commands can also be run from relative paths, so you can just literally type in the word John. And the problem that you may run into is when you have two copies of the same application installed in the same operating system, then when you type in a relative path, like you just type in a command, the way Linux fills in the absolute path as it goes through your path and your environment variable, and it starts to search these paths, and first match wins. So the first match in this case is going to be user sbin. That's where the factory version is installed. And so if you just type in John, you're not running John that's in the directory. You're running the one that came with Kali. So we can actually test that out. So if I just type in John and list the formats just as a test, so there's a bunch of formats, right? But if I type in ./John, list the formats, I get a whole bunch more formats. Well, the reason is that the one we installed that was compile specific is going to have, you know, more formats built into it that it can work on. So, and that just demonstrates that we're running two different programs. All right. So to kind of summarize that, this is going to run the default installation that's in user sbin, and then the ./ the dot means this directory that we're currently in right now. So that's automatically going to prepend the current directory you're in. It's kind of like saying print working directory pwd. And so these are the different ways that you can run the version that we're working on. You can be in the run directory ./John. You can say, you know, $pwd print working directory John, or you can just spell out the whole path if you want to do it that way. So, is there any questions so far on installation or setup or configuration or how to run it? All right, so we can start doing some quick demos just to get warmed up. And, whoops, let me escape out of here. So what this command here does, this is the kind of the basic command I settled on as far as creating some hashes for myself to use. And we're going to say, you know, echo-n, which means don't put the carriage return line feed at the end. That's really important because, you know, if you type password carriage return line feed and you hash that, that's not the same as password and then hashed, because that extra character in there is going to be part of the hash. And what you'll notice about hashes is if there's even a single bit difference between the two values that you're hashing, the resulting hash is going to be radically different due to the way that hashes do confusion and diffusion and all that fancy math stuff. So I'm going to take that command, oops, and then we'll do we'll run that. This is an MD5, so we're going to use a different format because we're using MD5 some here. So we'll run that against that file. All right, so if you want to test it out, you can just print out whatever's in that file, and then we're going to do .john format equals raw MD5, and we're going to direct that at temp hash. And it looks like it figured it out. So notice that there's a little question mark there. Well, in this example, we didn't actually put in a username :hash format. We just put a hash in there. So John doesn't know what the username is. And in some cases, that'll actually keep you from figuring out what the password is in certain corner cases. So that's actually not a very good way to do it, but it makes for an easy demo. And the little question mark there, of course, means either the username is question mark, I guess, or I don't know what the username is. So actually, I've never tried that, putting a username as question mark just to, you know, mess with the other pen testers or whatever. Martin's probably done that. All right. So what happens if you just run .john on the file temp hashes? Well, what's going to happen is first of all, you didn't specify the format. So John is going to just take its best guess. And when Adrian did it was a LAN manager hash, I believe earlier, was it?
Yeah, I couldn't actually do it because it defaulted to that. It was blank. It did technically crack it, but it would never actually be useful on the system.
Okay. Was it NTLM and LANman together?
Yes.
Okay, so you notice that John actually made a pretty good guess. I think its first guess was LANman, right? Yes. And then it went through and it said, hey, it matches about 7 other formats as well. And that's kind of risky because if your hash is in one format and it's actually trying to generate guesses in another format, you're not going to match up unless there's just the most ridiculous hash collision of all time right there in front of you. Now, if that happens, immediately stop what you're doing and go play the lottery, but because that's you have a way better chance of hitting 10 Powerballs in a row. The configuration file that it's going to use is going to be john.conf. Now, that's relative to which version of John you're using we talked about earlier. And the default word list it's going to use is password.lst. And what it's going to do is it's going to try 3 different ways of cracking the hash. It's going to use the single crack mode, we'll talk about in a second. It's going to use a word list mode or a dictionary mode, depending on your definition of word list or dictionary. And then it's going to try incremental mode, which you might think of as being analogous to brute force. And you'll see these, the number representing the mode will start scrolling by. So let's give that a try on temp hashes. All right, let's see. So I'm going to remove the results file real quick, just because John won't crack a hash twice. It'll remember how it did it before and just display the answer. So let's do this mode. Actually, that's going to be way too easy, so let me change the temp hash. I don't know, I think if we just put a random letter or something in there, it'll mess it up. Okay, so it's not figuring out what it is, and it's going to try. It's on step 3 of 3 or stage 3 of 3, if you can kind of see the 3 of 3 there. So it went through the single crack mode really quick, and then especially since we don't have a username, and then it went through the word list mode with password.lst. I think that's around, but depending on which version of password.lst you have, it's like somewhere between 300 and 2,500 words, because the one inside of Metasploit is enhanced with some extra words. And then it quickly got through that, and it went into this incremental mode where it's basically trying to brute force stuff. And you can see the guesses that it's using are actually don't make a lot of sense. So you can see it's sort of in that brute force mode. That's technically not brute force, and again, we'll get into that more later. But the point is that it's actually trying 3 different ways automatically. Or automagically, if that makes more sense. So it's good to know what the tool is actually trying to do by default, and that'll help you understand why you probably don't want to use the tool in its default mode. That's a good way to get started, though. And every once in a while, if it's a really easy format and it's a real easy word, just running it really quickly, it doesn't hurt anything, and then you can always Control-C out of it to to stop the incremental mode if you just want to give it a real quick run before you actually start going through your process. So one of the error messages, yeah, that's exactly how I feel. It's one of those error messages that you get sometimes will be no password hashes loaded. The reason that happens is that the hash file that you're using is not in the format that John needs to see it in. So to start with, you may want to start testing with just a hash or a username :hash to get started. But inevitably, you're going to have some kind of mistake, and you're going to end up getting this error that can be a little bit frustrating because it doesn't actually tell you why the password hashes weren't loaded. And really, the FAQ doesn't either, so that doesn't help a whole lot. But with a little bit of experience, you'll be able to tell, like, oh, I didn't, I have a space at the end, or I didn't load the file correctly, or I didn't copy it right. Now, one of the easiest ways to avoid this situation is to use a tool that dumps the hashes in the proper format in the first place. And Adrian had talked about a few of these tools. Whenever they grab the hashes out of Windows or out of Linux, they will go ahead and fix it up the correct way. So some examples are the unshadow utility, password dump X and its different variants, Kane, and Metasploit, of course, will put them in the correct format. So a few different formats are just the hash. We tried that one, and we talked about the question mark. And then you can have username :hash, and we tried that one as well. And then there's the Geckos format, or however you say that. And that is the format of the Linux, the old school Linux password file, but now, of course, the password and shadow are in different files, and so you have to combine them together. And the unshadowed utility will put those together for you. And then there is the Windows format that has basically the LM hash followed by the NTLM hash. Now, in the modern systems, by default, we were talking about Windows 8.1 earlier and Server 2012 and stuff like that. You know, they're not going to have a value for the LM hash. I believe there's still a registry settings or 3 or 4 registry settings you can set and put them back. Don't do that, but if you're in an academic environment and you just want to put it back, I believe it's still possible to do that. So on a Linux system, it's particularly easy because John comes with all these utilities that will help format these files correctly for you to keep you from getting that error message. And the unshadow utility is the one that you would use on Linux itself. And so the way it works, it comes in the run directory on the version we installed, and it's in the, I want to say the S bin, I think, on Kali, on the version that Kali has installed. And you just run unshadow, and you pass it the password file, and you pass it the shadow file, whatever you name those. Just as a best practice, I typically don't do it this way where I'm working on the system's actual files. I try not to ever work on the system's real files. I usually try to make a copy of them somewhere first, just because I occasionally, 10 times a day, type the wrong thing and, you know, blow stuff up. So good idea to make copies of everything. And then it's going to print out, well, it's going to print the standard out, the 2 files combined together. And then you have to redirect that to a third file if you want to output it somewhere. So we'll take a look at that. So first of all, if we do a cat etc password, then it looks like that. And you'll recall that the password was actually missing. It's just replaced by an X on the shadowed systems. But then if you look in cat etc shadow, you have to be root to look in etc shadow, by the way. Then you'll see that some of the user accounts have hashes associated with them. And so it starts off with a number, like 6 in this case, I think means SHA-512 or SHA-512 crypt. And then you got the hash itself, which is really long because it's like a 512. And then you have those other geckos fields that we were talking about earlier. I'll just pronounce that word like 7 different ways, and that way I'll be right at least one time. So not really sure how to say it. Next up on deck is geckos. So, is it geckos? All right, thanks. I was right the first time. Should have just went with it. Acted like I owned the place. So let's go ahead and do the unshadow utility. Okay. And of course, we're not following any rules. We're just going to work on the raw files. So we're going to redirect that out to temp unshadow .txt or whatever. All right, and let's see. Here is one of those accounts. And so you can see that some of the information that was in the password file, like the group and the user's actual description and their home directory, that information was combined with the hash from the shadowed file and put into a format that John is able to work on very efficiently. So if you're working on a Linux-based system, it won't always be etc password, etc shadow. You know, some of the other types of Linux have those equivalent files in different places, but I've always had really good luck with just using unshadowed on whatever they're called in that system and putting them back together and then letting John work on those. All right, so we have an unshadowed file now. In addition to the unshadowed utility, there's a whole lot of other utilities that come with John. And these are used to convert various password files that you'll find from the native format into the format that the cracking tool can handle. So I highlighted a couple of them here that just by total coincidence I'd happened to use, you know, in the last month or so. Like LDIF to John was useful. I want to say this might have been against a IBM Directory Services hash dump that I did, and then the PCAP to John takes the default format that like Wireshark was using earlier. You can save those PCAPs off out of Wireshark or out of TCP dump, and then have the PCAP to John tool convert those over into a format that can crack hashes that were captured off that network traffic. So I think that's a kind of an underutilized process or methodology, if you will, that can seriously shortcut, some time off of your testing.
PCAP to John looks like Papa John.
Yeah. Is that a lead-in? Is that a lead-in? All right. Cool. All right. So if you get that error, then try Googling and see if that works. Because a lot of times you'll just have the format a little bit off. Check that the input file matches one of the common formats, of course. And one of the sites that does a great job of listing the different kinds of hashes that you would run across is pentestmonkey.net. And basically it has a list of all these formats that you might run across, like MySQL or Oracle or Windows or SQL Server, and that has helped me a bunch, to the point that I ended up just like copying their webpage and saving it as a local file instead of having to even go out to the internet. Then of course you want to make sure that everything's encoded properly and all that kind of obvious stuff. So just as a note, John has a preference for the hex format. So you may end up getting passwords like in base64 encoded, or especially if you're hitting websites and you capture passwords off of websites, they have a tendency to base64 and encode hashes and stuff, just as a rule, because, side note, but base64 encoded values won't break HTML pages. So, and then also we have binary and other formats that you want to convert those over to hex, either using one of the built-in conversion tools, or you may end up, in worst case, having to write a little conversion tool in like Python or something. Had to do that. That's painful. Okay. So if you just can't figure it out, one approach is to go out and ask for some help. And one of the ways I found that is probably a better way to ask for help, I guess, is go out to one of the forums and document what it is you've tried so far in enough detail to where somebody that wasn't standing there would understand exactly what you mean. I tried this and this and this and this, and these are the results I got, and so I'm kind of stuck. Can somebody help me out? And then let the community take a look at what you've done so far and how far you got, and they may just see a little tweak that you can make that'll get you to the right spot. A lot of times on those forums, people have a tendency to kind of say like, hey, how come this didn't work? End of sentence, and it's like, then of course you're going to get an answer that's just as good, like, because, ... So, all right. All right, so this is a good spot to stop because I think is lunch available. Is that right? Okay. So, pizza.
Oh, rolling.
All right, thanks. All right, we're going to pick back up with the modes of operation, or the modes that John can crack passwords in. We got a glimpse of this earlier when we were looking at the default run modes where it ran single crack word list and then the incremental automatically if you didn't specify. But generally speaking, when you're going after a list of non-trivial passwords, you're going to pick the mode that fits the situation the best. So the mode of operation is going to tell John how you want it to go about cracking the passwords, the methodology that you want it to use. And there's 4 main modes: the single crack word list, rules, and the incremental. And the rules mode, as we'll see, is actually kind of a variation of the word list mode. There's really sort of like 2 variations of that. So we'll start with the single crack mode. And this mode uses the user account information, whatever information you have about the user, and it applies rules to that information to generate some of the initial guesses for the passwords. So for example, the most simplistic approach would be the sample that we had earlier where you had the username :# and in that case the only information we had about the user was just the username itself. And so it would take that username and mangle it and use all of those guesses to see if the password is somehow based on the username. And in the sample here on the slide, we have a type 6 hash, which I believe again is the SHA-512 crypt format, and the username of Ricky. So one of the things that is recommended on the OpenWall site is to go ahead and start with this mode, and because some of the times the password will be based on the username or some other user information. And you can also, before you start cracking the passwords, it's a good idea if you have multiple lists of hashes to combine those together. And even if there are different kinds of hashes, you can just go ahead and throw them all in the same file if you want to. Of course, you'll have to specify the format, and John will only work on, just that one format at a time. But when you have a whole lot of user passwords in the same file, every once in a while you'll get lucky and the 2 different users will have the same information in their field, similar group or something like that. And so what John will do is it'll be kind of strategic, and it will use the different salts for the different users, but use that same root word, and go ahead and try that root word with both of the salts or all of the salts, and basically make a bunch of hashes from that one root word a bunch of times in a row. So it can be a lot more efficient than if you go try to crack hash file 1, hash file 2, hash file 3. That tends to be much less efficient. Plus, you never know. You may have a situation where someone used the same password more than once, and if you crack the password the first time, it'd be nice just to be able to apply it to the other ones the second time. So when we used the unshadow tool earlier, remember it took the information out of the password file and it combined it with the hash from the shadow file and put it together. And there was a lot of information in that file about the user. It wasn't just the username, but also their full name field or their account description field, the home directory, the group ID, and things like that. So John can take this information that's in the red, and it can take those words and generate password hashes from that and possibly guess the password that way. So in this example, the password may or may not be based on the username of Ricky, but it could possibly be based on Bobby. And you wouldn't have gotten that unless you fed the extra information in and let John take a shot at it. Now, when John's running in single crack mode, it's hard to see the guesses that it's generating, but one of the things you can do is there's a feature called the standard out flag where John will just show to you the passwords that it would have tried if you had run it that way. And like I said earlier, the single crack mode is actually taking these words and running the rule called the single rule to mangle these words. So if you want to see what this is going to look like, then you can just try this sample here. I'm just going to change that to a dot since we're running everything from the local directory. Okay, so just to kind of keep it the demo simple, what I'm going to do is just put one word in our dictionary. And we'll just make it password. It doesn't matter. Pick whatever one you want. And so we'll echo that out to temp and password. All right, so there's our dictionary, temp password. Okay, so you can see what the single rule did. Obviously, it appended a lot of 4-digit numbers and 6-digit numbers, at least the more common ones, right? So, anybody see their PIN number? Just raise your hand if you did. Oh. And then you can see that some of the rules actually appended 2-digit numbers and then tried the same thing where the first letter was capitalized, for example. And we'll take a look at the rules later and kind of see why the rule is making these variations. But that's a good example of what the single mode is doing when it's doing its auto magic. And let's see how many words it generates from a single root word. So all this does is it just pipes the results. I guess I can separate that a little better. It pipes the results into the word count program, executable. And looks like 864 guesses off of a single word. And back in the slide, we saw that we had basically the word Ricky and Bobby, auto, club, and account, plus the Ricky username, which actually would have kind of been the same thing as the first name. But off of what, 1, 2, 3, 4, so you had 5 words there and 862 mangles. So it's almost kind of like you're getting 4,000 guesses for free that are actually highly probable guesses, where, probable in this case maybe 1%, but still, it's a lot more likely that somebody used some information about themselves in their password than it is that they just used any random brute force that you picked out of thin air, of course. So here's a sample of actually running John in the single crack mode. I made this hash. Oops. I made this hash earlier, and I'll copy that. Let's see. Here we go. All I did is I went into, I want to say it was either this Kali or it was Ubuntu, one or the other, and I just created a brand new account and gave it a password, and went into the password and shadow file and unshadowed them together after I created the account and then extracted this out. So it's real easy to generate some practice accounts to try out. And we specify single mode with the -- single. So we would need to put this into a hash file. Hopefully we won't get that error. So if everything went okay, should have copied pretty well. So we'll run .john single. Okay, and we did not give it the format, but I think it was able to figure it out on its own. Whenever you're giving it the unshadowed, remember that the second field is the hash type, and John can read those numbers, 6, for example, for SHA-512 crypt. So that's why when I'm passing it the unshadowed format, I'm not really taking the time to go ahead and pass the format in, even though we said earlier that was, best practice. It's because it's implicit based on the second field. And then you have to do show to show it in the pretty format. Whoops. Okay, and then it'll give you back basically the unshadowed record, but with the password filled in this time instead of the hash. So single mode is great, and that's why you start with it. Now the single rules are actually pretty good rules, just generally speaking, and they run pretty quick. There's not a ton of those rules. Like we saw earlier, it was about 862 words generated from one. So, you're not generating, 10,000 words per root word. It's a relatively quick rule set to use. So sometimes I'll just use that rule set on a dictionary that I created, just by taking some words from the system or running Cool or some other tools that we'll see can help generate some word lists for us. It's worth a try. And a lot of times what you'll find is that you'll do these things in a progression. So you'll start out and you'll just run, default John, and then you'll try, okay, let's try the single rule. Now let's try a basic dictionary. Let's try a bigger dictionary. Now let's try, running some more complex rules. And you'll kind of escalate in hopes that you're just going to get lucky and find a couple of people that had some passwords that you can find. You typically, don't need to crack the entire hash file of, if you dump the directory server or whatever, you don't need to dump all or capture all the passwords. You just need to get the ones that matter, the administrators or the people that are in the groups that you're targeting for that assessment. And it only takes one person. Thank goodness. So the word list mode is the next mode we're going to look at. And this uses a word list or a dictionary. And I've heard different definitions of word list and dictionary, so I'm going to kind of use them interchangeably. And I'll try to specify when I'm talking about a word list of passwords versus a word list of just words, like English words or what have you. So you'll supply the word list to John, or you'll use the default word list. And then you can use whichever rules against that word list you would like to use, including using no rules at all. You can just try, straight list. So the hash guess is generated from the word, of course, and then it's tried against all the hashes in the file. So it's kind of like generate a guess, check all the hashes. Generate a guess, check all the hashes. And so if you have users that have different salts, then technically what John's going to have to do is take that dictionary word and it's going to have to apply the different salts for the different users to it and get sort of a secondary list of hash guesses. And then it'll take those guesses and try them against all the hashes. So there's almost like a tertiary step in there. Now, that's a lot of work. And so the contents of this word list is going to matter. So there's a couple of real obvious things that sometimes people just don't think about. If the word's not in there, that's not going to do you much good, right? So bigger dictionaries are sometimes better, but as it turns out, better dictionaries are better. And so, you want to have dictionaries that don't have a lot of trash and stuff in them. Good, clean dictionaries. And of course, if the dictionary contains duplicates or something like that, then obviously you're going to be doing extra work. Now, John will filter out duplicates, but it takes effort. So you can have your dictionaries sorted a couple of different ways. One way is you could just sort them alphabetically. And if you think you have duplicates in there, you'll probably have to sort them alphabetically in order to get the duplicates out, right? So you're going to do a sort -u or something like that gets the unique words out of a list. But you can also have your list sorted by what you think is the most probable words down to the least probable words. And that's probably a better way to do it. But of course, that's a lot more work to get everything organized before you start. So just some things to think about, especially leading into Martin's presentation, where he's going to talk about the strategies and some more advanced strategies. So one type of wordless attack is the dictionary attack. And you're just generating guesses basically directly against the word list. So let's say, for example, that you grab the RockU dictionary that Adrian spoke of, or a list of banned Twitter passwords, or the top 500 worst passwords from the Semantic website, or those other places. And so you have basically what is a list of what is already a password. Someone has already used that password somewhere at some point in history, and so it may be capital P password 1 exclamation point or something like that. So that's not really a pure dictionary word. That's a true password ready to be hashed and tried right away. And that's a really good way to start the assessment, I have found, is just take a simple list like the RockU and just run right through it. and just hope you get a hit. And if you do, that's great. And a lot of times it'll actually work out. Now, a lot of times though, what's going to happen is that this particular site or the particular application or operating system, as it were, or Active Directory or directory services will have a rule that the user has to use to create the password in the first place. So the passwords that you get from the RockU dictionary may not work for the vast majority because maybe they're more simplistic than the rule set that the system requires. And that's getting a little more common nowadays. Although password authentication is really very, very tough to use to secure a system that matters, quite honestly. The password defenders are still kind of lagging behind a little bit and thinking, well, I'll just make the password policy that much more difficult. I'll just make it just that much more difficult, right? But unfortunately, they're a couple of years behind where the technology is. So it still works to go to the system and find out what the policy is, and then copy that policy into a rule that you write for John or Hashcat, and apply that rule to the dictionary to filter out only the words that are probably going to work, and try those. Or you can use this hybrid approach, where you basically take a dictionary of root words. These are words like, for example, literally out of the Oxford Dictionary, for example. You might actually get a copy of that, and that becomes your root words. And of course, this is assuming you have English-speaking users that are trying to get into the system, or you can use German dictionary, French dictionary, whatever. Then what you do is you basically write the rule to mangle those words in the way that fits the password policy for that system. So now we got a couple of different approaches, one using direct passwords, and the other using a hybrid approach. Now, of course, you may flip back and forth, because let's say that you go into a web application or SQL server or what have you, and you know what the password policy is, but you absolutely have no idea what the passwords are. Well, you're probably going to start with a rule-based approach, and you're going to say, what's the policy of this system? I'm going to write a rule that matches it, take my clean dictionary and mangle those words to match the policy, give it a try. Maybe you get lucky and you get a few hits out of 10,000. So you find 3 passwords, for example. Well, at that point, you may want to switch over to the more of the password dictionary style that we talked about prior here. And you might take those 3 passwords that you found and just try them against every other single user in the system that you can find, plus every user in the Windows system and every user in the Oracle system and everywhere else. Because obviously, once you find a few passwords, things start to get brighter a lot quicker because people reuse those passwords, or they use very similar passwords in the other systems, or you can start to do things like pass the hash or something like that if that doesn't work out. So does anybody have this sample policy at their work? So, okay, cool, awesome. So if you want to start downloading some word lists to get started. Now, when I say word list in this use case, I'm really talking about these are passwords that have been hacked, breached, cracked, what have you, over time. So, of course, you have the default word list, and Metasploit has an enhanced default word list in its files. Kali itself has a bunch of word lists that it puts under the user share word lists, and we can take a look at that one. So if we go to, let's see, user share word lists, and so you'll see that the Metasploit John the Ripper list is in there, and a zipped up version of RockU already comes with Kali. You just need to unzip it, and then you have a whole bunch of other password dictionaries that come with it as well. So that's a good set to try right off the bat to see if you can get any hits. Then also out on the John the Ripper site, OpenWall, I should say it's the OpenWall site that has John the Ripper. They have some lists you can get, and Ron Bowes has put together a real nice list of not just password dictionaries, but I want to say he also has some root word dictionaries, like English dictionaries and stuff. And he has username dictionaries, which we're not really talking about a whole lot today. But of course, the other half of this puzzle is what is the username? And one of the username lists that he has that has been real helpful to me is he took the Facebook user list that was dumped a few years ago and has mangled versions of that list. So kind of like first initial, last name already put into one list, and then I think he has last name, first initial put into like a second list, and so on. And those are great because it helps you with the problem of you have to actually know what the username is too. Now, a lot of systems will have username enumeration vulnerabilities. A whole lot of websites especially have username vulnerabilities of some kind, whether the username is posted on the blog when somebody puts a comment, or the username is in a drop-down list somewhere, or what have you. And you can certainly try to find the usernames that way as well. And Megatron's word list that he used when he was doing the exercise, just scribed on the Thai-Rias blog, hopefully I'm pronouncing that at least halfway decent, is a real good word list as well. And then there's Packetstorm and CrackStation that have absolutely massive word lists. Whether or not they have great guesses, I guess, depends on the situation, because they have a lot of guesses in there that are almost look like they're brute force in some way. But they're based on passwords that they have found somewhere. So somebody was using it. And then a couple of other lists here that are helpful. There's actually a whole lot more lists as well out there. Obviously, when you're downloading any kind of security software or word lists or cracking stuff, be super careful what site you visit and what you click on and that sort of thing. Now, you can also generate your own word list. So one such application that you might try is Robinwood's Cool tool. And Robinwood is DigiNinja on Twitter and other places. And what his tool does is it will spider a web application and visit each of the pages, up to a certain depth, up to a certain number of pages, basically. And by default, it'll grab all the words that are 3 characters or more. And of course, that's all configurable, and you might want to change the minimum word length to be something more reasonable. And what's the definition of reasonable? Well, again, you need to go back and figure out what the password policy of the web application is in the first place. And so if you figure out the password policy is a minimum of 7 characters, then of course you would want to set Cool to only grab words that are, say, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6 characters long, to leave yourself a little bit of room at the end for some mangling to add on, add a digit, add a symbol, kind of a thing. So you probably really wouldn't want to grab 3 character words in that case necessarily. Of course, you can try it either way. It may not be a very big site. And as a demo here, I went ahead and set up the Matilde website. So I'll copy this. Oops. Wants to fix my spell. Let's see here. Let's try Control-C. I think the web server's running, so we'll give it a shot. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Sorry. Excuse me for a moment while I fix this. Okay, let's see. We could not find the host. Make sure it's still running. Oh, that's nice. We got a different IP address. I had to make some adjustments here. Not sure how that happened, but that's okay. So it looks like it was at 170. Let's try that. Oh, cool, that worked. Okay. So it is kind of grinding through each of the pages and grabbing the words that fit the minimum length. It does not have the ability to directly do complex pattern matching right in the tool. So in other words, you can't say only grab words that are capitalized and have a number on the end and have a symbol following the number. So can't quite do it that way. But it runs quick enough to where you probably won't really have to do that. So it runs fairly quick. That was a minimum word length of 4, and I couldn't really tell, but I think when I've looked at it in the past, it hits 50 pages or something just that quick. And in this case, it saved them off to the cool wordlist.txt here in the local directory. So if we do an ls and the cool word list, let's see if we got any hits. Okay. So there's all kinds of words that are, at least 3 characters long. So why would you go scrape a website looking for words? Well, it turns out that what Robin and actually several other people have noticed is that first, people tend to use the same password everywhere. But after you get past that, what people tend to do is that if they want to have a different password for a bunch of different sites, they tend to use something about the site itself so that it's easier to remember the password. So, a lot of times, as you all know, if you want to try to crack passwords for a particular company, always include the company name in your dictionary and in your word mangling rules, of course, because that helps people remember the password at work or at that organization. And so using cool, it turns out, actually works more often than you might think when you're going up against a web application. All right, get this set back up. So kind of keep this technique in mind here in a few minutes when we talk about filtering word list and working on making the word list more specific. And think about combining this type of technique where you're gathering the word list with some of the password filtering techniques that we'll talk about here in a minute. So another tool, again from Robinwood, is Fab. And this tool works against documents. So, for example, PDF or Word or Excel or what have you. And what it's looking for is it's looking for the obvious words that are in those files, of course, the ones you can see when you open the document. But also, a lot of the Office document formats and PDFs and such will have a lot of words that you don't see visibly when you're looking at the document in the proper editor. But if you do a strings on the document, searching for different encodings like Unicode or Little Endian or Big Endian, what have you, you'll see meta characters or meta words, I should say, that are in the file that the file or the Office product itself uses to keep track of the file, but that are not really displayed in the editor. And sometimes those can be as blatant as Active Directory IDs of the person who created the file, because by default in an AD environment with Office, it puts the author, the author's username in, and if you're in AD, that's the AD ID, right? So, and sometimes they'll even put their full name, and so you can revert back to that single crack mode we talked about when you get the full name out to work on some passwords that way. So let's see, let's take this one here. I'd saved a file earlier that I grabbed. I don't even remember where I got it. It was just kind of a random website. Okay, so what I did is I ran fab-v verbose against the file, and it came back and it found this name for whatever reason. I'm not sure if that might have been the author or what have you. And an alternative to running fab is the strings tool has different, will dump strings out of a file, but it can do that in different encodings. So if you look at the help, you can see that the encoding, it can do 7-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, and then it's the B&L is big endian, little endian encodings. So you can kind of just run through all of those encodings. So start off with -E and S or whatever, and see what you can find there. So that encoding apparently is the actual text that you would see if you were in the editor itself. But this is a Word document, and Word especially is known for storing the meta information in a different encoding than the information that you see. I imagine it probably makes it easier to figure out what's what, or it could just be that one developer worked on one part of the program and one developer worked on another, who knows. But that kind of stuff happens. So you might change the S to the capital S and try it again, and now you're going to get some different words that were in that same document but in a different encoding. So hopefully that kind of makes sense.
Hey, Jeremy?
Yes.
The new Office documents are essentially stored as zip files with XML files underneath it.
Yes.
Does it uncompress those things? I mean, in the .doc, ASCII was ASCII. No big deal, and OLEs were still ASCII, but
yep.
With the new XML with the zip, will it decompress them?
No, you would have to decompress it into those components, like was it like the underscore rel folder and the different contents of that .xml file. I can never remember the name of it, but yeah, so you would need to unzip it, for lack of a better term, into the components first, because strings is literally just basically reading the hex of the file, if you will, and translating it into, well, it's translating it into the encoding that we passed in as the argument. So, yeah, you definitely have to do a little legwork there. Now, of course, if you're grabbing those documents off of using like forensic software or something, it's going to grab the little chunks anyway, and so you've already kind of got them there. So if you're using strings and more of the forensics style, as it were. So. Yeah, strings is a very simple tool, but it is super useful in just so many different situations. So, now you can also generate your word list basically from scratch. So you can generate a custom word list. Now this is going to kind of get more into the incremental approach or the brute force approach, where you're literally trying to you've kind of given up on the basics of using the dictionaries or mangling root words from a clean dictionary, and now you're saying, well, I'm pretty sure that I know exactly what the pattern is, and I'm pretty sure that at least some people will take the minimum length. So if you're allowed to pick a password between 7 and 28 characters, the number of people that pick 28, probably a couple less than the people that pick 7 on average, right? So the crunch tool can generate those word lists. Basically what you have to do is you have to give it a character set to work on, and then you have to give it a rule to apply to the character set. And we'll take a look at some examples, and hopefully it'll make more sense there. So a few of the options that are probably most important is the output file, of course, where you want to save the word list that you generate. And one of the things that I found interesting about Crunch is it can zip the file up, because the output files can get huge since you're generating basically brute force. And then you need to tell it where the character set is, and there's some other options about when you're doing like permutations. We'll take a look at that by example, and the pattern. So do I want to generate a lowercase or an uppercase, or do I want to have a lowercase followed by 2 uppercases? So you're using the pattern to specify the rule that you're going to use. And if you actually want to generate one of those literal symbols, like the @ symbol, then you would tell it, hey, that's a literal. I don't really want to use substitution in this case. So if I wanted to create like password with the @ symbol in it kind of thing, I would need to say, hey, take this literally. I don't want you to mangle this. So let's look at examples to kind of help. Okay, so since the default character set, without having to say, hey, this is the character set, the default character set is just the lowercase alphas. And look at that funny symbol. It's like, thanks, office. All right, so I think that is all the little notes that I'd written. Oh, I think I got some extra stuff in there. Oh, there we go. 702 sounds a lot better. So you'll notice that it just generated A, B, et cetera, and then finally, ZY, ZZ, and so on. All right, so the next one uses the -D1 to say don't have any more than one duplicate, which is kind of like saying don't have any duplicates, no more than one in a row. So we'll do the same command, but just do the D1. And it lowered it from 702 to 676. And you'll notice that the ZZ is no longer there because there's just no duplicates. So to get a little bit more complicated, we can start to specify the actual character sets. Oh, I see. I think the funny symbol before was I accidentally copied the arrow key. Whoops. So... All right, so we've got a character set of A, B, and C. That's our set, and then we have the rule of the plus. So it generated, those guesses A, B, C, and then it started to pair them up. Now the reason it didn't go to A, B, C, A, B, D, etc., is because I said start with one character and end with two. So if we had gone to, start with 1, end with 3, it would have created a bigger dictionary. Of course, the reason I'm keeping that pretty small is because for demo purposes, it would create a massive file, and we wouldn't want it to get out of control if we did like 112 or something like that. Got to be careful about disk space availability as well, naturally, when you start to get up into those bigger numbers. So in this example here, it saves that same exact output, but out to dictionary.txt. Okay, and then we can also say, well, I want to use a different character set. Like maybe I don't want to use ABC as my character set. And there's a bunch that come with the tool when you install it. Actually, this version of Crunch is pre-installed on Kali, so if you got Kali, it's already there. And you can see in user share Crunch, which is where we said those supporting files are generally going to be in Kali. You'll find the charset.lst, and it has inside of it multiple character sets. So it might just be easy to take a look at that. So that's user share crunch charset.lst. Okay, so these names here on the left are the name that you're going to call upon when you call the script, and then you can see the character sets that represents on the right. And one of them is numeric, and that's just 0 through 9. Okay, and that's going to generate 110 lines because it's literally, 0 through 99, but it also includes 00 and those other numbers that have the leading 0, and that's why you get 110 of those. All right, and then for kind of the final one of the, I guess you would say the substitution types, or the complex types. So here I just said, minimum 3, max of 3, and then I'm going to use the -t, and then say I want to use this pattern here. So at, comma, and percent, which I think is upper, lower number. Okay, yeah, it is upper, or lower, upper number, excuse me. So it generated a lower, an uppercase, and then a number, all the way from A down through Z, and then 0 through 9. And it's also interesting to note that it can do permutations of things. So if you pass it, -p, for example, and you say, in this case, bat, cat, rat, it will, it'll combine those into, rat, bat, cat, bat, rat, things like that. Say that 3 times fast. So, and it can do all more complicated permutations by combining those techniques together. So you can end up generating basically any word list you want. So a couple of things on refining word list. We talked about the dictionary and the hybrid approach earlier, and also talked about that you're probably going to start with the easier approach of just, going straight password list, and then later on you're just going to mangle words, because you're going to either get some fast words and you're going to see what people are doing, or you're going to go examine the password policy and you're going to see how the passwords have to be, or you're going to do both of those. And as you go along, you're going to be able to make more intelligent guesses as you move through the process. So, you're going to start off with both word lists, generally speaking, and you may actually take, say, the password list that you tried that had the raw passwords on it, and maybe you modify that by lowercasing everything and removing all the numbers and the symbols out to generate your own dictionary word list, and then apply Mangly rules to create a new dictionary from that. So you may end up combining these techniques and go back and forth. But the dictionary attack, it's going to use the word list, as it is. And so you want to obviously not have dupes and get that thing sorted, either sorted alphabetically or just sort it so that the best words are at the top. And main thing is don't have dupes. And then the hybrid attack, you want to start with the raw words, and you want to build up towards having the dictionary of your choosing. So one of the commands from, I want to say this might have been from the OpenWall site, is this tr upper lower. So the tr command is, I believe it's translate, if I'm not mistaken. And what it does is you can either pass it patterns, like this one is, take everything that's upper and make it lower. Or you can pass in literals like take everything that's a space and convert it into a carriage return line feed. That's really useful when you got stuff on a line and you want to break it down so it's in a column, or vice versa, stuff like that. And you can also give it patterns, like in this example up here, I've got, I've used it twice. The first command here takes the dictionary and it makes everything that's uppercase and converts it to lowercase. But then it pipes all that information over to take everything that's not A through Z and throw it away. So D is the D is the pattern, and then C is the complement. It means take everything that basically what it does is it says just give me everything that's letters, and so you'll end up generating a bunch of root words from what used to be a bunch of passwords. So any questions so far on techniques or generating word lists or getting the word list refined? Okay. Now, one of the nicest tools that I found, and I'm sure there's bunches more, but one of the ones I just happen to use is the password inspector. And I want to say it's actually part of the Hydra suite. I think if you download Hydra, it comes with it. So, of course, on Kali, like everything, it seems to be pre-installed, so it's just there. But what the password inspector does is you take your dictionary, especially if, for example, you have one of those huge lists of millions of passwords, and you feed it into this tool, and it'll tell you which of the words on that list actually fit the pattern that you're seeking. So once you've determined the password policy of the site, you can take every password you've ever captured in the history of your career and every word list you could find on the internet and throw them all into one big file, and then figure out what the password policy is and have Password Inspector create a brand new password list for you that fits just that pattern. So you're not going to try any of the majority of words in that huge list that obviously are not going to work at all. So Password Inspector has a bunch of options, and basically you're going to say, this is the file that I'm going to give you. This is where I want the new file I want you to create. I need passwords that are at least this long, but no longer than this, and have at least this character sets in it. And one of the things I like about it is that you can give it, say, 4 character sets, lower, upper, number, symbol, and then you can say, hey, make sure it has at least 2 out of 4 or 3 out of 4. So really nice tool that kind of fits the reality of how these things are used.
You can specify sets within sets.
I do not know. That's an advanced question, so that goes to Martin. So I only do the easy stuff. So Martin, do you know?
What was the question?
You can specify sets within sets, so not all special characters, but only pound, bang, and
so with that you cannot, but with what I'm going to show you, you can.
See? I told you. Basic, advanced. So we'll get to the advanced here pretty soon. So. No, I only try the easy stuff. See, the good thing is the easy stuff usually works anyway, so it kind of works out anyway, right? But so if you again, we can kind of try this by example. Sometimes that helps sort of see how these things work. So in this case, we can echo a bunch of words out to temp password, step all over it. So we're going to echo password, capital password, password 1, so on. Hopefully I can echo lots of lines at a time. Let's see if this works. Oh, cool. I think it did. So, all right. So we put in password, password 1, and password 1, and then varied the case as we went along. And then we said, okay, we want a minimum of 8 and a maximum of 12 in length, and then we want 3 sets out of 1, 2, 3, 4 sets. So 3 out of 4, lower, upper, number, symbol. And then it did its magic, and then we saved that -O output into temp candidates. And so it says password 1 is the hit. So nice. It's one of those tools that falls under, kind of simple but indispensable, when it comes to this sort of thing. And, Hydra is actually a tool that's maybe a little bit of a side topic today because we're talking about password cracking, but as far as password guessing goes, Hydra is absolutely awesome. So if you're trying to guess passwords on a web app or an SSH or a Telnet or an FTP or whatever, definitely you would want to know about Hydra and be using that. Okay.
Did you check the cables going in to the splitter? It seems to have gone green.
Yep.
Just a little coffee.
Try unplugging your dongle and plugging it back in. Is that dongle? Okay, I'm good. Oops.
All right, and this rules mode, we've already touched on it a little bit, and so really what we're going to focus on now is kind of creating your own rules. Since we basically saw the single rule in action earlier, we kind of get a feel for what it's going to do. And the rules are going to be in john.conf. Of course, that's going to be in the relative locations that we talked about earlier. And several rules are already in there. Of course, single crack and some other rules. And then there's other rules that are readily available. And one of the rule sets that I would definitely recommend getting is the core logic set. Their rules are just awesome, and we don't even start up John unless we have the core logic rules loaded. Now the good thing is if you installed the compiled version that we looked at earlier, I'm pretty sure that the core logic rules are already included with the community enhanced anyway, so they're probably already in there. And you can look in john.conf and search for core with a K and see if you see those in there. So the rule is just that. It says take this basic word and mangle it to look like this. Now again, going back to our strategy, you wouldn't want to use a list of raw passwords and then try to mangle those, probably. I mean, you might, but I kind of doubt it. Probably what you want to do is start with a list of clean lowercase words that don't have a bunch of symbols and numbers and stuff in them, and then mangle those and add the numbers, add the symbols, mangle the words as you see fit to match the password policy. And one of the projects actually that we're even working on now is that we're trying to make better password lists of varying complexity and type and so forth, and creating a pure word list that is a great word list that has no mangling to it at all, and just having that set aside is a really good idea, so that you can use that word list whenever you're ready to start using some rules. So if you look in the john.conf, you're going to see a section that starts with list.rules, and then it's going to have the name of the specific rule. So you'll see list.rules, core ABC, or list.rules single, or modified single if you've grabbed the modified version written by one of the contributors. And then you'll have the actual rules that fall under that category. And the name is important to note that, because when you go to run the John command, you need to know what that name is for the list.rules, so you can say the rule equals the name of the rule. Now the rule syntax is a little daunting at first, so you would want to go out to the OpenWall site under the rules help documentation, and it gives you a list of what the rules are, and it kind of shows you some samples to help you start to understand the rules. And the way I kind of learned them was as I went out to that page while simultaneously looking at some of the rules under single crack and looking at some of the rules under the core logic, and kind of reversed what they had done so I could understand how they had written the rule, and then that helped me write my own rules. And I made a couple of relatively easy ones just to get us started today. And if you want to add these to your john.conf, you can go ahead and do that now. So you would create a new line of list.rules, colon, and then I called mine append one digit. And so the colon rule here is just try the word as is. It's null, if you will. Don't do anything at all. No op, I suppose. Then this AZ is begins with. I should say it's append. Scratch that. It's not begin with at all. It's append, but it's append to the zth position, which is the last position. It's always the last position. The letter Z is special in that way. So it's like take 0 through 9, one character at a time, 0, then 1, and so on, and append it, but to the last position. The C that I added on to the second line is just capitalize what we just said. And then, so here's a couple more rules. There's, append and prepend year. So this shows you the A for append and then the 0, which is the magic symbol for the beginning of the word. And then it also adds that same to the end of the word with the Z, and then capitalize those respectively. So you can kind of see here it's going to do 2010 through 2015 to the beginning and then also to the end. So now, don't get me wrong, while these rules are super simplistic, in certain situations, this might be a great rule to try. The rule doesn't have to be monstrously complicated to be effective. It just has to be appropriate for the situation. Unfortunately, those situations are going to vary from test to test, so you'll kind of have to use judgment. But a lot of times, you don't need it to be, crazy complex, because you're trying to crack passwords, and a lot of times the users are not making passwords that are crazy complex. So you would, a lot of times keeping it simple is the best strategy, not the worst strategy. And then, of course, as you create these rules, because it is complicated and it is easy to get them wrong, you do want to test them as you go. So we'll do a little demo here and show how to do that. So again, I'm going to start off with just the word password. And I usually, when I'm writing a rule, I almost always just start with the word password or canary or just some word, a single word that I can see it get modified by the rule, so I can just make sure everything is working out sanely. Okay, so we'll echo a password out to somewhere. I think it was temp password. Let's see, cat temp password. Oh, that's not right at all. All right, let's try again. Okay, that seems to have worked. Okay, so the rule, you have to know the name of the rule you gave it. And so this second rule was it append and prepend year? That's what I get for using such complicated words. Oh, yeah. Let's go back to the directory we were in. Okay, there we go. So here's the null rule, which is don't do anything. Prepend the years 0 through 15 or 10 through 15, and then postpend or append, whatever. And then you got prepend with the cap, and then append with the cap. And let's take a look at that rule. So and just like you have to be careful which binary John that you're running, you need to be careful which configuration file you're configuring if you've got both versions running at the same time. Okay, so here's the, I guess it's the default rule, if you will. It's the none rule, and it just does the null. And then I made a little section, custom rules. The hash is a comment, obviously, so you can put little comments in there to keep track of what's what. And then there's the append 1-digit rule and the append and prepend year rule. So once you write a couple of rules, what you're going to figure out is a lot of times you want to write the rules very basic, and then later you want to combine very basic blocks of rules into more complicated rules, because sometimes when you first start out, you get kind of tempted to recreate the exact same rule in the exact same rule in two different blocks, and then you realize that you want to update that and you have to update it in more than one spot. Not a good idea. It's best to just write more simple rules and then group them together into more complicated rules rather than have anything written in the two different places. So the syntax for that is a .include and then the name of the rule. And you can see that I created a rule called both my rules, and it just includes the append 1-digit rule and the append and prepend year. It's pretty straightforward, but very, very useful to keep everything organized. And we saw those rules in action, as it were. And then, of course, there's the append 1-digit rule run on this eye chart. So it's just the null rule plus add a 0 through 9 to the end of the word password, and then capitalize it and do it all over again. Then here's the syntax for the combining the rules together. And then you can test both my rules just by saying the name of the both my rules, and then it'll automatically pull in the other two rules and run them back to back. And I believe it just runs them in the order they're specified in the configuration file. So from that point of view, it could be important to make sure that the most likely rules are first and the least likely rules are second. going back to strategy. Now the rules can also include rules from other files. So if you have the core logic rules and the rules that you created in completely different files from john.conf, you can then just include them inside of john.conf. And really this is best practice, because if you update John, or if you have multiple copies of John running on different machines, maybe you have a dedicated cracking rig and you've also got your local machine, you only want to really create your rule set one time and put it into a file that's portable, and then you can just distribute it to the different machines and put a single line in the john.conf of include, my rules into here. That way you're not having to go into john.conf and paste a bunch of junk, screw up the file, and, cause all kinds of havoc. So this rule here, it just says .include, and then whatever path John is in, corelogic.conf. So it's pulling in that external file the same way as we included those two rules with the both my rules rule. So of course, strategy is use all the rules on the most probable root words. If you want to do that, you can actually just run the rules against everything. So the company name is a good one. Just put that one word into a file just all by itself, and then run every single rule available in the entire john.conf file and all the include files against that one word and generate, I don't know, 1,000,000 guesses or whatever it is with all those rules working together. Or do a cool against just particular pages. So cool against just the Facebook page of the target, and then run every single rule on the planet against that, which hopefully isn't too big of a list for most Facebook pages. And of course, my favorite is LinkedIn. Hit that page for the target and pull the rules off of there. Now, if they've got their entire resume out there, that can be a little wordy, but you can cull it down using password inspector later, right? So you can still generate the ridiculous word list and then cull it down later to dial it back in. Okay. The final mode is the incremental mode. I hesitate to call it the brute force mode. That's what it's analogous to, but that's kind of taking a cheap shot, I guess, at the incremental mode, because it uses trigraph frequencies and some other strategies. It doesn't just run through the brute force list in brute force order. We saw earlier when we were using Crunch and we were making our own word list how it went, A, B, AC, AD, and so on and so forth. With the trigraph frequencies, which is groups of threes, it's actually generating guesses in a way that the patterns are much more likely to be correct on the first guesses as opposed to the middle guesses and the end guesses. So it makes it more likely to find the password, with the initial generations. And it uses these configuration parameters that you're going to find in john.conf, combined with the character sets that are stored in different separate files. They have a CHR extension on the end. And so again, going back to our example with the password rules, you're going to have a section called incremental and then the name of the mode, of the incremental mode. And so you'll need to know the name of the incremental mode so you can pass it into the command line when you're trying to use that mode. And these are going to be right in the run directory with everything else. Now there's a bunch of incremental modes that are already going to be in your configuration file for you, and a bunch of CHR files matching that are going to be included in the project. So you have, just the ASCII characters and LM hashes and alphanumerics and alphas and so on and so forth. And of course those are super handy to have already pre-computated for you. And you can see what these modes are. If you want to list the modes, just go into john.conf and grep out for the word incremental, and it'll show you the section. Or you can just scroll through it if you want, or search for it in gedit or something like that to kind of get a look at it. So if you want to write your own incremental mode, you'll just need to copy that pattern and start off with incremental and then give your mode a name. And then you specify for parameters for the mode rather than rules like we did with the rule set. So you'll have the file name of the character set that you're going to refer to, like alpha.chr or whatever the appropriate character set is. The minimum length and the maximum length, starting to sound a lot like the Crunch tool. and then how many characters from the character set to use. So let me give you an example. Let's say that you had characters A through Z in that order, and then you said that the character count was only 10 of them or whatever. Then you're only going to get A through what is that, G or whatever the 10th letter is, if assuming that they were in that order. But then you can specify some extra characters to try in addition to the character set. So if you had a character set that only had A through G and you wanted to make sure it used a Z, then you could specify the extra character of Z in the extra parameter. And here's an example. Created ASCII special characters, and it's going to basically include ASCII and special, and it refers to this ASCII special.chr file, minimally 0, maximally 12, with character count of 95 to include all the characters in the file. I believe if you leave the character count off too, it just defaults to using all the characters in the file, so I'm not sure that parameter is actually necessary if you just want to use all the letters, or I should say all the characters that are in there. So one of the things you can do to generate those CHL files, because they're not in text, they're in this, I don't know if it's binary format. I'm not sure if it's got trigraphs already set up in it or whatever, but it's a very complicated format when you actually dump those files out. It's not just the letters A through Z, for example. And so what you might do is you might say, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to crack a few passwords as best as I can, and I'm going to end up getting a list of known good passwords. Or maybe you even know what the pattern is from the password policy. And so I'm going to take that list of passwords that I've already cracked, and I'm going to have John make a character set from those passwords that we already cracked. And so John will read in the passwords and split them up into the respective characters that make up the passwords, obviously filter out the duplicates and stuff, and then generate a custom CHR file for you from those passwords. So while the incremental mode, just brute forcing something, may not be the best idea in the world if you've got a password policy that's pretty complicated, cracking a few passwords and then making a custom character set and then using incremental mode on that actually does have a pretty reasonable chance of success. At least, give it a try and see how that works. Because, you may be able to crack, say, 14 passwords, but those users can't do squat. They're all, the Windows user. And so you can't do anything with it. And you really need that admin password. If you feed those in, there's a chance the admin may behave like a user. And so you may be able to get the admin password based on how the user passwords were set up. And anyway, it's worth a try because it doesn't take very long. So to test these incremental modes, we can just see what John would generate by using that standard out feature. Oh, well, and there it goes. So, okay, quick. Pete, read those off if you would, please. Okay, thank you. So we have, you can see what it's grinding through, and it generates the guesses pretty quick. Now, obviously, we would have to pause for a moment and hash each one of those to make a hash guess, so it's not going to run that quick when you're trying to, guess the passwords. But it's going to roll along pretty good. And you can test the incremental mode with this, I guess, little script here. So let's give that a try. Okay, so that happened kind of quick because I used a really silly password, but the password is ABC, and I MD5'd it, and then used the little cut trick to, shave off the file name at the end. Put that into the file hash, temp hash, and then we ran John in incremental mode, and again, you have to pass it the name of the incremental mode you want to use that we got from john.conf, and so I typed in ASCII, and then we have format equals raw MD5 temp hash, and so it went through and generated a bunch of guesses, and it said, hey, it looks like it's ABC, and sure enough it is. So then if we want to specify, or if we want to show that, we can keep the format specified and hit show, and there you go. There's your password. Fun stuff. It really is actually fun. It's amazing how excited you get when you actually crack the password, and it's a nice quiet cube farm. And, the people are taking their naps in the afternoon, heads down on the desks, right? And all of a sudden you jump up and like knock your stapler into the phone and yell out, and everybody jumps up. I was working. So, yeah. Well, yeah, prairie dogs. So, or you work from home. That's fine too. But either way. So if you want to list the formats that John can crack, it's pretty simple. You use the list command. The list command can tell you a lot of things about John. So you can say list equals and then help, and it'll bring up a list of things that you can list. One of the things you can list is, hey, what formats can I actually crack? And it's worth checking to see if the format that you're about to take a shot at is actually in there, before you give it a go. So now to get this many formats, you're going to have to install all the prerequisites that we talked about at the very beginning, because you need to have all that compiled into the tool. The basic one comes with a bunch of formats. I don't know if it's 30 or 40 for the free version. It's a lot. But to get like 100, you're going to need to add in a bunch of extra support. Now there are sub-formats as well. And these are formats that are going to be like where you have the MD5 of an MD5 kind of a thing, where it's kind of some esoteric formats. But you do run into these every once in a while. I want to say, what was it? SQL Server hashes are something weird now. They're like a SHA-512 or something like that, but it's not raw. I forget. But anyway, it's one of those databases I ran into a problem on, and I ended up having to use a sub format one time to try to crack the passwords. Long story short, ended up using Hashcat because basically Dave Kennedy told me to. You just do whatever he says, but he basically said, "Hey, I think Hashcat has that format built in. It's like 1720 or something." So of course he had it memorized, right? So, but if you want to list the sub formats, you just list the sub formats out, and you can use those. And I'm going to show you this one by example because it is a little bit complicated. But you can see this sub format here, the dynamic 1001, is the MD5 of an MD5 of an MD5 of password. So you take the password and you run 4 rounds of MD5, in other words, and that's dynamic 1001. Like I said, these are a little esoteric, but when you need them, you need them, right? So this script here can let you try that for yourself. And Lee Nelly actually showed me how to do this. For some reason, I just couldn't get the 4 rounds of the 4 rounds to work, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? So he fixed my script for me. So thanks. And I don't think this is gonna, I think I actually accidentally copied his name here. Yeah, here we go. Take that off. So I'm gonna do all that, what we talked about, and put it into MD5 4 times. And so if we cat temp MD5 4 times, and there's that. And then we have to tell John, to use that format. But the good news is it's what you already know. You just say -- format and then the name of the format. Now, again, you'll have to list those formats out. So to figure out what the number is, and I think it's subformat equals list. Oh, good guess. Okay, so there's the list, and you can see dynamic 2004, 2005, etc., 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 and the little definitions of them. So let's give ours a try. Okay, so we did John format equals dynamic 1001, and it loaded the password hash, and it figured out that, oh, well, that's just the word password hashed 4 times in a row with MD5, 4 rounds of MD5. And then we did John show and showed the password. Okay, and we've kind of been implying this the whole time, but haven't really talked about why you need to use the -- show to show the password. Well, John stores the cracked hashes and the format of the hash that was cracked to get the password. It stores those hash results in a file. It's the john.pot file, and it's found in the run directory for our installation, like everything is. So what happens is when you actually use the -- show switch, you're saying, hey, go to your repository and show me the passwords of this format for this file that you've cracked out of this file. So you need to specify, the format you used, because it does categorize them by that, and then the file that contains the hashes, so it can say, oh, well, the hashes from this file that I have in my repository are these. All right, any questions so far on any of the modes of usage? Here. So, all right. Well, I'll put my contact information up for just a minute in case you think of some questions later or want to reach out. And also brought some cards with me if anybody wants one of those. And just a quick note, if you want to, I guess, link or on LinkedIn or whatever they call it, don't use the default phrase or whatever they say, tell me actually who you are and that kind of stuff. So, because otherwise I just, I'm like, delete. So a lot of marketing folks try to be friends with you. So nothing wrong with marketing, just it's not my thing. So I am going to turn this presentation into a PDF at some point, and I'll give it to Jeff to post on the website. And I say that because there are some references at the end, actually a bunch, that, of course, everybody in InfoSec who's been doing any time knows that all of us are really just repeating stuff we've heard from 100 other people that were kind enough to take the time to tell us. And so these are some of the 32 different places that helped me out with this presentation, quite a few. And
could you just bring up the website real quick, since you're up there and plugged in?
Okay, the ISSA website? Yes.
So anybody got any questions for Jeremy Druin? No? Not one question, seriously? 75 slides, not a question. Just a little ISSA pitch real quick, and then we'll take a quick break. There's still like 6 pieces of pizza left, and there's a microwave, so if you don't like it cold, you can heat it up. ISSA, it's a good thing. It's one of the few things I ever found, and I kept coming back. Maybe that's not good for them, but I enjoy it, so I keep coming back every week. The people are really interactive. The chapter's interactive. A lot of good people like Jeremy and Martin and Adrian, and just off the top of my head, I was just thinking, like 6 years ago when I was new to this area for the second time, I joined ISSA. They're like, oh, we're going to be doing this little class over here across the bridge. What's that, Jefferson or Clark or wherever the hell is across the bridge there at the library? And it was actually with Adrian, it was Martin, and who was that other dude? Alex, yeah. Mm-hmm. And we were covering some of the same stuff. Trust me, it's just changed in the last 6 years watching these guys' presentation. Anywho, so if you're interested or you know someone who is interested, if you're not a member, you want to be a member, out to our website. It was stagnant for a while. Jeff Vaught, raise your hand, Jeff. Say hi. Is he not there? Wow. Anyway, he's not here. He's invisible. But he's come along and he's picked the website up for us, and it's current now. It was kind of stagnant for a while, and there's nothing out there. If you have an organization of any type, the website's it. That's the point of contact. If you ask me a question, I'm the president. I don't know anything. I'm going to go to the website. Okay? No, seriously, it's all these folks who volunteered. They're the ones running all this stuff, and this is the central collection point for all that knowledge. So your membership, simple. You hit the membership button, or you can go out to ISSA International. To me, no, it's not cheap, but it's well worth it. Okay, I think it's up to like $130. That includes your ISSA membership to the international organization. That's also the dues for our chapter. Our meetings, every meeting we have 10 meetings a year. There's lunch included. Okay, you get a free ticket to our conference. That's about $100 value right there, actually, or $99. It really is well worth it. There's Christmas dinner. Ooh, Christmas. Christmas. Or Hanukkah Christmas, or whatever they're calling it today. And like I said, you go either place. We've got some job knowledge out there. That's something good Jeff has done. He's made it very simple for people, vendors, companies to go out and post jobs on our website. They can do it themselves. There's no more go call this person, chase that person. They go out and post a job. One of us vets it, basically, and then it gets posted up there, and it deletes itself in 2 to 4 weeks. So keep an eye on that. That's also what's really good about this chapter, the networking, people talking, filling the gaps at your companies, at your workplaces. We post all of our business, these things like...
how to get signed up for the email.
Oh, yeah, and right there, email, name, notify me. I'll put you on the mailing list. Okay, it's not really member specific, but we do want you to be a member. Or means more members. That doesn't sound very good. Conference, we're developing that page right now because the conference is coming along and that's changing every minute. But the jobs, the meetings and speakers, like I said, that's just our monthly meetings and who we get to come out and talk. You have a talk you want to give, you haven't given it before, contact us and come give it at our meeting. All right? You don't have to be a super duper giant professional guy to be doing this stuff. Everybody starts somewhere. And the chapter events, like today's workshop should be under chapter events and downloads for Jeremy's PDF and some other files we just threw up there this morning. But and if you have any suggestions, let us know. Contact us. I don't like this would be a good idea. This is better. I think it's well worth your time to go about and do it. And we try to do some stuff like this. We've been doing like one workshop a year. I'd like to push it up to 2. We'll just have to see how that goes. I mean, people have lives too. So kids and family and all that. Whatever. So I got a dog. No way. A wife and a dog. Sorry, honey. This is recorded too, isn't it?
We'll make sure she hears that for you.
What?
So we'll make sure she hears that.
Yeah. Don't. You'll have to do it in German then. No. Okay, so 5-minute break. Go get a drink. Get our piece of pizza.
You're a sound guy, you know.
I know, that's right. I just didn't want to wear this stupid thing.
Sorry.
Put a circle on this video.
Now I look extra dorky. Alright, so before the class, we put a couple of files up on the ISSA website. Did everybody have a chance to get those? Awesome. I don't have the link for those. So, but the ones that are important are the easy MD5 text file and the hard NTLM text file. My presentation is really meant to be interactive. Like, I really want everyone to follow along. I'll go slow. We can ask questions. If you have if you have Kali Linux, you can do everything that we're going to do. If you don't have Kali Linux, I don't know what to tell you. All of the tools that you're going to need are in there if you want to follow along. I may do some of the stuff that I'm going to do on a GPU-based system. That's using OCL Hashcat. However, there's only a couple subtle differences between OCL Hashcat and Hashcat's command syntax, and I'll try to highlight those when we get to it. But I'm going to try to do most of it on Hashcat just so you guys can follow along. But some of the stuff I'm going to do is just too slow on a CPU-based system. We'll talk about that in a second. So anyway, my name's Martin, obviously. So I hate PowerPoint. I'm not good at it. My PowerPoints probably suck. So let's focus on the demo part of this when you're critiquing my presentation. Anyway, so what we heard about was a lot of different password crackers from Adrian and Jeremy. John the Ripper is sort of the, oldest, fastest sort of CPU-based password cracker that there is. It's sort of the de facto kind of password cracker that's in every book. A couple of years ago, a good friend of mine named Adam developed a tool called Hashcat. We've heard a little bit about it. Just barely scratched the surface, but we're going to do everything that we do with Hashcat. I don't use anything else anymore. I mean, no offense to any of those other guys, but they're just not as good. So, anyway, that's basically what we're going to talk about. So if you want to, hold on, let me figure out how I'm going to switch screens in this a little bit better. Why is it not mirroring correctly? Okay, this is going to be a little bit more difficult. All right, so if you're in Kali, this is default Kali. So Hashcat is in the path. So right there, what that means is that it's available from any directory at all in the system. The only problem is that Hashcat uses a bunch of rule files and stuff, and it actually has to be in the same directory to utilize those rule files. So if you want to go to cd user share Hashcat, well, you have to be able, I'm nervous, you guys, okay? So I might not type that good. So anyway, so if you're in this directory, you can see that. Am I going too fast? Okay. So quick lesson on Linux. When your distro is free desktop compliant, what that means is that all of the binaries are in the path, right? So they're in USR bin, USR SBin, whatever. The thing about it is that if those files, if those binaries have configuration files to go with them, they have to go somewhere. So the correct place to put them is in the user share directory. So, for example, in the case of John requires that john.conf file that, Jeremy was talking about. But so a lot of times on Linux, you'll run John and it from anywhere on the desktop, but it will complain that it doesn't have the john.conf file, and it's because it can't find it. So John is sort of the same way. You need to go into the John directory to actually run John to use all of the configuration files. So, like if you back up one directory, you'll see that like all of these tools that are in Kali or whatever, if they have any kind of configuration files or word lists or like any kind of nonsense that they might need, they're all going to be here in the user share directory. Does that make sense? All right. All right, so, but you can still, you don't have to do the whole / business. You can still run Hashcat from the command line, just like this, right? Okay. So, that's actually going to work good. So, Hashcat has tons of attack modes. Jeremy, a little bit of this is going to be a little bit of a rehash on what Jeremy talked about, but I'm going to dive into it a little bit deeper, what the different types of attacks are. So, basically, like in John, they're not quite as clearly defined. You had like the mangle thing and you had the rule thing, but those are sort of generalized attacks and they're not very specific. So what we're going to do is get a whole lot more specific with our attacks, and I'm going to tell you how we're going to do that. So initially is the dictionary attack, and once again we talked about this a little bit, but just to rehash it, it's simple. It's just a text file line by line, and basically like it's going to compare each one to the hash file, and it's going to say it either exists or it doesn't. Honestly, it's pretty boring, and it's a waste of disk space, because in order to be effective, you have to have like hundreds of gigs of text files like all over the place of Wordlist, right? I mean, if anybody's ever, for example, that tool Jeremy showed you with Crunch, like think about in your organization, even the default Windows password length is 8 characters, right? So if I'm coming to your organization to crack some passwords, I know they got to be at least 8 characters, and I'm not going to show you all a bunch of boring math, but if you think about lowercase a to z, uppercase a to z, the 20-something special characters or whatever, and the 10 digits, 0 through 9, and you think about that in 8 characters, it's a whole lot of stuff in it. And if you were to generate that with a tool like Crunch, like Jeremy talked about, you would be looking at hundreds and hundreds of gigs of disk space. So that sucks. We don't want to do that. So I'm going to show you some different ways to use a smaller word list to achieve the same result. But just to show you how to do this with Hashcat, what we're going to do is, so you saw that Jeremy showed you that in USR share, here, let me get this to the top screen, hold on. Once again, if I go too fast, just tell me to slow down. So if you look in user share word lists, there's a couple of word lists, right? So, like, they were using RockU or whatever for everything. So, what we're going to do is, we're going to go into our root directory. So, you'll see that I have this MD5 easy hash list. So, you are supposed to download that from the little site. If you didn't, whatever, just follow along. If you did, like, you can do this too. So, let's look at the Hashcat help file, which is surprisingly -H. So let's go through this a little bit just so that we know what we're talking about. The first thing I want to talk about is the types of hashes that are supported. As you can see, it's a lot. So I'm not going to go through all of these because it's kind of boring, but like most of these are supported in John too, so this is no like discounting to John or anything like that. But basically, the important part here is to know what type of hash you have, obviously. And then on the left-hand corner here is you have the actual mode, and I'll show you how you specify the mode on the command line. 0 is the default, which is MD5. Hopefully nobody has any MD5 in their organization anymore, and you don't need that. But we're going to do some in MD5 just because it's pretty much the fastest. SHA-1, Jeremy talked about this. These are important. The most important is down here, 1000 NTLM. You can see that all of the stuff that you're going to find on a penetration test is in here. Domain cache credentials, MD5 crypt Unix. So these are the Unix that start with the $1. So the newer Unix passwords that start with $6 are a little bit tougher. And so on and so forth. You can see that there's all kinds of stuff here. You can even do WPA and WPA2 with this, so you don't need any of Pirate or any of that nonsense anymore. You can do it all with Hashcat. And then the other important ones that I use all the time are 5500 and 5600, which are net NTLM1 and net NTLM version 2. So those are the types of hashes that you get from NetBIOS spoofing. If anybody's a penetration tester, that's pretty popular. Anyway, you can see there's all kinds of cool stuff. There's even some super specific ones, Skype, Oracle, the Django, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so cool. So here's the different attack modes that we're going to talk about. So if you ever forget what the number is, they're going to be listed right here. The attack modes are a little bit different in OCL Hashcat, which is the GPU-based cracker, which we're going to talk about. But combination, brute force are the same, and those are the two main ones we'll look at first. And then there's a hybrid attack that's a little bit different in the GPU-based version. But either, whatever version you're using, you look at these attack modes and you'll be able to figure out what it is, right? So you actually don't need an attack mode for the Wordlist version because it's the default. So remember that we have our easy MD5 passwords, right? So we're going to go Hashcat, we're going to go mode. It's actually the default mode, but I'm just showing you all so you don't forget. So mode 0, then basically all you do is give it, you give it the MD5 easy hash list, right? Simple enough. Then -O, not shockingly original, but that's the output file. So we're going to output that to easy MD5 cracked, right? So there's a couple more flags that you can give. So you can go --remove, and what that will do is it will remove the cracked hashes from your original list so that you know how many you have left or whatever. Sometimes you don't want to do this for statistical analysis, which we're going to talk about later on. But and I'm not going to do that because I don't want to jack up my word list. So let's not do that because we're going to be reusing this word list for all of the exercises. But if you were actually doing this on a test, you would want to probably give it the --remove flag or whatever. And then so this is super easy. Now you just give it the path to your word list. So like we would do user share word list RockU. I do actually have the RockU here, but I'm just showing you the full path in case you're using Kali. And then you just hit go. So this is a wordless attack. It's pretty easy. It might take a minute to initialize because it's got to load that big old dumb word list into memory. That's why it's so fast. Once it initially loads it into memory, it can crack the hashes really quickly. So, and it's going to say press enter for a status screen. You're going to get all kinds of fancy information here. So, if you look, input mode, this is basically telling you where the dictionary that you're using is. The index will tell you at what part of the attack it's in. So see how it has segments 1 out of 5? So it's on segment 1 of 5. It's just the way that it splits it up to do the workload. If you load in some ridiculously big dictionary, you might get 200-300 segments. I mean, but it just lets you know like where in the attack that it is. Recovered, this lets you know how many passwords we've recovered, and this is the total number of passwords in the list. So there was 1,434,000, blah, blah, blah. So currently we've already cracked 135,000 of those. It's going to tell you the speed. So even on a CPU, we're already going at 20,000 passwords per second. This is the progress percentage of how far through the list we are. And then it will estimate like how much longer it's going to take for you. So if it says like 52 years, you know you're in bad shape. So everybody got that? Yes, no, maybe? Awesome. So a lot of these I'm just going to control C because we don't have unlimited amount of time. So dictionary attack. Cool. Now what? Oh, what? Okay. So the next kind of attack we're going to talk about is brute force. So Jeremy already talked about a brute force attack a little bit, but basically what we mean by a brute force attack is that we have to know the specific password length. We have to know a specific character set that we're going to attack the passwords with. It's not very intuitive. It's really stupid. It takes a long time. It's really effective for short passwords like 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, which we'll demonstrate in a little bit. But essentially what it's doing, and my stupid PowerPoint capitalized it, but pretend like this is a small a, and it's supposed to, okay, there we go. So it's going to look at A, and it's going to go all the way down to Z if we do it for a 6-character password, right? So, while sorry, I'm not very politically correct either. All right, so while that can be effective for really short passwords, you can imagine that if your password was 8, 9, 10 characters, that would take a million years, right? Okay, so we're going to get to an example of brute forcing, but first what I got to do is explain what a mask is. So in OCL Hashcat, we use what's called masks. And so we're going to go here. Let's see, we're going to go here. So I can show you. And this is like the entire basis for Hashcat, so we're going to spend a little bit of time on it. So basically, see where it says built-in character sets? So what we're talking about is a character set. Jeremy talked about them a little bit in John. So what we do here, who knows anything about coding and knows what a variable is? Awesome! So these are like variables, right? And so basically we're saying $L is the variable for all the lowercase alphabet, right? A, B, C, D, blah, blah, blah. Then we're saying uppercase U is the variable for all these, for the uppercase A through Z. We're saying the variable D is for digits. We're saying the variable S is for special characters. Then what we're saying is the variable A, for all, is a combination of all the 4 variables that we already talked about. So all 4 of these combined. So what that means is that here is 93 characters in the English. Anyway, it's either 93 or 96, can't remember. So all of those combined. Then we also have this for hex, which we rarely use, but in some cases we do want to brute force hex. But so let's not worry about this one for right now. Does that make sense to everybody? Even if it doesn't, we got another slide to talk about it. So here's an example, right? So here's my password, password 1. And so basically these variables that we talked about are going to take each character space. So every character space in the password is going to be assigned a variable. So here we have upper, lower, 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 digit, special character. Make sense? Awesome. Oops, what am I doing? Here we go. So, the way that you use a mask is similar to a brute force. So, a brute force would go like this. Why isn't it switching anymore? Uh-oh. What did I do? Seriously? Hold on. Oh. Let's do that. Whatever. Anyway. Okay, so let's go back to our list. Hold on, let me get it up to the top. Alright, so everybody remember we had this command, right? Where we were using a word list. So instead, so what we have to do in this situation, so remember I told you word list was the default attack mode. So at this section we have to change the attack mode, okay? So that's a flag of A. So we're going to go with A3 for brute force. Alright, so we got the same command. There's our hash list. There's our output file. So what we're going to do is we're going to give it an A3, so that tells it to change the attack mode. So now we're in brute force. So, do you remember how A was, all was upper, lower, special, and digit, right? So A is going to be a straight brute force. Now, what you have to do is you have to give an A for every position that you want to brute force, right? So you have to decide, like, do I want to brute force 5 characters, 6 characters, 7 characters, 8 characters? We don't have all day, so we're just going to go with like 6 for an example. So that means I need 6 A's. 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? Everybody with me? Okay. And that's it. Like, so this is just a straight brute force. And so then if we... Oops, where'd my thing go? Oh, it's still coming. So then, if we tail our file, we'll see that we're cracking all kinds of passwords, right? Well, we were. Okay, so and it's also incremental by default. So if you say 5, it's going to increment by itself from 1 up to 5. So that's why it's getting all these 4-character ones. So, all right, does that make sense to everybody? All right, so that's a brute force. Now, so what if I go into an organization? So let's go back to masks. Well, we don't gotta go back to that part. But so, yeah, we do. Hold on. Oh. Okay, so. Well, there's the character sets again. I already talked about those. Okay, so let's talk about custom character sets. Okay, so you can also define custom character sets, which is what you guys were asking about before. So the way you do that is that you can define a variable of 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then after that you can define a custom character set. So, for example, if you wanted to brute force, if you knew that your password was only hex, right? So that would be 0 through 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, right? Everybody knows that. So in order to shorten that, what I could do is I could define the variable 1, and I could go $D for digits, so that takes care of 0 through 9 digits, and then I can just specify the other 6 letters that I want to put on the command line, right? So now I'm brute forcing hex, right? Does that make sense? Now, for example, I'm at company name. Jeremy already talked about this, right? Everybody likes to use their company name in their website or in their passwords or whatever. So now I can define custom character set 2. I can say Acme, digit, 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 digit. And now I'm going to get everybody that put company name and the year that they started working there. I mean, nobody would ever do that, right? So anyway, and then what happens is once you define those, you call the variable on the command line instead of the A. So like where we were putting all those A's, now what we would do is $1 or $2 in order to call these variables to the command line. So let's do that. Okay. Let's close this because we can't see what's up. Okay, so let's stop this. Okay, so first let's do, so we got attack mode 3, so here's our 1. And then let's say that we only want to look at lowercase letters and numbers, for example, right? So we would do -L for lowercase, and then we would do -D for digits, right? So basically that's like setting another variable. So now I just do $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6. So now I'm only looking for lowercase and digits, right? Does that make sense? And say what I wanted to do is prepend this with Adrian's name because I'm trying to get Adrian's password. So now I'm going to get Adrian and all of this stuff appended to it, right? Obviously, I'm not going to get anything in that list that way. But you could do it with straight characters or you can do it with variables or whatever you want. So, for example, if you know that the password is like, you know, password, for example, and you know that there's one number after it, you would just do password and then digit. If you knew there was 2 digits after it, you could go digit. You could go up, however many you want, right? So you can do whatever you want. So lower and digit, right? So I don't know if that's actually going to get us any passwords, but we'll see. So what we're doing here is we're still brute forcing, but what we're doing is instead of brute forcing AAA to AAZ, we're doing it a little bit smarter because what? Oh, oops. I don't know how that didn't turn into a 3. Anyway, so what we're doing is we're looking at place values, right? So instead of like actually brute forcing the entire word from AAA to ZZZ, now what we're doing is we're brute forcing the individual position of a word. So let's talk about how this would be helpful. So like, let's go back to this slide. Oops. Now it's working? What the fuck? All right, let's go back to this slide. So why is this important, right? So basically, when I define upper here, if I know the first character is an upper, I've only got 26 things to choose from, right? Whereas if I was brute forcing, I would have 90-something things to choose from. So this is important because when I go into an organization, the first thing I'm going to do is query the domain controller for the password policy. And it's going to tell me 9 times out of 10, this thing has the default Windows policy, which is 8 characters, you know, with complexity turned on. So complexity means I need an uppercase. So upper, lower, digit, special, I have to use 3 out of the 4. So that's what Windows complexity means, right? So lower, people are going to do it by default. So human nature in the English language, we capitalize the first letter of every word. So 9 times out of 10, if you need a capital letter in your password, you're going to choose the first letter because that's default behavior, right? So I'm attacking a password list. I can pretty well guess that pretty good chance that the first character set is going to be an upper character, right? So I've already cut my cracking time all the way down because I know that the first character is an upper, right? So then I'm going to have some combination of lowercase, you know, characters because it's going to be a word. So I might start out with 3, then I move to 4, then I move to 5, then I move to 6, then I move to 7, and so on, right? Then we have digits. So like when people append a digit to the password, it's almost always 2 digits or 4 digits because it's always a year or like password 1 or 74 or whatever year that you were born, right? And digits, we can have as many. So I might try 1 digit, 2 digits, 3 digits, 4 digits. I might try that on, and I'll show you how we're going to automate trying all this stuff that I'm talking about. And then special characters. Everybody hates special characters and they always put them on the end. So I always add those to the end, right? But we'll look at some different kind of substitutions. But this is a really basic mask that you would attack a password list with initially.
Stack on a position, like what, upper and lower for the first position?
Good question. So the question was, can you stack if you want upper and lower? And absolutely, That's where these variables come in that I was just showing you. So, say that, so we would just, say that we wanted to check what, say we wanted to check whether position 1 was lower or upper, right? So we got lower and upper defined as 1. So we would come in here and we would say 1. So that's the first character set, right? Say that, excuse me, then we knew the next 5 characters were lower, 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 lower. Oops. I don't even know what happened there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now what you can do is, now say you have no idea what's at the end, right? It might be 2 digits. It might be like 2 special characters. So now is when I'll break out my A's, which is everything. So A. So basically what I'm looking for here is a lower and an upper as the first position, some kind of word that's X characters long, and then any possible thing on the end, right? So this is what's called a mask. And so this is how you drastically cut down on brute force cracking time during your test. So does that all make sense to everybody? Awesome. Is it too dumbed down? Because I can get harder. Okay. All right. Just let me know if like you're bored and this is too easy. Okay. So custom character sets, we talked about that. Awesome. So just in case you didn't understand, but only because, dude, Hashcat is totally built on these masks. So if you don't understand this, you're lost. If you do understand this, you're gold. You'll be cracking passwords all day long. So here's a password so here's the mask up here. Upper, lower, 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 digit, digit, special. So like the passwords highlighted in green would be cracked by this mask, and the passwords highlighted in red would not be cracked by this mask. Awesome. All right. So the next thing we're going to talk about is the combinator attack. So what happens in this attack is you have a dictionary, and basically the dictionary appends itself to each other. So you have to think about it like you have a left side and a right side. And so say this is your dictionary, pass, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh my God, test. And so basically you would put this dictionary on the left side and you would put the same dictionary on the right side. And what it would do is it would try the combination of every single one of the words. So what happens is it gets compound words that way. So you would get pass, pass, pass 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pass, oh my God, pass test, and so on and so on.
Iron Geek here. We had a quick freeze up of the video rig, but it starts up again here very shortly, so we only have a little bit of sound missing. Sorry for the technical glitch. And we're going again. Why it's doing that, I don't know. Go ahead and continue.
Okay. All right, so anyway, so hold on. Okay. Well, we'll just do it with okay, so the problem with the combinator attack is that if your word list is too big, it's going to take freaking forever. It's more designed to do a smaller word list. So what we're going to do is we're going to go look in the, embarrassingly, I should know what's in there, but we're going to go look in the word list directory and see if we can find something a little bit smaller so that we can demonstrate this. All right. So, like, oh, in Fast Track, there's one. Oh, there we go. That would be perfect. All right, so let's just copy that over there to root. What? Oh, duh. All right, cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, so remember you got to change the attack mode. So I'm not going to scroll all the way up, but this one is attack mode 1, which is the combination attack. And so in Hashcat, you can only define one dictionary, right? So we're going to do fasttrack.text. And what it's going to do is it's basically going to use that dictionary twice and try to double it up. So we'll see if it gets us any passwords. I don't know why it's taking so long to load.
And this is all still CPU, right?
Yeah, so we're all CPU right here. So this is stuff anybody can do. You don't need a GPU cracker for it. So you'll see that our dictionary that only had 133 words in it or whatever, we still put those together and got 326 passwords out of our list because of all the different combinations. Make sense? Awesome. Okay, so the difference there, so that's the CPU version. Oh, here we go. So, let me get rid of this. Uh-oh. Why am I not typing? Son of a... I guess my Wi-Fi died. Hold on a second. Let me recover here. All right. Looks terrible. What? Okay. Shit. Sorry. I was all prepared for this with tabs open, but... Alright. Alright, so what we're using for this is OCL Hashcat 136. Basically, you'll see that the syntax is pretty much the same. Okay. You'll see the syntax is pretty much the same. Like most of the stuff in here you don't have to worry about. It does have Windows and Linux binaries, so it does run on Windows as long as you have the GPU drivers. So what we're going to do here... No, this is on a server. I'm SSH2. That's why it was all messed up. So anyway, so you'll see... but you'll see that the help file is basically exactly the same. Here's all the same hashes, blah, 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 blah. Uh-oh. Okay. So there's our built-in character sets that we talked about. So you'll see now that the attack modes are a little bit different. So you'll see that straight combination of brute force are the same. The two different ones are 6 and 7, which is this hybrid attack, so we'll come back to those. However, other than that, like, it's basically the same. But the difference here is that, where did I do that one word list? Quiet. Oh, there it is. Okay, so here what we're going to do, so the mode is still 0, right? And we're still going after our MD5 easy hash list. Actually, let's do so we can see some passwords cracked because it's sexy. Whoops. Spelling's usually good in these situations. It's much more difficult. All right, so let's get rid of this. I hate that. This used to be my favorite SSH tool, but now it sucks. All right, so mode, we're going to do MD5 easy. Then remember we need an output file, so we're going to go easy cracked. So this is exactly the same as we were doing attack mode 1. The only difference with the GPU version is that you have to specify 2 different dictionaries, so you have to do a left side and a right side. So instead of 1, you have to specify 2 different ones. The cool thing is that it can be any 2. So like if we wanted to do our class dictionary on one side and then the rocku.txt on the other side, it would compare those together. So if you got lots of small dictionaries, it's really cool to do this. But like if you do rocku on both sides, it's going to say it'll take like 56 days or some nonsense like that. So we don't want to do that. So what we want to do is we're going to do our class dictionary, which I just truncated it to 1,000,000 characters. So anyway, so we'll just hit that. Basically, it's going to load up all that stuff. Oh, it removes duplicate hashes for you. I just installed this, so it's going to do some memory stuff to get going. But once it gets going, it's pretty fast. Oh, I forgot. You don't got to worry about this, but I'm using the wrong GPU driver, so I got to force it. Nobody worry about that.
Is it really picky about the GPUs?
Yes. So because Adam has to compile the binary like based on certain GPUs, and some drivers just suck and some don't. So it just depends. He always lets you use the force command in there, so you can do it anyway, like at your own risk or whatever.
Will it kernel panic?
No. All right. So same thing here. Like we got the same type of status information. So there's a little bit more information here, and of course it's gigantic. Normally this would all be easy to read on one screen, but basically, so you can see I got an input file for the left and an input file for the right. Here's my hash file, hash type, time started, time estimated. It tells you how many passwords I'm doing per second, so that M means million, so that's 213.2 million per second per GPU. So down here is like the total speed average. So it's averaging 803.2 million hashes per second. So that's pretty awesome. Although so far I've only recovered 385. But like if you go look here, we can tail the file. So you can see like the types of passwords that we're getting. Well, actually, hold on. It's going a little too fast. So, like, if you look here, like, see, so, like, Kim Key Boom, see how, what? Oh.
Creative passwords.
Anyway, boom, boom. See how it's like putting the words together? 1, 2, 3, boom. I mean, obviously, this is the easy list. So, I mean, like, this is for examples. Garvin 21, but you can see Jesse. Jesse's awesome. We love him too. Anyway, so you can see that is pretty effective. And you can see it's still getting them, and so you can keep hitting the status screen. You can actually save these sessions too and restart them. But see how now we got 7,416. Obviously we got a long way to go, but we're just so. All right, so does the combination attack make sense to everybody? Awesome. Oh, now it's not going to work again. Motherfucker. All right, what's next? All right, so the next one is the hybrid attack. So this is the same, this is all of the concepts that we've already learned put together. And the way that is there's going to be a dictionary on one side and there's going to be a mask on the other side. So basically what we're doing at this point is we are prepending or appending a chosen character set that we chose ourselves onto an already existing dictionary. And you can only do this in OCL Hashcat. You can't do it. We'll look at how to do it sort of in Hashcat, but you can do it, but it's a little bit easier to show in OCL Hashcat. So let's go back to our little thingamajigger. So what I mean by that is, so like here's our command. So remember we did this, right? So we had the class dictionary on both sides. So what if I wanted to use the class dictionary? So let's go back. So remember how we assigned some variables? So let's assign a variable to 1, and let's make it hex. So digits, and then A, B, C, D, E, F. So what I want to do is I want to append hex digits to the end of the class dictionary. So what you have to do then is go over to the right side So like class dictionary would be the left side. Now we're looking at the right side. And then I would have to decide how many character spaces I wanted to do. So I would do 1, 1, 1. Say I wanted to do 4 characters, right? I mean, I'm just making this stuff up. I don't know if it's going to work or not. But anyway, so now what I've done, but I could have done that with anything. I could have done it with A's. I could have done it with numbers. I could have done it with lowercase, like whatever, right? So, and we'll look at a list in a little bit how this can be a little bit more effective. I'm just making this up as I go along. But once we do some password analysis, we can actually tailor these attacks to an existing list. So no idea if this is going to work, but we'll find out. I mean, GPU cracking has gotten so cheap. I mean, if you're a pen tester and you don't have one, it's ridiculous. So, I mean, for a few $1,000s, you could build even like a standard machine. It's not that big a deal. And honestly, if you work somewhere, they should buy it for you. Oh, whoops. What did I do wrong there? Oh, it's the wrong attack mode. Whoops. So that's 5. Oh, maybe it's 6. I think it's 6 and 7. So the attack mode matters, obviously. I think it's this one. There we go. So 6 is Wordlist, then mask, and 7 is mask and then Wordlist. So we'll check if this works. Still tailing our file over here. We'll see if we get any more. All right, so look how many we recovered already in like 2 seconds. I mean, they're just like flying by with that attack. See, and I like literally just made that up. So like, anyway, so you can see how tailoring your attack like this can be really effective, right? All right. Y'all making fun of me? I mean, I'm used to it, so it's cool. Okay. So, I know that was exciting. So, I probably actually should have stopped that. Hold on.
Server going crazy somewhere.
Yeah, let's just hold off on that. We'll come back to that. Oh, whoop. All right, so about my car. That's my hybrid car. No, let's. All right, cool. So now, as if that wasn't enough, now we're going to talk about rules. I'm actually going to. Jeremy covered this like pretty good. Like I was going to write a rule file, but we're running a little bit short on time, so I'm not really going to. But basically, the cool thing about rules is that it's like its own programming language, right? So there's basically a rule to do everything. And so we're going to look at a couple of them in some tables, but I will show you on the Hashcat wiki, there is a whole page on how to write your own rule files. The cool thing is that you don't really have to know how to do this, and the reason is because Hashcat ships with tons and tons of rule files already. They and the community and people have made an effort to try to go ahead and write as many rules as possible. So we'll look at writing those, but the rules are compatible with other crackers. They use the same format as John, the same format as Password Pro, and the reason is so they're all interchangeable, right? So let's look at some rule files real quick. So we'll go back to this guy so everybody can follow along. So when I was talking about needing to be in the correct directory, so this is an example of that. Unless you wanted to give it the full path to the rule file, but that's a lot more typing than I'm willing to do. So you'll see that there's a folder right here called rules. And if you go in it and type correctly, you'll see that there's a lot of rules already, right? So This one, most importantly, the best 64 rule. So this is like after everybody in the password crackings community, like Adam actually had a contest, you know, to come up with rules and like which ones are the fastest, and they were all benchmarked and the ones with the most coverage. And so this top rule, best 64, is a product of what they felt the best and fastest, most coverage 64 rules are. So 64 rules is not a whole lot, right? I mean, so it doesn't add that much more cracking time onto your actual password attack. So anyway, so I always start out with that one. There's a couple other rule files in here. So this is like a combinator rule. So this is how you would do the combinator attack with a different dictionary in Hashcat. Basically, you give it the combinator rule and then the dictionary, and it will do some different attacks type stuff. This dead one rule, this is a guy that used to be on the Hashcat password cracking team, a really good friend of mine, and he made a really cool rule file. The thing that's important that you want to check out is actually how many rules are in the file, because it can get ridiculously long, right? So you can see like, oh, somehow the best 64 rules turned into 103. That's pretty awesome. So I don't know how that happened, but whatever. But you can see that some of these rule files have a ton of rules in them, right? Like 35,000, 123,000. So like when you're converting to leet speak, for example, this converts everything into leet speak. This is Ninja leet speak, which is, you know, what we think is a little bit better. Anyway, they're pretty self-explanatory. My favorite ones to use is this one right here. My buddy Toxic wrote this rule. It's a good all-around. It's got 4,000 rules in it. It's not short, but it doesn't take forever. It's one of my favorite ones. So anyway, let's look at how to use one of those.
Is there a way to see the definition or the contents of the file?
Yeah, absolutely. They're just flat files. So, like, let's do this. I actually meant to do that. Thanks for reminding me. So you can see. Oh, that's not scrolling very well. Hold on. All right, let's just do this. Okay, so you can see that they're actually commented. Now, some people don't comment their shit, as everybody knows, so they might not all be this nice. So, anyway, but you can see, like, they're basically the same rules that Jeremy was showing you, right? This appends 0, this appends 1, this appends 2, this appends 3. Then you get down here and there's a double number append. Then you get down here and there's... So, if you were interested in what all of these rules did, I'm not going to go over them all, but let me just show you. I'll jump back to that in 1 second. But so, on the Hashcat wiki, there are tables. So, with an example of what every rule does. So, for example, if you wanted to lowercase all the letters, right? Example rule, L. There's the output. And like I said, I'm not going to go through all these because it's super boring, but basically there is a rule to do everything. And I'll show you how to get the information to know what type of rules to write. But don't waste a lot of time doing this if you're password cracking. I mean, we do this in competitions a lot, but every time there's a competition, we publish all of the rules that we used in the competition. So you remember the core logic rules that Jeremy was talking about? Those actually came from every year at DEF CON, they do this Crack Me If You Can password competition. And those core logic rules, what they had to do at Core Logic puts on the competition. And so what they had to do was they had to create hash lists for us to actually crack, right? Because there were millions and millions of hashes. Well, they didn't have them. So what they did was they took rules to generate passwords so that we could crack them in the contest. So after the contest, they released all of those rules and put them on their site. And they actually happen to also be very effective at password cracking. The Core Logic dudes do tons of password cracking, and they're really, really good. And so their rules are really great. So basically, I got some more examples. There's literally I could talk about these all day and you guys would be bored to death. So, but basically, what I'm saying is that try a rule file in the rule directory first, right? Because it's probably in there already. You can grep the files. They're just flat files. They're .rule files. And I mean, if you wanted to be really adventurous and you had forever, you could even cat all those rule files together into one big rule file and let it run. You can do all of that. They're just text files. There's one more thing that you can do with rules, which is a single rule. So remember how I was talking about the combinator attack with the left side and the right side? So if you do not want to append the rule to the entire word, what you could do is append a rule just to the left side and just to the right side. Now I'm going to show you how that's effective. So remember, -J does a left rule, right? So let's go back over to here. Okay, so all right, so let's go back to where we had two dictionaries. Where was that? That was the A1. Okay. Oh, that was just where I messed it up. Awesome. All right, so we're back to our combination attack. Remember we talked about this where we got a dictionary on both sides. But what if these were compound words, right? Like what if there was a dash in between the words, right? Or what if there was a space? Or what if there was a plus sign or whatever, right? So we might want to test for that. Oh, well, we might not want to do that. Okay, so what we can do is we can come over here and we can go J, and then we can do like a dash or whatever. And so we can define something for on to apply to the left side. So since it's a dash in the middle, it could actually apply to, but it applies to the end of the word. So you would want to put it on the left side so it would go on the middle, right? So let's see if that worked. See if. Yes, anything at all. Exactly. So like because when you're using two words, like it might not always be a mash, right? There might be like you said, a plus sign or a space or whatever. So you can define any character you want as J. And it will place it in between the two words of the dictionaries. So let's see if we actually get any passwords this way. It's not looking good for the home team. Oh. What? Seriously? I mean, what the fuck are they talking about? Did I spell something wrong? I bet that it probably doesn't like this. So in Bash, whenever it doesn't like a symbol, usually you can put it in quotes. Actually, let's use regular quotes. See if that works.
So, placing a dash, could you use your, what was that, S variable for the special character?
Yes. Alright, it might like that a little bit better. Let's see. Are you serious? Why doesn't it like that? Let me just see if it's the character. Well, that's supposed to work. It may be that I need to find the actual rule for that. I thought it took an actual character, but I guess it needs the actual rule. So let's go look and find a rule, and we'll do it so that it works. All right. Well, let's just try it with R. How about that? So we'll give it the R rule, which reverses one of the words. That should work. I don't have the example up there for the special characters. I have to go find it, but I don't want to waste all day doing it. But I thought it worked with just characters, but I guess it actually needs a rule. Alright, well that works. I don't know, it's actually... So, that's getting us a lot of passwords. Pretty awesome. So, anyway, that's how you do that. Alright.
I should have thought that example out a little better. Where'd my presentation thing go? Is that it? Okay. 320. Awesome. All right, so we did single rules. All right, so say you did all of that stuff and you've cracked about 50% of your word list, right? So you've done the brute force attack, you did a word list attack, you did some mask attacks that you made up or whatever, and say you've cracked 50% of your word list and you can't seem to like get any more, right? So what do you do now, right? So basically, remember I was talking about how humans are predictable and they do patterns, they uppercase the first letter. Well, same as Jeremy was talking about, I guarantee you that if we analyze the passwords at this school, there'd be lots of them with Sullivan in the actual name, right? It's just standard. So, so what you want to do is analyze your password list. So once you crack the 50% of the password list, what you want to do is go back and take a look at it and actually plan some of your next attacks with a little bit of education behind them, right? So I'm going to show you guys how to do that with a couple of different tools. Oops. There we go. Anyway, so the first tool we're going to look at is called People, and it's actually by the same guy Jeremy was talking about, DigiNinja, and he writes this tool called Cool, the one we looked at to download all the words off of the website. So he also has this password analysis tool, and so if you got Kali, you're in good shape. If you don't, you're not. I mean, you can download it off the website, but I don't know if you have time to do that right now. But anyway, so what we're going to do is do a little bit of analysis on where did that one thing go I had? Oh well. So it's in here. It's in the path, right? So anyway, so basically all you got to do is specify a file to analyze. So we'll give it the rock U, even though I think that might take forever. Yeah. Actually, well, it's not going to be very cool, but let's do fasttrack.txt. So that just, nah, that's not good. Yeah, that's going to take forever. Let's find something a little better. Hold on. Let's see what's in this one. Oops. Why didn't that work? What? Seriously? Here we go. Where's that? Oh, well. Seriously? All right. Well, we'll just do it on the, we'll just wait a second. I'll stop it. Let's do it on the fast track and I'll show you. All right. So this is going to show you a bunch of stuff. Obviously, you would do this on a gigantic word list and it would actually give you a lot more information, but we're a little bit pressed for time. So, because like on RockU, it can take like 10 minutes to actually analyze the whole thing. But you can see basically what it does is it tells you the total entries, the number of unique entries. The next thing it does is tell you the top 10 passwords that were in the list, right? Test, goat, I mean, whatever. Microsoft SA. I mean, like, obviously, like, there would be a lot more of these if we were actually analyzing a real list, right? There would be a lot more. So there's the top 10 password, but what's more important than that is the top 10 base words, which is what Jeremy was talking about, which is basically the root words. So really, like, if you don't get anything out of this, except for this, you want all your password lists to just be regular words, right? You don't want to worry about having @ symbols and numbers and all of that nonsense in your password lists, because that just takes up space. Because instead of having welcome in your password list, like with 200-300 different permutations, you can literally write a rule file that would do all those permutations on every single one of those words, and it doesn't take up any space. So learning how to write rule files or using the existing rule files is a lot more effective instead of having big giant password lists. So anyway, so if we were looking at a bigger list, this would actually be like really good information, right? Because we would be able to see that, look, they used password 12 times. So what I would, like winter, so like I guarantee you if you go back to your job, somebody used winter 2015. I've been getting in with winter 2015 for like a year. It's so great. But anyway, dude, people use it in advance. I'm telling you, because they know winter's coming up. Or summer 2014 or whatever. Like it's working everywhere. So anyway, the next thing that we're going to look at is password length, right? So this is really important because we can see what the standard sort of normal length of a password is in the organization, right? So obviously there'd be a lot more numbers. I should have analyzed RockU in advance and then we could all looked at it, but whatever. But normally what you'll see is like, 0, 0, 0, 0. There'll be like 5 here. Those are the IT guys that made themselves exempt from the password policy. And then there'll be like 0, and then there'll be like thousands here, right? And then there'll be like, 8, 9, and 10 are the popular. Then you'll have like the security guys down here. There'll be like 5 of those too, right? So anyway, what you could do is you can utilize that information to tailor your attack against the organization, right? You can be like, all right, I cracked 50% of the passwords and 80% of those are 8 characters. So it might be a good idea if I waste my time brute forcing 8-character passwords, right? So, but if you go somewhere, this is also like indicative for pen testing, right? So like if you're trying to figure out, like you can usually see trends here, right? You can see tons of 8-character passwords and then maybe a couple 12 and 13s. And then what you know is that the important stuff that they're protecting probably has a 12 or 13-character password, right? That's probably the policy, and then the normal policy is for 8 characters or whatever. But the more data you can get in a tool like this, the actual more conclusions you can make on the organization, right? I'm just making up a couple, like, off the top of my head. So this actually gives you the, the raw percentages, for slow people like me. This actually gives you this graphical view, which, it looks cool, but doesn't do much for me. But anyway, so then down here it gives you a little bit of information, right? So like in this particular instance, 32% of them were 1 to 6 characters. Those are the IT guys and the developers. 1 to 8 characters was 74 of them. Those are your normal users. And down here are your IT guys, right? So, or your security guys or whatever. Anyway, and it breaks it down a couple of other ways, right? So only lowercase alpha, right? So like, say that I was actually using this tool to audit. So we do a lot of password audits for organizations where they just let us dump their Active Directory and then they let us analyze the passwords and we can tell them, X number of people are not following the password policy, right? Because they'll say like, oh, we have an 8-character policy and we enforce it. And you'll go to the Active Directory and there'll be a ton of 6-character passwords. And that's because somebody somewhere made them exempt, right? It happens everywhere. So you can really get on people like this. You can go back and you can be like, well, 64 people are not following the password policy. And you can go back and like see what they did to their accounts to be able to exempt that. Also, service accounts, always they make them exempt from the password policy and then they don't change the password for like 10 years. So they're the best is to get a good service account. But so this can be good just for auditing your own company. This is not just an offensive tool, right? This is a defensive tool for going back and auditing your organization. So you get a lot more statistics here. First capital, last symbol. Remember how we talked about that? First capital, last number. It will analyze all of that stuff. So you're looking for trends, right? So then what happens is you want to build masks off of these trends. Last number, and more dots. That part's not very useful to me, but it looks cool. And then, so it talks about what's the most common last digit, right? So obviously, once again, you would have a lot more data with a big list, but you can see everybody really likes the number 3 at whatever company this is. You know, last 2 digits, there were a lot of people born in, 2012 or whatever. Babies born, who knows? Last 3 digits. So, digits are always effective at passwords. Everybody puts digits at the end of raise your hand if you put digits at the end of your password. You guys are all lying back there. So, last 4 digits, 5 digits, whatever. Then we look at character sets. So this is important too when making mask attacks. So this doesn't define it in masks, but it basically defines it in these passwords all started out with lower characters, and then after that, they were only lower. See, lower alphanumeric, right? So, or lower alpha. But then here you have lower alphanumeric. These were lowercase with numbers after them. These were mixed alphanumeric. Anyway, and so on and so forth. So, I'm not going to keep going through that forever. However, what this tool is supposed to do and didn't is supposed to output the top mask. So, I'm going to run this in the background on the RockU, and then we'll move on and we'll come back to it. So that, oh, shit. All right, so that we can actually see some real data in there. So, all right, so we'll just let that run. So, okay, so that's that tool. I love Robin. I love DigiNinja. I actually don't use that tool all that much. I do a little bit for auditing the actual password list, but for actual password cracking, I use a different tool, which is this tool, and the link should have been on the ISSA website if you want to follow around. It's called PAC. It's basically a collection of utilities for figuring out statistical stuff about passwords. One of the guys on our Hashcat team, Felix, the very first year of the contest. So this will be year 5 of the contest. We've actually won twice, and the Russian Inside Pro team has won twice. So this is the tiebreaker year of the contest. So we like to beat those Russian guys. Anyway, so Felix developed these tools the very first year of the Hashcat or the password competition. And then he released them because they were so great. They allowed us to do all kinds of analysis, and they were really awesome. If you didn't download them, you can get them at the sprawl.org projects pack. So let's go through those. So there's 4 tools in there. So the first tool is called StatsGenPy. So basically we're looking at statistics. Everybody knows that, yes, my funny picture about statistics, but whatever. So, statistics are like the most important thing in password cracking. They really are. And so we already looked at some, but let's look at the way that this tool has statistics. 4%? Are you serious? All right. So, okay. So if you want to get into those, you go into the pack folder, and you can see that there's 4 tools that we're going to look at. So the first one we're going to look at is the StatsGenPy. This should be a little bit. Oh wait. This one should be a little bit faster, possibly. Maybe not. We'll have to come back to that too. So we'll let those run, and we'll come back. What I'll do is I'll go over each of the tools on the slide, and then we'll utilize each of them. Where'd my thing go? Oh, here we go. All right. So this is really cool because it tells you the common lengths, the character sets, and you can also set filters on this. So if you only wanted to see like a couple of things about the list, you can set all these filters here at the bottom. That's a little more advanced than we're probably going to cover right here, but you'll see once the data is output how this can be really useful. So the next tool that we're going to talk about is MaskGen. So basically, like we talked about all those masks. So instead of just making those masks up, what we like to do is generate those from previous password lists. And so that's what I'm going to show you the StatsGen tool can do. But you can also, so the StatsGen tool will actually show you the top 10 masks or the top 20 masks. You can change the code if you want to, but in a given password list so that you can just utilize those in your attack. So what would happen is if you run this analysis, say a lot of us collect breach lists. So every time there's a breach, we get the list. We crack as many passwords as we can. It's not because we want anybody's password, but what we're looking for is the statistical analysis of the way people, right now in this day and age are crafting passwords. And then so what we'll do is we'll keep lists of all those masks, because we only care about the masks. I don't care about anybody's Hotmail password, but we do care about the masks. And then I keep files of all of those masks, and you sort them and see which ones are reoccurring the most. You make a file of your top 20, 30, 40 masks. Then you take those on a penetration test, and it's a win every time. So there is a little bit of, preparation involved in some of this stuff or whatever. But the thing that MaskGen does is that you can actually give it some parameters, and it will generate masks for you. So we'll look at that in just a second. And that's similar to this next tool, which is called Policy Generator. So this is really cool because what you do is you go into the organization. Remember how we were talking about, 8-character passwords in a Windows environment, like blah, blah, blah. So with Policy Gen, you can generate a policy. So this generates masks that you can use in Hashcat, but you can generate masks that only follow the policy that you want to follow, right? So we're making a policy here that's only 8 characters, lower, upper. And so this specifies how many. So only one upper, lower digit. And then it will output this to an HC mask file, which we can use in Hashcat as a list of masks, and it will just go through them. So we'll do that in a second. And then the next one is the rule generator. So this is a little bit more complicated, but basically, you can run this on an existing password list, and it will create a rule file based on that password list. So the reason this is cool is that if you go to organization like XYZ and you crack 50% of the passwords and you really have to, crack some more of them, you can generate a rule file based off that password, because there'll be common themes in the environment. Like, you wouldn't believe how many times, just making a rule file off 50% will get you to crack more, because there's climates, in in IT, in community departments, everybody will start generating passwords the same way, right? They'll have all gone to the same lecture on how to generate a secure password, or they'll have all taken the same crappy web thing on security that you got to do once a year or whatever, right? So people will all follow the same themes. So if you utilize a lot of this information, you can crack more passwords. Let's see if any of our other stuff over here is done. Ah, sweet. Let's see if this one's done. Of course not. That one's having some issues. So, anyway, that tool's cool, I promise. Anyway, so this is what I use. Sorry, Robin. Anyway. So let's go through this. So some of this information is a little bit the same. So you'll see that analyzed 100% of the passwords. So you'll see that 20% of them, so this is on the RockU list, member. So RockU is the biggest breach ever of actual plain text passwords. And that's the reason that it's one of the best lists still to this date to analyze, because a lot of the other lists that have come out, eHarmony and Gawker and all of those lists, those were all hashed. So they were dependent on how many passwords the community could basically crack, right? So if you only cracked 80% of the passwords, your statistical analysis is only based on the cracked passwords, not the entire list, right? So it can be a little bit skewed. So that's why RockU is so cool, because these passwords were actually leaked and stored and whatever in plain text. So we actually have the entire 14 million passwords or whatever for statistics. So you can see that in this situation, 8 of them were 20%. The only thing is that this is not very realistic for a Windows environment, because, this had tons of 5-character and 4-character passwords. But the reason that's so cool is when we're doing those combinator attacks, those short passwords combined together make long passwords, and they get lots of longer compound passwords. So you can see here, still 20%, which is the highest percentage of these were 8 characters, right? So if I was going to waste any more time on this list, if it wasn't all the way cracked, the first statistic I would look for is 8-character passwords, right? Now, brute forcing 8 characters can take a while if you don't have a GPU, so I would want to get some more information to refine my attack just a little bit more. So I would be moving on down to... okay. So the next thing I want to look at is character set. Some of this information is a little bit the same as the people tool. They kind of mimic each other. But so now I know, so the first piece of information I have is 8 characters. The second piece of information I have is that lowercase alphanumeric. So that means that 42% of the words had a lowercase word and then some numbers after it, right? So now I'm getting a little bit closer on what my attack's going to be to get the rest of these words. So password complexity. This just means what's at the, is there digits, lower, upper? Now, here's the coolest part about this tool is it actually outputs the top masks that it finds in the password list, right? So this is where I'm talking about we're saving the masks. So basically what you would want to do is, you can actually output this to a mask file, but anyway, what you would want to do is save all of these masks, and then you would want to put them in a mask file, and then you would re-attack the password list with that mask file and hopefully get some more based on common themes in the organization.
I have a question.
Yes.
Continue to basically loop through and go, okay, I have these many cracked, these many are left, and you keep changing it until you get all the passwords. So basically every time you cycle, you remove the passwords that are known, and then you're left with unknown. Well, many times you loop. How do you go about actually getting all of them? Like, factor in the remainder is what I'm saying.
Well, so what you would do is, if you wanted to keep analyzing only the passwords that you had cracked and not the whole list, is that what you're saying? Well, you can't analyze the non-cracked ones because they're hashes.
Figure out which ones haven't been, and then remove all the others.
Oh, well, so when you were cracking, you would use the -- remove file. So that would remove the cracked hashes out of your hash file. We're just not doing this in this example because I keep using the same file at the same time. But there's a flag where if you go
there was a remove.
Yeah, so like if you were to do this and you can actually throw these variables anywhere, but it's just -- remove, then everything that was cracked would go into this file, and then everything that was not cracked would stay in this file. So like say we did this and cracked 5,000 passwords, there would be 5,000 lines missing from this file.
Would you loop it? Would you continue to loop it until you figured out that, hey, I got pretty much 90% of them done?
Well, yeah, so that sort of goes, I'm actually going to show you something like you're talking about here at the very end, but those type of things you would have to script basically, but I'm going to show you a step-by-step attack, you would have to script it yourself, but I'm actually going to show you that at the very end, which is pretty much what you're talking about. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Anyway, so that's how you get, the main thing from any of these tools that I actually care about is these mask attacks, right? But you can figure out a lot of statistics for password lists. Some of these are competition based, and the reason is because they actually use rule files to build the hashes like I was talking about in competition. So it's almost like reverse engineering the rule that they use to create the hash list, right? So if we look at the cracked passwords and every single one of them has 2 special characters at the end, we know that they used a hybrid rule of use this word with 2 special characters at the end or whatever to generate the list. So in those situations, we try to, create our own rule to crack the passwords, but super effective in penetration testing too. I've done it once or twice.
So you said just do like a -O or whatever to output the masks, so you don't have to carve off all those.
Yeah. So so you can do. Oops. Hold on. Uh-oh. Yeah, so the StatsGen thing will output the masks. Let me just see how to do that. I think I should have put that in there.
16, 14, something like that.
Oh, here you go. Yeah, so this will output all of the masks into a file.
Oh, so it's already there.
Maybe I could have deleted it. I don't know. I was doing a lot of messing around over there. By the way, I just wrote all this morning. I just won't lie. So, anyway. So, all right, cool. So that's all of those tools. Every single one of those tools has a description on that pack page. So if you want to do some more with them, like I can show you a little bit like
Mark, we're good until 4:30, by the way.
Oh. Okay.
Lucky you get 40 more minutes, man.
That's all right. Well, I got something that might take some time, but I'll get to show you the beginning of it. Oh, so here's like, sorry, I have trouble remembering all these commands. I'm not a genius, so I'm getting them out of history. So like, here's the policy gen tool. So like, basically like, here's all the stuff that and then so this will do an HC mask file, which you can also use in Hashcat. So you would do that. And then it would generate all of this. So it basically generated all of the 8 character masks that followed all of this stuff, right? So, see, there's all of my masks that I can now use with Hashcat. Based on that policy or whatever. And I know it looks like a lot, but it's going to like rip through this, right? So like, anyway, so the other tools are similar, mask generator. They're all pretty simple, right? All of these tools are like really effective for like one thing, right? So unfortunately you have to have them all sort of in your arsenal to be able to do anything. So the next thing you want to look at is there's actually some, here we go. Hashcat utilities. So Adam also has like a set of utilities that are in Hashcat utilities. So once again, these are standalone binaries. They're usually designed to just execute one specific function. And the cool thing about them is that they all support standard in and standard out. So you can actually chain them all together. So it's going to be similar to Crunch, like Jeremy showed you. It's just a little binary that does one thing. But basically, you can chain all of those things together, and then it will. Let's look at it. How about that? And we're going to use one of those in a second, but I'll just show you where they are on here. So basically, let's go back to the top. So if you want to go in USR, this is another reason like you need to know where this. So you see there's the Hashcat folder, but there's also the Hashcat utilities folder. All right, so there's a ton of stuff in here, and like I'm not going to go over every single one, don't worry. But there's one that's super cool that's my favorite in here. So basically all of these, like you can just run them. Like say we want to do combinator. Most of them should have like at least a simple help. So basically all of them are like file in, file out, right? Or what this one does is it does the exact same thing that I was talking about, combinator, and it combines 2 files into 1 file. The cool thing about all these stuff is if you're like, walk out of here like Hashcat sucks, I'm a diehard John user, you'll never change me, I'm going down with the ship, you can still use all of this stuff to create the exact same type of files that you would use in John. So John can't take masks, but you could use like all of these tools and some other ones that I'm going to show you to use masks and generate word lists, and then you can go use them in John. That'd be a waste of time, but if you just love SolarWinds more than... No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, so they're super cool dudes. I just like messing with them. But anyway, so the one that I like to use the most is the expander bin. The reason I want to use that is because... let me see if this works. Oops. All right. So what the expander does, so see how I echoed the word password in there, right? So I started out with one word. So this falls sort of along word mangling like Jeremy was talking about, but it's a little bit different. So it goes into the expander, and what the expander does is it makes every single possible result it can out of this, right? So you see it went down to single digits, there's password, then it reversed them, then it did PA, PSSS, so it made all these combinations, right, of just one word. So what you can imagine is if I take a word list and I apply this expander to it, it's basically going to make it 50 times as big, right? So the cool thing is that you can do all of this like on standard in and standard out, so you don't actually have to make the list. So this stuff is really useful for working with Wordlist, and I'm going to show you why in just 1 second. So hold on to that thought. Actually, we should probably start that part. Hold on. So I'm going to show you how the expander works. Are you serious? Hold on. I seem to keep losing my SSH connection, so just give me 1 second. I'm going to show y'all something super cool. Whoops. That was super cool, wasn't it? I'll show this. What the? That was awesome. Okay. Sorry, I got 3 really big monitors at home, so like this is like not cooperating really. Okay. So, we're going to talk about something called the fingerprint attack. Okay. It's so hard to type when everybody's watching you. Okay, so what did I do with that? Okay, so we're going to take our MD5 easy hash list, right? So let's take a look at it. First, let's check out how many words are in there. All right, so you guys can see that there is 14,344 words in our easy MD5 list, right? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little password cracking methodology, and we're not going to use any word lists at all to start out with, right? So we're just going to start from scratch. So the first thing we're going to do is do a little brute forcing, right? Because we don't know anything about this password list at all, right? So M0 for the mode, remember it's MD5, and then we're going to do, then there's our, what did I call it? Oh. All right, so then we're going to do a hash list. Then we're going to do an output file. So we're going to call it fingerprint cracked or whatever. It doesn't matter what you call it. So what we're going to do is some brute forcing, right? So we're just going to see. So that's attack mode 3, remember? And then we're just going to use the A's. And we're going to do 6 because we're on GPU, so it shouldn't take too long. All right, so that's brute forcing all 96 characters, 6 characters, right? So we're going to start out with that. If it takes too long, I'll just stop it, but come on. Whoops. Hold on. All right, so let's check out our status, see how long this is going to take. All right, so obviously, like, this is the easy MD5 file. I'm not going to lie. I mean, like, just for the purposes of this sort of thing or whatever. But so I'm actually going to stop this. But you can see it's at 1.49%. Let's see how if we're getting anywhere. Yeah, so we're not going to wait that long. I probably should have made the file a little bit smaller. But I'm just going to show you all the anyway, so the point of this is, so we're going to quit this. Don't put the expander in here. Okay, so now what we're going to do, so you remember that our file was called fingerprint out, right? Fingerprint cracked. So you can see, like, in the output file, what we have is hash password, right? Which is pretty standard. You see that on any password cracker. But what we want to do is we want to utilize these passwords and do something with them. So we're going to, let me get that to the top of the screen so everybody can see. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little cut, you know, with a delimiter, a colon, and we're going to get field 2. So theoretically, that's just going to get us our, field 2. Let's just make sure that's right. All right, so that's just going to get us our passwords, right? So that's what we want. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put those into a file, and we're going to call it like working.txt or something like that, right? So, cool. Working.txt. So let's check how many passwords we got in working.txt. So we got 800,000 passwords in there, right? Which is not very many in the grand scheme of things because we had 14 million to go, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use our expander bin. So we're going to use our expander bin, and we're going to do our input file is going to be called working text. And then what we're going to do is we're going to pipe that to sort unique. That's going to remove any duplicates, right? Because this expander, what it can do is it can make a ton of duplicates, right? So we're expanding it, but we want to remove duplicates. We don't want, so sort unique. And then we're going to output to that to a file. We're going to call it working expanded or something fancy like that. You see, I'm original. And I can't spell. Whatever. Doesn't matter what it's called. So anyway, so let's run that. It's just a little C binary. It should be pretty fast. The sort U actually takes a little bit longer than the expanding part. But let's let that go. Hello. It's not working on my schedule. Are you serious? Should probably implement a progress bar in this thing. Probably be cool. We actually, unfortunately, have to wait for this to finish to see it work right.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we've been talking about the hash techniques and loving it, understanding what you're doing the analysis. But how do you get your hash lists? Do you have some techniques on getting...
Like on a penetration test? Sure. I'd be happy to show you that as a matter of fact. So, remember how Adrian talked about the shadow copy? So, if you don't want to do all of that stuff that Adrian talked about, you can get this tool that my buddy Eric and I wrote. It's on GitHub, and it's called SMB Exec. And so, basically, this tool is designed to attack Windows networks. Basically, everything in here is the stuff that we do on a penetration test all the time. There are some other tools that do some of this stuff, but we wanted it all in one type of thing. So the ones that I use the most are system enumeration. So like if you go in there, you can look at number 7, does remote login validation. So basically once we get a credentials for some way, it'll ask you, we'll check, like, for example, if it logs in anywhere else in the network. So say we compromised your workstation and we used Mimikatz or something like Adrian talked about to get one clear text password out of memory. The next thing I would do after I, pillaged your machine is I would want to see, can you log in anywhere else in the network, right? So like I would give this your credentials. I would say, give it my host list. Well, it's not going to let me go through all the menu options, but then it would be like username, password, domain, blah, blah, blah. And then it would output a big long list of all of the ones that it was able to log into. The other thing that it does, which makes it really easy, is it checks for administrative processes running. So once it logs into the machine, it will also log in and to say if there's any admin processes running. And if there is, it will output that machine as having a domain administrator logged into it. So you can go straight to that machine, pull their password out of clear text with Mimikatz, and it's pretty much game over after that. But like all that stuff that Adrian showed you, if you didn't want to do all that, you could go down here to obtain hashes. And so what you can do here is we have a couple of choices here. We have workstation and server hashes. So what this does is it pulls three different things. It pulls the local admin passwords, it pulls the domain cache credentials, and it also uses Windows Credential Editor to pull the clear text passwords out of memory. And then it stores all of those three items in a file with the IP. So it basically makes a folder with the date. Inside the folder, it has a folder for every single IP address, and then it will store the 3 password files for every computer in that folder.
Well, you make that sound so easy. They can just go in and get the passwords. Is it doing it with NetBIOS? I mean, is it on the firewall? Is it coming in? How is it coming in?
I mean, it just depends. I mean, on an internal penetration test, 9 times out of 10, NetBIOS spoofing is basically the way to go. Organizations still have not turned it off, and they're just not learning, unfortunately.
Vista and above, because in our class we try and turn off file and print sharing, and it gets started in the kernel.
Well, yeah, but it's also controlled by GPO. So what a lot of people don't know is that there's 2 types of NetBIOS. So NetBIOS was pretty popular up until Windows Vista, and then what happened was they tried to get rid of the protocol, right? A lot of applications used it, but they didn't want to use it, so they turned it into what's called LLMNR, which is line link multi-resolution something or other. But that's just a GPO policy setting, and it's really not needed. But it's on by default when you install Active Directory, and so that's probably what you're seeing as LLMNR poisoning requests. I could show you some like files, but they'd all be customer. Well, I can't do that. So I was going to show you some examples, but I can't do that. So, but basically, like, I mean, almost every organization we go into, like, still has the problem, and they don't know how to attack it, right? Because they'll say, oh, I got, XYZ application, and like, it's the entire back end for something, and it needs NetBIOS, and that may or may not be the case, but it's usually a cop-out, right? And then they don't look for a creative solution to the problem. So, in the case of NetBIOS, it only works in the broadcast domain where you are, so I have to be physically plugged into a network. So if I plug in right here, I'm only going to see NetBIOS requests from whatever /24 this computer's in, not like the data center. So a creative solution, for example, if you had applications that had to have it, would be, obviously those apps are probably going to be in the data center with a, some kind of back-end database, but those are like, the chances of me plugging into the data center are slim to none. The chances of me plugging into the wall here, pretty good, because I can walk in this place. So separating like your desktops and your servers in OU groups, for example, in Active Directory, and then pushing out a GPO policy to turn off LLMNR for anything that's a desktop, I mean, while it's not going to completely negate the attack, it's going to super reduce the attack surface. Does that make sense? So, like, that's like a creative solution, right? Generally, like, if I worked in an organization, I'd just turn it all off and wait for somebody to call and then turn stuff on as needed, right? You can make firewall exceptions. I mean, you can be really granular. If you go around asking people if they need something, they're all going to say they do, but they really don't. So, I mean, that's just NetBIOS as an example, right? But I mean, there's lots of other ways to get, passwords when you get on a network. That just happens to be the easiest. But in the case of Windows, I mean, once you have one domain password, it's pretty much all over after that. It's just a matter of time. But what I was going to say was all that volume shadow copy stuff that Adrian talked about. So that's actually all done right here in selection number 1. So if you're going after a domain controller and you have a domain admin account, you can literally do number 1. The only caveat to this is that a lot of companies move the ntds.dit file that Adrian was talking about and put it in a non-standard location. What you have to do is, normally it's in /Windows/ntds, and then there's an ntds.dit. That's where it normally is. But for some reason, when you install, Windows gave people the ability to move it. So when you install a domain controller, or when you install Active Directory in a Windows domain controller, you can actually specify where you want that file to reside. So a lot of people put it on a completely different drive because they think that that's going to fool somebody like me or whatever. I don't know. Some genius thought of that, but there's actually a registry setting. I mean, I don't know it off the top of my head, but you can actually query the registry for where the ntds.dit is located. And so it will just say it's on the, the F drive super secret file /ntds.dit, right? So when you're going through this selection number 1, it's going to ask you the paths for all of those files. So it's going to need the path to the ntds.dit file. So what you do is you try it with the default paths, and if that doesn't work, then you just go back to system exploitation, and you can go to right here to get shell. This is just a simple C shell on any computer. So you just bust over there, you get your username and your password, you bust over there, you get a C shell, you run reg query the registry, it'll tell you the exact path to the ntds.dit file, then you go back, and it does all of the volume shadow copy stuff for you. So you go to obtain hashes. If I had something to test it on, I would, but basically it'll do the entire volume shadow copy. It will download the SAM file. It will do all of the conversion, and it will give you a list of NT hashes. It does take quite some time because there's a lot of processing in data tables, but yeah.
So because you're in the system, it'll download the SAM file, because otherwise it doesn't let the
Yeah. So yeah, it does. If it volume shadow, yeah, it does.
Oh, volume shadow, that's right. It's not active. It's the volume shadow copy.
Well, even running systems. So Windows Credential Editor, which we use for selection number 2, can pull the SAM file from a running system. Okay. So you could see, I could show you, this wouldn't show any information or whatever, but oh wait, actually I need to be in this folder. Hold on. 3, 5. So this, the way that it makes log, so it goes in the log file. Whoops. And then so you can see it makes a folder with each date or whatever. And then so, I could do a whole other class on just this stuff. But anyway, so, that didn't have any in it, so that's not good. So let's go in 5.14 maybe. Still, try this one. All right, so that's got some in it. So what it does is goes in the hashes folder, and so it creates a hash. So it has a folder basically for every computer, and then you can see this right here is the output of a DC dump. So this is the DC dump that I did on that organization after the entire volume shadow copy. But if you'll look in each folder, let's go in one. So it also actually makes lists of all the unique local hashes, the unique memory hashes, and then all hashes by host. If you go in I can't actually show you the files because they have domains in them, but you would take a look. So see, it actually created a local file. See, it saves the SAM file, it saves the security and the system key. It pulls all of those while the system is running. So yes, it's totally possible.
I believe it too.
Huh? I don't want to get Adrian will tell on me. No, I'm just kidding. Look at him over there, dude. He looks like the kind of guy that would tell on me.
Yeah.
I'm joking, Adrian.
And then the domain credentials are somewhere hidden within those.
Yeah. I totally would have made some test ones if I. But basically, Yeah, so like basically like so when you pull the files off the domain controller, they're going to be hashed, right? Correct. So basically the methodology is to get a domain password however you can, right?
You get it from a systems administrator or something, right?
Yeah, well, I would get it from NBNS spoofing normally, right? So remember how we looked at hash types, how we looked at so in hold on. So like in Hashcat, so over the network are what's called NetNTLM passwords. So you have NetNTLM v1 and NetNTLM v2. And the reason that you can't just pull those off the wire is because the initiating computer in the exchange provides what's called a salt. Jeremy talked about salts. But if you do what's called something like NBNS spoofing, you're actually putting up like a fake SMB server and a fake HTTP server, and you listen for NetBIOS requests, and you basically answer every NetBIOS request as, yes, I know who that is, right? So basically, like, a computer will make NetBIOS requests like all over the network. It happens a lot like with searches in address bars, like if there's a space. And so like if the DNS server doesn't understand what your query is, the computer does a couple of other things next. Like, so say you put, the example I always use is like how to make something for dinner, right? How to make cherry pie or whatever, like in the address bar. So it's going to query the DNS server and it's not going to know what that is because there's spaces in it. So it's going to kick it back and say, I don't know what IP address that belongs to. The next thing that computer's going to do is look in its Etsy host file, and it's going to say, do I have that mapped to anything else? It's going to say no. The next thing Windows is going to do is like, hey, I'll ask all my buddies. So it puts out a NetBIOS request to everything on its broadcast domain, and it says, does anybody know, how to make cherry pie maps to the IP address? So my rogue server will be like, sure, I know what that means. Let's negotiate passwords so I can tell you the answer. And so in that situation, since I'm the originating computer of the password exchange, I'll provide the salt. So that means I can decrypt the password hash because I have the salt. So 9 times out of 10 nowadays, that's how we get, a password on the network, unless they have NetBIOS turned off. Yeah, I mean, that's called an easy win, basically, right? But unfortunately, right now, it's so easy, it's ridiculous. I mean, hopefully in a year or two, like, everybody will catch up and get rid of NetBIOS, and we'll have to think of something else. But currently, it almost works every time. I've only been 2 or 3 places, like, in the last 2 or 3 years where they had NetBIOS turned off.
Do you find anybody using 802.1x?
Yeah, all the time. So, I was just at one last week, as a matter of fact, that I wasn't able to bypass that one. But things like the most 802.1x systems can be bypassed by mimicking a printer, because there's always exceptions for printers because they usually can't do the protocol. So they create an exception group. So you literally just go over to a printer and do print network report, and then because they're never protected. And then you just change all the settings, the MAC address and the IP and everything on your computer, and plug it back in and unplug the printer, and you're good to go.
Pretty much the way it goes.
Pretty easy. So, but if you do run, that didn't work last week, for example. If you do run into a NAC solution like that, then you need to look for like a hardware device, like Pwn Plug does it. Those are pretty expensive. We use an Odroid, which is another cheaper device. I probably have one, but it's kind of like a Raspberry Pi, but it's a lot more powerful. So basically you would put that in line with a computer that does authenticate to the network. The only caveat is that you have to wait for that person to actually log on. So like you would sneak in at night, you wouldn't get a shell immediately, right? You would have to wait till the next day when dude got to work. And then as soon as he typed in his credentials, what happens in an 802.1x situation is like there's a frame with your MAC address and it's replicated to so what happens with the device if it's in line is I just keep replicating your frame over and over again, and I'm on the network good to go. So while NAC is annoying, I mean, it's not that great. I'm not saying people shouldn't have it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's a layer of defense. I mean, like, it might stop some people, but it's not going to stop me.
Slightly off topic of passwords, but along the same lines.
Sure.
What about tokens? smart cards?
Yeah, so that's a much more effective, like I'm a huge advocate of tokens and smart cards. It's much more effective than any NAC solution or MAC filtering or any of that kind of stuff. I mean, I'll just tell you, I mean, like they didn't have it fully implemented, but this place that I just went was so serious about security that they had RSA 2-factor on every single RDP desktop in the organization. And it was really difficult. The only reason that we were able to compromise them is that they forgot to protect the RSA server, and we were able to give ourselves a token. But if they would have done that, they would have, like, you know, 2-factored their RSA server like that. But anyway, I mean, I make jokes, but it was a fantastic place. They were super secure. They had almost thought of everything. They just had a couple of issues missing or whatever, like, but I was really impressed.
So you don't have any way of busting 2-factor at the moment?
Not really, no. I mean, like, no. I mean, you can ride some VPN connections sometimes if you get lucky, or if people have their interfaces dual homed. I mean, like, there's some one-off situations, but as a general rule, no. I mean, the problem is that you can't put 2-factor on network level login, right? But so, like, this particular organization had, so remember how Adrian was talking about denying, you know, stopping the pass the hash by denying administrator login? They had actually taken it one step further and denied local login completely. Like, no guests, no anything. Like, there was no local that worked at all. So you had to have a domain credential. And so, just like all of that stuff, I'm probably going to be using them as an example for years because it was so great. But like all of that stuff together was layered up, right? Just one of those things would have been annoying, but you start stacking 5, 6, 7 things on top of each other, it's a super pain. Oh, let's go back to this. Sorry. Okay, so remember how we were expanding our list? I'm just going to show you this 1 or 2 times, but you would just keep doing it over and over. Well, I'll tell you. Anyway, so now let's take a look how many's in there. So you can see, remember we had 800,000. So now that we've expanded it. Oh, well, that's not right. Now we got less. Oh, well, whatever. It's still going to work. So now what we do is we move into the combinator attack. So we would do, but see, the thing is that normally, remember how we stopped the brute force in advance? Like, normally we would have waited for the brute force to finish. So once the brute force was finished, we would have done this and we would have made an expanded list. And it probably would have worked, but I'm in a hurry, so. So now what we're going to do is, we're going to do mode 0, and we're going to attack our, we're going to attack our MD5 easy list. And then this time we're going to do an A6, or no, we're going to do the combinator attack, which is 2. That's where we had a dictionary on both sides, remember? And then, oh wait, we need our out file. But so the trick here is that theoretically you had already let this brute force run, so we would want to do a different out file this time. So like, remember how this one was fingerprint cracked? So we would want to turn this one into fingerprint 1 cracked, because we're going to recycle these words and we only want the new words that we've cracked because we've already used the old words, right? So then we're going to do that. Then we're going to do a 2, and then we're going to do our working expanded dictionary on both sides. Like this. What did I mess up now?
I think it's like 6 or 7.
That's the hybrid. Oh, maybe it's A1. Oh, it's A1. There we go.
So what happened with your Cure CRT that you didn't like?
I don't like that stupid session bar on the side, and I can't get rid of it. Like, it comes up no matter what. I looked everywhere. Maybe you'll have to show me where it's at. Like, I like that quick connect box that like comes up, right? Like, I don't like that stupid session list on the side. Other than that, it's awesome. I use it for everything. Jeez. Sorry. I was over here trying to upgrade the driver so I wouldn't have to do this, but I was like, that's probably a bad idea right before I'm supposed to demo this thing. So I changed my mind.
Workouts, don't worry.
Yeah, 4:30 we gotta wrap up.
Oh, is it almost 4:30? Okay, so that's fine. So here's the point of this is that, so now you can see that we just used our expanded words. We haven't used any word list yet. We've done nothing, right? We just put our expanded words on both sides of a dictionary, and now we're cracking, look, 1 million hashes we cracked in like 2 seconds, right? So like, anyway, you see how many we're cracking? So what you would do is you would keep repeating the process, right? So you saw how we outputted to fingerprint 1. So you would do the same thing. You would cut the passwords out of fingerprint 1. You would run the expander on them. You would make two new dictionaries, and they would be called. So like ours here, we called it like expanded, or we called it whatever expanded. You would just make it called expanded 1, and you would just keep doing that process over and over and over and over again, and you'll crush hash lists all day long and never use a word list or a brute force ever. And so it's called a fingerprint attack. So basically, like the example that we used, I have a blog post about it if anybody's interested in seeing the entire thing with a video, but like we reversed the whole RockU password list into MD5, and then we did this attack against it, and we cracked 90% of the passwords with no word list whatsoever. All right, so I do have some more information if anybody's super interested in that. But anyway, so I guess we got to wrap up. But that's almost all I had. But there's a couple of more tools since I can't like go over them. But these are standalone tools that are available on the Hashcat site. They do some of the same things. There's a mask processor, a statistics processor, and then a prints processor that works on what's called the prints algorithm, which generates rules based on probability infinite chained elements. So you can look at those 3 tools. Those 3 things do more, you know, mangling of passwords and doing cool stuff. There's what we just did, the fingerprint attack. And does anybody have any questions? Cool. I hope that was helpful. Thanks for having me.
Thanks everybody for coming out. And thank you, Mr. Nancy. Thank you so much for getting us space. And see you next month at the meeting.
My son's talking.